How you doing? I'm just trying to set things up right now. If I can set them up at all. Okay. I'm going to wait for a few people to join. I'm going to talk about what I do. I observe everything from the characters of the alphabet to the symbols of the numbers, meaning symbol is when you look at a symbol. Oh, I didn't know I would be blocking out the background, right? When you look at symbols, there's symbols right here. This calculator. Let me see if I can put it right up to it or pull it out. These are all symbols, right? They have dice cubes, cubes. These are things I study. I study the calculator, right? So you might think, where is this going to get them? What is this going to do for this person? What did this person ended up finding, right? What did this person find? Hey, we're going to start in a minute. I'm going to go get my tea. I'm going to go get my tea. We're going to be starting in a minute. I should be putting what I do in the background, right? I should actually change my background so you can look at it and see what I do. I'm looking for just the right one. That's not good enough. I don't like that the picture is so big. I realign. This is not a very good picture, but this is when you realign numbers, what happens to the zodiac and the astrological signs in formation to where you are. So imagine this. Imagine you're born under maybe the sign of Aries or Pisces. So look out there where you are born, right? Take a look, find the pod, find how many pods there are, beam pods, right? There should be 3 and 4 pods that are beamed in. One of the parts of the zodiac signs are right inside connected to you, directly to you, right? There's 9 and then there's 3, and they're directly into coming here, right? That's a connection. 3 of them are a connection. 3 of them connect to 9. 3 connect to 9. Now, when I say 3 connect to 9, they all connect up in many different ways. That's just the base. In order to get to 12, right, the minimum number to get to 12 is going to be 3 and 9. Now, what is number 1? What is number 2? Where do I get it from? What can I compare it to? What relevance will this have in your life? We're only one person right here, and I'm doing all this talking. You know, I'm going to have to like myself. We've got to have more people that show up at this show. There's got to be more people that show up. There used to be an option that I can share, like live events or something. Let me see. What is it? Live events. No, I'm already in an event, right? So you can see this, right? Because this is a little bit better, right? Like if I would take off the background and let me see if I can put another background up there like that, right? Like what about that background? What do you think about that background, right? Can anybody read that background? What I do is I study. I can't even mention what it is, and I'm doing it for 20 years. I just observe. I just see the orders of numbers and how numbers move. If I move by one, and I can't be too bright, you don't want to overcomplicate anything, If I move one step, I move one step. So I go one, two, three. Now I'm counting by ones. I can go two, four, six. I'm counting by twos. I can go three, six, nine, and so on and so forth. But there's formations that are happening within these numbers. Okay, the minute I reach 20, I have completed my first rotation of two. And I would like to explain that. I can explain to you a lot of things. 1776, 888, Saturn square, what the Monopoly board, how the Monopoly board is connected to our week, how the Monopoly board and the center C of the piano, or the 29th day, whether or not the Red River runs. What is number 29? What is the importance of number 29? And it's all on a base level, because all I do is I find the word air, I find words and say, hey, I found a word, right? That the value of the letters, right? The value of the letters, right? A1 and Z26 will give every single word a value. It will give every single letter a value. Now there's different rings, an outer ring, an inner ring. One will be smaller, one will be bigger. Well, the next story of one will be 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. And the next one is 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. And the next one is 28. So there's different kinds of stories going on for every single number, for every dot and dash, right? Just so you can see that over here, right? You see that over there? Now, the thing about that is I was going to flip the camera. Let's see if I can flip the camera. Hold on a second. So let me see if I can take this background off for 1 second. How do you take away and have no effects? Wow, I'm stuck with effects and I don't want to have, okay, right here. So you see what I just showed you? Right over there? Right, well, I can match that up right over there. Right? Right over there. Same thing. Same thing. This is not art. This is not art. None of this is art. None of it is art. Okay, I'm going to tell you what it is. This is a little bit of kooky art, but it's actually talking about the high Q and another brick on the wall because of the alignment of the bricks. But some of this you might say is art, but it's actually me trying to see how that pineal gland and how we can squeeze ourselves in, connect to the horns of Aries. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of the ram, a little bit of the goat, right? We do have the goat and the ram, right? Let me flip the camera around. The goat and the ram. Hey, how's it going? We are, how many people here? One. I go to shows where I have no idea where people show up at certain shows. They all make the Discord themselves, right? Everybody's making the Discord. Everybody's making the Discord, eh? So let me get rid of this paper and this paper. So let's see who we are here. Seems like we're one-on-one, Donna. So if you have anything to ask me, you're the only one here. I'm not going to be telling any stories. I prefer to tell a story off of a question. I don't want to decide on my own because I tend to rant and I go overboard and I lose everybody, and that has to stop. It has to stop. I want to create. I want to, and I have to, and I need to, and it's like, in order for everybody to see what I see, in order for everybody to build stories the way I build stories, in order for everybody to build stories the way I build stories, first they have to understand if the concept has a leg to stand on, the way I find the association amongst the entities or amongst There's a pin on the floor over here. So let me replug in my, okay, let me see. You know, the thing about the red, you know, you can say the red stop sign, or you can say like, oh my God, you got to watch out for the red. It could be dangerous. Well, if you're on the highway, in order to find out some of my work, is there any place we can find it in a regular place, right? Well, the red sign will be the exit sign. It'll be white with it, and that will be for the exit. And then you're going to have the red in the back of the car. Watch out for the elephant. Why watch out for the elephant? If it's the back of the car, it's the red light. Oh my God, no, it's not. It's the trunk. It must be the trunk of the elephant. So now the trunk of the elephant, okay, would also be noted at the back of the car where the trunk is. Back of the car, back end, that's right, where the sun don't shine. That's your back end. So if the elephant is over there in your back end in the trunk, the elephant, it possesses a microprocessor. Therefore, in the ship of your hips, in the sex area, is that microprocessor. Location of the microprocessor because of the elephant and the knowledge of the elephant that we've been spreading out over the years. The elephant is scared of the mouse. Oh my God, the elephant is scared for the mouse. The microprocessor, somebody's trying to move the flesh, the broken arrow. Flesh in French can also be skin. Flesh can also be an arrow. An arrow is used to go through the heart. The arrow is used for Cupid. The arrow is going to be represented in the month of February, where the sun don't shine, where the sun don't shine. Show me the skeleton of your hips. The letter B. The letter B for Venus. That Venus is on both sides of the ships. That Venus is in both hemispheres. Over here. It runs up the snake, up your spinal cord to where your split tongue snake comes out, right? And your snake ends up to be over here. And this single-headed snake is going to be talking about the lunar moon. When we get to Venus, where the hips are, we're going to be talking about the moons named Deimos and Phobos. I'm teleporting when I use the car. Let me go back. Sorry, I missed it. Let me see. Where am I? Whoop. I'd prefer the first one, but that's me. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about the floor, right? Or you're talking about the walls. So I missed that comment. Like the live. So I'm teleporting when I use the car. So you put a question mark. Are you asking me if you're teleporting when you move the car? Because I can see that in two different ways, right? Your teleportation of your car, ARC is the arc, and it's noted also to be this is your skeleton, this is your arc, this is instead of the water being on the outside, the water's on the inside. You're made up of the complete ocean. Look, here's the complete ocean. That's you. 70%, that's you. Put that in a box. Here, this is what you're made of. Put that in a box. Now we'll put it all together and look what you came. You got your two arms, your two legs, you know, your nose, right? Your mouth. Do you know that I was thinking of Little Red Riding Hood, right? And yeah, so when you're talking about teleporting, one of the things when you're saying you have your car, I like to think of the cat in this, the cat and the dog. The dog, you jump in the car, the dog wants to run all over the place, doesn't care. The dog thinks home is just where it ends up. But with the cat, don't take me here and don't take me there and this and not that. And it's always sleeping, but the cat is not always sleeping. The cat is connected to female feline, also connecting to the spirit, the communication between both houses. The numeric value for the cat is number 24. Let's say we can use that 242, right? Because that's a passage of the seventh gate, right? So what it is, Is the cat is the communication. It's going to be the hexagon because it is the 24th letter for cat, right? So it'll be the hexagon. It'll have a value of 6, but there is the way I was taught this math. I think they call it star system math. It's pretty basic, right? And the star system math is noted that when you talk about the star, you also have to indicate number 8 because the number 8 of your keyboard is where the star is located. In this utopian house that I'm creating for through the numeric values that have already been created for me, I want to make it easy so that everybody can see the same thing I see. There will be a few discrepancies depending on where you live. When I look at my keyboard, the number 8 has a star. So right away, I need to associate the 2 levels of 8, one in the higher system and one in the lower system. Because when I go into the higher system, right, I pressed Shift Control, right? So we're shifting. We're going to another area of space. We're connected to an area of space, going to a new area of space because we're constantly connected because we're connected. We need to be connected. Even if we're not there, we're here, but connected to there. Hello, operator. I need to make a phone call, right? I just got cut off. It's a shame we're just one. Yeah, so we're just one. I'm going to get my hot water. I'm going to come back. It's a shame we're just one. Please ask me questions. I can go all night. This is here. This is not here. But I think I already poured myself. Did I already pour myself? So let me see who's here. So Titanus, you're here. Is that what it is? So let me see. Join this. So somebody say something to me. If you want to come and join me, if you need to ask me what I do, because I can just keep doing, and you might not keep up to what I'm doing, and you'll just be sitting here and being incoherent to what I'm doing. And then why would you be sitting here and wasting your time? And I don't want to strain unless I know somebody is, because somebody might say to me, hey, I don't understand, or what you're doing doesn't make any sense because there's no relationship. So I bring and show relationship to whatever I'm going to bring it to. So I'm trying to see where I was, what I was speaking. Let me drink a little bit of this. Why did they call or write birth BIRTH? Why did they not say birth as BEARTH? When you spell birth BIRTH, but you do notice, right? It's EARTH. And the difference between birth and birth, in one of them you have the I, right? In the other one, you just have the extra A inside of it without the I, right? And I'm just going to show you this. Let me see if I can. I just dropped my mouse and I have something on that. Hold on a second. I got interference here. Yes, so what we got here, where did I bring this up? Just give me a second. See the word birth, one. See the word bear? The representation of bear will tell you there's one season out of 4 seasons like that you're disconnected. Why is that? You're in TH. TH, okay, only begins at 4th. TH begins at fourth. First, second, third, fourth. TH begins here. So after third, between third and fourth, that's where it begins. That's the pole between 3 and 4, between Earth and Mars. You have the pole between Earth and Mars. This will be the ring that goes around the pole. 7 and 14, 21. At the same time, it's going to be 22 and 11. Now, that might be a little confusing because when you look at this dice and you see 6 and 1, because that's what you see. Well, what about what you don't see? The area unoccupied space, or the voided area, on the opposite of every single side of the cube. And the reason for somebody finally coming out here, now we're only 2 people, and I know a lot of people probably know about this, especially the manufacturers, but I'm not sure who knows about this. But the opposite of every side of this cube, you're going to see a face. Forget what's on the face. Put this on its face. Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube has 9 visible colors per face. So if I show me one color, there's 8 colors that were not shown. If I say on you, what are the 2 in the corner of Rubik's Cube, you're going to tell me, but don't tell me about the other 7 that are left over. Then there's number 3. In Rubik's Cube, you'll see 3 colors. Choose these 3 colors that we see here, right? Am I backwards? Hold on, I'm seeing things backwards for some reason. No, I'm not, okay? So there's going to be 3 and 6. You remember I said 3, everything begins, boom, into 4? That's where everything starts. Your basic is A, B, C. Once you get to D, the D is the opposite of C, and they plug up together. That is their pole. They run through each other. Earth and Mars, Mars and Earth. They are together, locked in. I come to you with a story within a story. If Mercury is noted to be the first planet, I'll give Mercury number 1. If Venus is noted to be the second planet, I'll give Venus number 2. If Earth was noted to be the third planet, I'll give Earth 3. Mars is the 4th planet, 4. Jupiter, the 5th planet. Then we go on to Saturn, the 6th planet. Then we go on to Uranus and Neptune and what the defunct now Pluto is. We can also calculate this backwards, starting at Pluto as number 1. And we can also start from the heart, okay, of the planets, and that would be Jupiter, saying Jupiter 1, out to the left, Mars 2, out to the right, Saturn 2, Jupiter 5, going all the way towards Earth. Earth would end up to be 3, and it's still 3. But if I would go forward, Uranus would be 3. Now, I know there might be somebody who's lost. It's the realignment and understanding of the numbers and what is connected to those numbers. If I was talking about the first zodiac sign in Western astrology, I'm going to be talking about Aries. In French, it's called Bélier. This zodiac sign rotation, okay, of numbers, okay, the numbers rotate between 1, 4, and 7. 1, 4, and 7 rotation of numbers, 2, 5, and 8 rotation of numbers. But if I was to be turning these on a dial, 1 will go over to 7, 7 will go over to 9, 9 will go over to 3, 3 will go over to 1. If I turn it again, 3 will go over to 7. If I turn it again, 1 will go in the 7th spot. 1 will go in the 7th spot. The 7 will go in the 9th spot. The 9th. So, and then it would turn all the way around. It would be the same thing for 4, 8, 6, and 2. And this also has to do with the rotation of the zodiac signs and when some of the planets are retrograding. Right. So now where was I? Hey, we got somebody new here. How you doing? How's everybody doing? If you want to jump up here and ask me a few questions, you can come on up. and I'll be happy to give it my go. Everything, every word is made with letters. Every letter is located in the alphabet. It has a position in the alphabet. It gets a number in the alphabet, 1 through 26. It can also be used in gematria, where it is used 1 through 7 through 1 through 1 through 7 through 1. We can also do it in Chaldean, but I'd really have to brush up, and I'm not ready for that one. And Chaldean goes all the way to 8, but there's no organic order of the letters, but there is an organic order of how the letters were put out. As in Chaldean, we have, I think it was F and P became 7 and 7, and F and P as 7 and 7. In the regular alphabet, the F would be 6, the P would be 7. So we have a connection, right? When you come into this world, right? What was missing before in the altar world, you can add your number and make it equal because you live in both those worlds. I know this is very hard I have to write it out. I need my board. I need to be writing right away so you can see. I don't want to feel like you see I'm talking out of my head because I have an answer for everything I say. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't be able to say it if I wasn't taught it. If I wasn't taught it, I wouldn't say it because I'm not going to make it up. I say it with full confidence. The alphabet, the geometric shapes. If I wanted to talk about the alphabet on another scale, I can also take this alphabet, okay, and move the alphabet to 360 degrees. What does it mean to move the alphabet to 360 degrees? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna slow it down. Okay, if I move the alphabet to 360 degrees, it means I take the 26 letters and I move it into the center of the 36, leaving out that there's going to be 5 areas. I'm not sure if you're going to understand. Let me explain it again. We have 36 areas. Okay, we have 26 letters out of 36. There's going to be 10 spaces left over. So I'm going to leave out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the one letter or ace is going to start on number 6. When we recenter the alphabet, okay, inside of 36 numbers, the Z will now be in the 31st position. I know it's very difficult. That's when I'm having a hard time. I've been spending 20 years here, in and out. Okay, and it's only in the last 7, 8 years that I really completely understand how the complete utopia world works. Right? It's a utopia world. It's this what I'm using is I'm gauging everything without the heartbeats. On the 28th day, the moon comes full. You're supposed to have the menstrual cycle at midnight. On the 29th day, the menstrual cycle comes. If it doesn't happen, we will now go through that 9-month plus 1 period for the birth to take place, to be born. That's an absolute, that number 29. What is happening with the 29? It's the day of, can you say the day of, you're going to see the truth. What's going on here? What's going on? Right? And now you can say, well, I didn't sleep with anybody. But in this scenario, you don't have to. Right? And either you are or you're not. It's what happens on this day, that if you're flowing red, okay, then you're not. So there's not going to be any 9 months to bring on the sentence of birth. Also to note, number 29 is center C of the piano. Let's see if I can get a different background. So the floor I showed off before, right, comes from the roulette wheel. And can you see, anybody see that in the back? Can anybody figure out what that is? I'm just giving you a roundabout of what I study and what I find from what I study. Thank you, Tina. So does anybody want to take a shot at what, this is for entertainment purposes only, but would anybody like to jump in and say what they think they see here? Would you like me to tell you? I'm going to ask you a question and I'm going to tell you. Thank you. Thank you. So a cube, right? You see a cube. Now I created this, right? from something I saw on the television last week. And I'm going to show you what that television is. Let me tell you what that is. Show me the doors the Pope opened on the Jubilee. Do you see this? I'm just going to see if I can. Just give me a second. Okay, just give me a second to get something. I'm just trying to see if I can get something here in the background. Boy, okay, let me see. No, I wasn't able to bring up the door. So, anyways, we're gonna leave it at. I'm going to leave it at this. I'm just going to show you that. Here's the doors, right? These were the doors at the Jubilee. Those doors split in two. There's eight little windows on each door, right? 8 and 8. Or how about 88? 88 the word Trump, 88 the word window, 8 and 8, okay, equals to 16. 1 and 6 is 7. Ironically, right, that I'm just going to show you something here. Show me the ATM, the number pad. Show me the letters that are on the number pad at the ATM. When you go to the ATM, okay, the Q and the Z, there's 2 on the one, there's 3 on every other number, right? And 2, okay, the Q and the Z, when you have 2, the only 2 that's really representation in letters is the I and the R because they're both from the same house, the I and the R, and they flip to represent themselves in each other. It's the only reverse alphabet that reverts back to the same number. The Q and the Z are the 17th letter, 1 and 7 8, okay? And the Z is the 26th letter, 2 and 6 8. So they put 88 on number 1. It's the one rotator in the heart of Rubik's Cube that turns the turnstile. So let me get back to this door, right? Let me get back to this over here. So what this is that on one door, okay, I created what you can see as a square. And in the square, right, there was 1, 2, 3. And then there's 3 over here connected. And then there's 3 over here. So it's 9. 9 areas in that square and 9 areas in the lower square, creating the cube. In creating the cube, I used 7 out of 8 windows, and I created 7 of 8 windows, like a microprocessor that gets plugged in. When you calculate this calculation, 88 is a window pass, okay? And 77 is the power and the energy and also the word Christ. 77. This dice cube, okay, is everything is all about 7. I have 10, 15, or 20 pieces where 7 gets involved and what 7 turns into in the lower house and in the upper house and in the house to the east and then in the house to the west. So if I get some questions in here to ask me anything, just go ahead. I'm going to explain this in a minute. What the representation also of this door is that when you have 7 of 8, it's going to, how can I explain this? I have to come up with the perfect answer. When you have 7 and 8, these this calculator, right, or your number pad, every single side of a cube, there are every single side, forget about what you see. Every single side has a 9 area space. Every single side has a 9 area space. Every single side. When you see one, take away 1 from the 9, you have 8. Here is your 8. Okay. When you see 2, you will have leftover 7. You have 7 and 8 by understanding in the void of 1 and 2. Life does not exist, but life exists with 1 between 2, making your creation. The beginning of the lower world, we begin at this paramount over here with number 3. So what we didn't count in the doors is the plug-in, right? That's the plug-in through the 7th gate. There's going to be, I think there should be 3, there's 3 in one game and 4 in another game, a different amount of cubes we're going to be using, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Too much I don't have that story put together where I know the whole story. I only know part of it. So, and I know they work because so far, I'm like batting 10 million, every time I've stopped somewhere, every time I got to a stop sign, I stopped to study a little bit more. But at least everything I've worked on, I can concretely say that it connects somewhere. So just give me a minute to just breathe. So what happens, 1 and 2 or alpha beta is that's the basic of what you need to begin. The 1 and 2 is the basic load to begin. The high side of 1 and 2 is going to be 5 and 6, 11. Now where this connects, this is going to have an association further on somewhere in this association of games in the game of pool where the 3 ball and the 11 ball are red. It has a direct association. There's some direct and there's some indirect association that can be explained through more analogies and observations through elements that are fair onto everybody. When I'm saying fair onto everybody, if you pick up a search engine and say, how many planets, tell me the names, all of us are basically going to come up with the same answer. I would say 9 out of 10 would get the same answer. Excuse me. If you would say, how do you write number 1? I think if they would say ONE, for 2, TWO, for 3, THREE, FOUR, FIVE, SIXSEVEN, EIGHT. Whoop. EIGHT. Now that's a special word. That's a special word. Wow. EIGHT. Why is 8 a special word? Because when I write 80, EAIGHTY, not like in 70 where I have to add on TY, or 50 TY, or 40 or 30 or 20 TY. You notice in the 0 house of 10, there is no 10T. There's no 10T. It only starts at 20. So the TY will only start at 20. So now we understand, it starts at 20. What else goes along with 20? How come 20? What's number 20? Well, 20 becomes the 20th. The IETH, it's the only one with the I because you've joined 2 houses of 10. You're 2 houses of 10, right? Now the question is it 1 and 9, 10? Is it 3 and 7, 10? Is it 4 and 6, 10? Or is it 8 and 2, 10? Which 10s are they that you connected? Or is it the 1, 2, 3, 4 equaling to 10? So there's a few stories going on there that will lead into the future. Whoa, somehow my computer just started talking again. Just give me a sec. Okay. So yeah, there's no comments, nobody coming on here. So yeah, so that ends up to be. I'm just trying to see where I was with this. Yeah, so that will end up to be the red ball in pool. So that's your lowest part of your communication is the 3 and the 11. And what's ironic about that? Okay, 6 and 5, 11. We can do it this way. I can do it two ways. Okay, I can do it a few ways. Okay, I just have a cat that just walked in the way and just blurted everything in front of me. Come on, kitty. Come on, kitty. I'm gonna have to change the screen here. Hold on a second. Just 1 second. I'm gonna get rid of what's here. Yeah. Okay. So so yeah. What's so ironic about 6 and 5, 11 is that 11, although most understand it as a prime number, right? The 11 is going to calculate as 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, and then it will be 2 and 1 equals to 3. They will now be equal. And in the game of pool, the 3 and the 11 are both a red ball. 3 and 11, 1 and 1 is 2. Your BC, or when your 2 and your 3 come together, okay, now there's a lot. I think I mentioned too many doors have just opened now. You know, I mentioned a lot. There's just a lot. There's a ton. There's a lot. I know there's a lot. We have to include CB radio. You know, the 10-4 code, right? The 10-4 code and how numbers work with 10 and 4 and how the cube works with 10 and 4 and how the rabbit ears communication in your CB Zen code with 10 and 4. 10 and 4 is communication. We got the rabbit ears on, but here on this planet Earth, we have the unicorn ham radio, the singular antenna ham radio that spreads its wings out. Ham radio. Yes, alpha beta connecting to the ram in the word Abraham, connecting to Aries with the singular antenna standing up at the center, hearing through both of our ears. Look at my ram, look at my horns, the same shape as the horns. It spins around in both my ears. Ram ham radio, Abraham, the arm of communication. Mars and Earth connected together, divided and connected through the sun system. Let's see if I can show you that other piece of the artwork over here. Just want to see, I have two designs I wanted to show you. So just hang on. I'm going to just jump off and just show you something quick and just remind me. See that number 3, right? I'll show you that a little bit later just to remind me, right? I'm just trying to find another design here so you'll be able to follow this one over here. Number 33, number 1776. Every single number that's ever been on this planet is somewhere, and we can find it because we know the system. We know how the system works because of these dice cubes, because of games. All the games are telling us story, even shapes, like this shape over here. Can you see there are 4 hexagons creating 1 octagon? The octagon is 8. The numeric value for God, dog, and queen is 8. The numeric value for cat, 24, is 6. Cat represents the hexagon. Dog represents the octagon. I'm going to show you this and how it works after, because it moves, it shifts, right? We see it in this formation, but there's another formation you can do with these cubes where there's absolutely no space in the center. So I don't have that one. So I'm going to explain to you this. The ace letter, right? The ace, you can see it like this, right? You can see the ace like that. You can split the ace in half, right? You can split the ace in half. Now I got one side, right? And I got the other side. You see that, the way it got split in half? So I've got 2 aces. The house is split, right? So Aries, the number 1, Aries, the rat, split the house. So I'm not sure. Is anybody following? Does anybody understand what I'm talking about? So the A letter, okay, the A letter, since it can be split to what I call the delta angle, okay, in which here's the letter A, here's a delta angle. Straight line over to the left, straight line over to the right. Here is the ace that runs in both of these houses. When I split it down the center, it looks like this. I have two houses. I call them the delta angles. D. You notice the A is made up with a D, and then the big mouth C. See the C over here and the D over here? DC. Because everything begins at DC. When we connect the moon of Earth, Luna, and the two moons of Mars, that'll be three. Then you come birth into this world. When you come birth into this world is already here. The moon is already there. The sun is already there. The breath you take that you inherit upon the birth onto this planet is already there. That therefore the heavens are already here. All we're missing is you. You are born into the world. You are the 13th zodiac sign. The sperm and the egg were already into the world. Now they're inside of you. You connect your squiggly up to the power of the moon. The egg and the sperm. The numeric value for the sperm, Virgo, and Pisces are all number 71. They all talk about a passage through the seventh gate, through the seventh star gate. Because amongst talking about star gate, when you put star, the star is found on the 8th key of the keyboard. When you say gate, the first letter is G, which represents 7. When you spell the word gate, you can also say multiple words, okay? You can also spell the word G-E-I-G-H-T in gate. That when you say the word 8, and I mentioned that it was special, that when you say eighth, I only need to add on an H. When you say 80, I only need to add on a Y. When you say 18, I only need to add on EEN. None of the other numbers do I write it out that way. Each one of the numbers are more or less unique in their own. They each have their own style, telling their own story. And now when you associate the numbers, you're going to associate the story that goes along with the number that came from a word or a shape. Like the octagon is going to be that shape. So you can see that in the octagon, it already had the area space. It already occupies within the energy and matter within the area space. Now all that has to happen is you come into this world. Just give me a minute. Hello, Running with Scissors. 1111. 1111. Here we are. Does it tell me something where a number 1111 is on this cube? And if you get it right, then you can share it with us. Yes, star on the 8 key of the computer. Yes. So let me look for a few pieces in here. What I saw this week was the number 3 for the third down, because you know what happens on the third down? See, there's a bunch of different special numbers. If you're playing football, that's 9-11. And one of the reasons for 9-11 is you have 11 players on the team, right? And 2 of them are associated with the ball. And 9 of them are going out to protect and to go out to protect, okay, and to go out and get that ball, right? So you have the quarterback and you have the guy in the center. So you have the center and the quarterback. So you have C3 and Q17. Also remember those numbers. 2 of the players are going to play a different role completely to start off, other than the 9 other players. And right away you got 9 and 2. Call it 9-11, or adjust it for number 29. when something comes into action. On the 29th day, either the river runs red or it doesn't. If it doesn't, you're going to have a star system birth, okay, the 9 birth into the 10th house. Upon entering into the house, that's the only time you get cut off from the umbilical cord, from your spacesuit, and you enter into the house and you swallow in the breath you take, the information, the conscience. I'm swallowing the conscience of this world. I breathe it in. So whatever I think has already been dictated inside this. I don't know if I want to call it plasma. I don't know what to call this over here, right over here, right? Look at my hands right over here. I feel the wind. What do I call this? It's going inside of me. It's touching my cat's hair. My cat is not sleeping. My cat is breaking codes. It's licking its hair. How come the dog doesn't have hairballs and the cat does? Because the cat is the communication, not the dog. The dog goes to the hydrant, right? The dog goes to the hydrant. It doesn't matter. The dog has everybody's information. It's just laying pats out everybody, making 95 peepees. But this little hairball over here, these cats got all the information. They're electricity. When I pat her, they're electric. My electric cat. Hey, buddy, say hello. Where's your face? The electric cat. So let me just see if I can. I wanted to find something. Oh, and there was also, if you want to talk, I have this written down. Father, mother, transistor, right? And brother. Anybody ever hear of the initials beginning with LG, like LG Electronics, right? How about BT, right? It's part of the electronics. Has anybody ever thought about, hey, it was so much more fun when I was driving around? How come I got all these roundabouts now? How come we got the roundabouts now when we didn't have it before? I feel it's so much more dangerous. Has anybody ever thought about it? Well, there's an equation for it, and there's my reality also. One of the things is, after working on this for 20 years, is I understand that the system has to be put back in order when they're finished with the system. These roundabouts is because we've been going around, right? We've been going around the 5 area. You ever notice that from 1 over to 9, it's 8, but 3 over to 7, okay, it's only 4? First of all, is because there's dimension, but the second thing is the 3 through 7 goes right through the 5, but the 1 over to 9 is not allowed to go through the 5. It must go around the 5 over to 9 in the true sense. So we also have Atlantis. Atlantis is a communication center. So we broke down the Atlantis. Atlantis is no longer here because Atlantis was an old communication center. And where I got that from is because inside the word is AT-AT. And we all know AT&T. We also know that when you use the framework for the expression of at, you use the at sign, and the at sign is used in the emails, and the emails is to send a letter, and you're sending a letter to an outside source. So you're passing through the system. I'm just trying to see where I can make sure I'm just trying to, just give me a second here. I don't know why I don't have it. No, it's not here. Just give me a second to find this. If you got any questions, go ahead. Does anybody know anything about the Roman numerals? What's so cuckoo about the Roman numerals? I mean, there's all kinds of cycles going on. There's tons of stuff that I just never know where to go. Need to create that system. Let me fill in I need the hardware. I need to create that system. I need to explain exactly how it works. We can see this in living color by the minute, our basic creation of everything. Even when you say, I saw 11:11 on the clock, 11:11 on the clock, right, is going to be, if I remember correctly, um, let me calculate this, 71 times 10. So every 71 minutes will equal to 1 hour and 11 minutes, right? So if I have, so when we do that, when I get up to 5:55, right? When I get up to 5 o'clock and 55 minutes, that's going to be, um, that's going to be 5 times 71. So what it's going to be is 5 times 70 is 350. 5 times 1 is 355. 355 minutes, okay, is going to be, did I say that right? Is it 6 hours? Hold on a second. 5 times 71 equals 355 minutes. So 5 hours is 355. You'll have 355 minutes, okay, inside of 5 hours and 55 minutes. So when we continue this, we can do this all the way to 11:11, but it makes a change within that number, okay? And 11:11 is going to represent, now that the cat is over here sitting on top of everything, 11:11, I'm all over the place. There's 9 areas. There's 9 areas. You only see one. There's 8 missing. I flip it around. There's 6 areas. There should be 9. There's 3 missing, and there's 8 missing. That's an 11. Over here, there's 9 areas. You see 4. There are 5 missing. I flip it to the other side. I see 3 areas. There are 6 missing. That's an 11. 11, 11 is this cube turning around this way. 11, 11, 11, 7, 11, 7, 11, 7, 11. 7 with the dots you see, 6 and 1, 3 and 4, and what you don't see, 3. What you don't see, 6, that'll equal to 9. What you don't see, 8 equals to 17. And what you don't see, 5 equals to 22. And you don't see 22 there, and you don't see the 11 here. And this cube is all 7, 11. So I see somebody right down over here, 11, 11, little kitty. Mimi worked for Bell South Miami 30 to 40 years. Electric company. So let's see, we got someone who wants to come on here. Please state whether or not you're over 18, please. How you doing? They disappeared. Somebody wanted to come on, and then they, and I think they wanted to come on, or what happened here? One guest. Something just happened. Just give me a second. Host. So Villa, I tried to put you up there, but for some reason it didn't work. Take your name down and put it back up again. Put it back up again, because somehow it's missing here. Let me do this. Where did it go? So that maybe that's why, because it's gone. The person is gone. Yeah, if you want to come up live, all you have to do is ask me, and I'll put you up there. You can ask me anything you want. Yeah, they sleep, but they're not actually sleeping. They're licking their skin, and whatever information they pick up in this network that we're in, they receive it. Whatever they do with it, I don't know. Maybe it's part of our distortion, that the information is not fully delivered down to us. The reservoirs of the moon, which retain this energy, which I believe should be cast into the air we breathe, so that when we go during the day, we can pick up the daily information, our daily bread, by the breath we take. And then when we go to sleep at night, we pick up more. We pick up more information for the tasks to come in the next few days. So do we have free will? By the breath you take. So let me just yeah, so let me see. Yeah, so if you want to come up here, like I said, come on up, ask me what you'd like, no problem. We're going to solve the mystery. We're going to solve the mystery, but the biggest thing before we solve any mystery is I think somebody asked me, what is my vision? Where am I going to go? How will this help somebody else? I believe this. This is my belief. I believe, I highly believe that if I can show one person all these connections and this one person looks at me and say, hey, this is impossible. They needed a computer for it to tell this story. Remember, it will only tell a story. All the connections will only tell the possibilities that say, hey, that's true. How did they do that? The English language was created in like the 1600s, the alphabet. The French language was created in the 1700s with the English alphabet. But the dice cubes and how the dice cubes relate to the zodiac signs, and when the zodiac signs come into our world, and all of a sudden Pluto arrives in the year 1930 and disappears in the year 2006, how come they knew? How come the Earth, how come the Israeli calendar, the Hebrew calendar, right, when it runs to the year 5760, is the year reset, okay, for the year 2000, which equates to 4 days on the minutes, 4 minutes, sorry, 1440 minutes in a day, times 3 is 4,320 or 432 our vibration. On that fourth day, when the cube turns over to the other side, when we enter into the house or we connect from the house of Mars into the creation planet, Earth, going from 4 down to 3, reducing instead of increasing, living in the lower house and not in the upper house. How is it possible that it tells all these stories when the dice cubes were created thousands of years ago, but the alphabet only arrived now? Look at the story it tells. Mars and Earth are one. Mercury retains a moon. The Mercury moon, which has no moons, is because Mercury plays a role inside the Earth moon, where Venus has no moons, but Venus plays the role with inside the Mars moons. Venus is a duplicator. It's a mirror. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? We appreciate Venus. We appreciate the fox. Now we can also look at Venus and Taurus as being, right? We can also look at Alpha and Beta in a different way. We can say Alpha just has the head, right? With the one corn or the one moon. We can say Venus is the Taurus. Well, Taurus has horns. If it has horns, it expands out into both. You remember the ace I said? The ace letter, okay? The ace letter, the A letter, okay, plays many roles. The A letter will play a role inside the C house or the C number. A plays a role in 1, A plays a role in 3, A plays a role in 5, and A plays a role in 9. Not me, according to the deck of cards. Not me, according to the dice cube. So it's not me. It's already what's been created. I only went out and I did my research and I found out this is what it shows me. I'm not the only one that can see it. You can go out right now and do the research, pick up a deck of cards, whatever I can do. This is simple science. This is just observation, and I'm just telling you what I found when I observed, and this is what happens when this is what you can do and what can happen by using other letters, like I showed. Wow, where is that design? Here is that house, right? I don't have the other paper, so the house would be like this side and then this side. The ace would go above this. But instead of the ace being there, right, like this one over here, above your head, connected to the central station, right? You're over here. Here's your earphones connected here and connected here. right? You're connected here between the valley. Here's the one lunar moon. The other moons are going to be the Mars moons. One Mars moon's going to be on this side. One's Mars moon's going to be on this side, on each side of the house. You connect, you're born into the center of the house, the divided sun. If you want to use what is the M letter, well, the M letter is a pillar that goes up here. It goes down into the valley where the waters create that connection. And where the waters create this connection, this is where the bowel system is. The bowel system and the sex system inside where the hips are. When you're awake, you run through your hips right to the center. Your arms reach out to the side. You spread your legs to the side, or you can put your legs to the center. When you put your legs to the center, like in one of those, like the way Jesus was put on the cross, right? What happens is this is the right hemisphere. Here's the left hemisphere. When you brought the feet together by the letter R, and I didn't choose the letter R just by myself. The letter R is the 18th letter in the alphabet. And this over here shows me this is a 180-degree plane, 18 or 180, same number. I put the R letter for the legs. So when you put the R letter, it will create the D letter in between, right? The D for the mirror worlds. But with this joining legs, I can create another R here by the joining of the top R, my head, and I can create another R here. Another R here by using the head of the right brain, and then by using the head of the left brain, I end up with R, 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 and R, right? And that's how we connect up this divided world over here, born between these worlds. You ever see the letter R? When you turn it sideways, right, it looks like 70. It's also going to represent, R represents the bunny rabbit. The bunny rabbit represents the communication. Cuba Saturn was known before telescope. So before telescopes were created, they already had the Cuba Saturn. But what did they call the planet back then? There's 88 constellations. Is that correct? 88, the same thing as the doors for the Jubilee. I just want to try something. For some reason, it used to tell me I used to be able to go out and bring in guests. Not guests. It used to tell me I can go out and try to bring in people. I don't know why, and I don't want to put the studio on my computer, because the last time I did it, it uploaded something to my computer. My computer doesn't work as well as it used to. So let me take the look over here. I just wanted to check this out. Yeah, so there's got to be, so what are we, 4 people here? So there's Cynthia. Now it says 3, 4. There's Kate. So I think it's very important that others actually ask me a question. On February 20th, it's the 51st day of the year. Sorry, not the 51st day of the year. Let me say it again. February 20th is the 51st day of the year. Okay, just like Valentine's, just like the day you come into the world on day 6, it's 6 days after the 14th day. It's 1 day before you run to the 7th gate. Okay, it's the 51st day. It can represent what is everything to do with number 51. Mars is number 51. Inside of what 51 is 2, 3, and 4. Right? 2, 3, and 4 is inside of 51. But if there's no one to discord this, I'm just telling you a story. It's pretty obvious that when you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you have 2, 3, 4, right? We have the pillars where we have 1 and 5. In between this is 2, 3, 4. That's the lower world. The upper world is between 5 and 9. That's where the 7th gate is. 6, 7, 8, 5, 7, 9. 2 by 2, we go this way. Okay, we jump over 2 here. We jump over 4 here. 4 times 2, 4 plus 2. We divide the 7th gate. And that happens right over here. The jump from here to here is 4. The jump from here to here is 4. The numbers inside of here are 4, 3, 2. The numbers inside of here are 6, 7, and 8. I'm going to have to move my cat. I'm going to have to explain this, but I definitely need a little bit more discord in here, or I'm going to have to find a way to explain things a little bit better and find out how we can get our participation. Okay, because I definitely cannot concentrate when she's there like that. Give me a second. We can also see if somebody says, well, what do we do at triangles? What do we do at triangles? Take a look at this. When we have the double triangle running, one of the possibilities, right, is this. We have 3, like this is where Taurus comes in. You see Taurus, the way it's running inside the rivers? And then there's this one over here. So, you know, you have the air and all that stuff. Well, the question is when it crosses over, right? The way it crosses over, these 3 that connect direct and 3 that run by the river in between, what the vortexes create in order to recreate this. And if you take a look at it, this is what it does. When you see the club in the deck of cards, because you don't see a stand here or a stand here, the club is representing that it'll plug here to 3, it'll plug here to 3, and it'll plug here to 3. 3, 6, 9, connected to 3, 12, the 12 zodiac signs, or possibly a theory to how the 3 zodiac signs connect. And remember, over 3 circles, even though you see this, you can put another circle above it to connect the 3 from a distant level. Right? When you connect it to a point in the center of 3, now you can run the rotation of what runs in the river and then runs in those 3 spheres off of this over here. So let me go through here. I really want to find one of these pieces, and I lost it like 9,000 times today, and I've been sitting at my desk. You know what I'm saying? This is not funny. It's not funny. I have to find this. I got one book here. I got one book here. I got one book here. What about that book up there? Let me take a look at this book. I don't think it's in this book. Please, please, please show up somewhere. Please show up. Oh, did I just find that? No, that's the last one. This is not possible. Has anybody ever asked yourself this? Look, Mona Lisa. How about NASA? Gene synthesis. You ever think of that? Remember the rubber bands? That's all you need in order to distort something within this body. All you have to do is have the rubber band effect, where you take, I'm not sure how it works, okay, but just because I've sort of heard it, seen it, it happened to something else. It's happened to fruits. It's happened to vegetables, where you grow a vegetable in a box, and all of a sudden you have a square watermelon or a square. So you take an elastic band, you put it on one of our cells or one of our DNA. I don't know how it works, and it distorts everything about us. It changes maybe our receptors, the way we receive. Maybe it extends instead of receiving within a certain area of space. And instead of it building up to receive packets at the same time, maybe it slimmed it down so we're not receiving it at the speed we should, therefore distorting ourselves towards the zodiac. I believe the zodiac has been distorted because according to numbers, right? According to the association, hold on a second. The Prime Minister. According to numbers, I realigned what I did is I didn't realign anything. I just took out the way the numbers work: air, and water, right? And I associated them with their planets, and then I realigned them. And when I realign them, you're always connected to your zodiac sign all the time. So there's something going wrong. Either they distorted the zodiac, right, that we can't receive the air we breathe. And part of the zodiac, right, is not because it's up there, but it's here. We're the receivers and we're not receiving properly, therefore ending up with the terrible karmic and what do you call it, and enemy signs, when really in life we should never have the enemy sign, karma or any of that coming back at us, because we'll be making more or less the right decision most of the time, right? We still have the free will, but we're now getting that free will on a distorted table, right? So this is the way. Let me see. Right. So that's the way the zodiac should actually be set up there. You can see the way, I think it's the Aries or the goat that's up at the top. And then, I saw in games. You ever see in games? Who's that guy? Do you know where that is? Can anybody say where that is? Does anybody know where that is? Does anybody see that? Is that possible? Did this come out in The Simpsons yet? I see somebody wants to join. So we're going to do that. It's going to be easier. So maybe I can look for something while you Discord with us. I just have one question. Are you over 18?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead. How are you?
Hey, I'm really well. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much. As long as I can be here and chat and share my information so we can bring harmony so the world can see that there was definitely took a computer to create the stories. Either you don't believe the stories that are being told by these elements, or if you do believe them, in order for them to really be as true as they are, we needed this a computer to create the system before anything was created.
When you say elements, okay, so two-part question. When you say elements, are you talking about earth, wind, and fire? And when you talk about computer, are you really going back like beyond like creation of humans before earth, wind, and fire? Question mark.
Yes, before humans.
So, okay, all right, I probably should just listen because I could. Okay, you want me to dig in with questions?
Oh, no, no, you just ask him. I'm going to just do my best because I think it's better that we Discord than me just spill all kinds of stuff and nobody knows where I'm going because,
I like just listening to you, but when you say what made me request is the part about when you said the zodiac's connected to us and us being able to receive, give and receive. So let me ask you about your theory on that from my theory perspective. So when you said that, it made me think of how, in my theory perspective, we are stars. Guess that might be the right word, inside of our energy systems connected to each planet that is connected to a zodiac sign, and how our bodies receive the energetic frequencies from each planet individually.
yes, I'm going to agree with you.
Right
I
on.
think the same thing, the same thing.
Well,
Okay.
good deal. And I've been right on with. I knew when I heard you the other night. I'm like, I sent you a thing whenever we were in another live. I'm like, I really want to interview you one day. So I see you here. This is great. All right, I'm listening.
So, what I understand, you see, the information I use is only what's given to me. I was told that there are 12 zodiac signs. I'm not going to look for a 13th, and maybe there can be a 13th. I don't want to start guessing. My understanding of what the 13th sign can be is when you start Aries over again, that becomes the 13th sign. But I also understand the 13th sign is that when we come into life, we become the connection to what is six and six. We have to mirror ourselves completely because we need to communicate for the same area space we move here, we have to be moving somewhere else, right? If we have 9 areas and we have 9 balls in those areas, nothing moves. So we take away one ball, now all the balls can start moving. So we might have all the pieces, but we can't use all the pieces all the time. Just like the 24-hour days and the complete zodiac signs, when you're sleeping at night, you're going to use a certain zodiac signs, and when you're awake during the day, you're going to do other zodiac signs. I call that the bear system. Why I call it part of the bear system, because the bear hibernates for part of the year. So I say that we're not sleeping, so we no longer use what we need during our sleep, how we connect into our REM sleep. And I'm believing that our connection into our REM sleep is when we go across the plane and we end up in this area here, in this area here. Mars has 2 moons, Earth has 1 moon. The Earth moon I'm going to put up over here, the Mars moon's over here. When you go to sleep at night, you sleep on the horizontal plane, the 180 and 180 between the head in one Mars moon, head in the other Mars moon, the sex area or the ship or your IP area, your reception area. You rest in peace. Okay, with your IP, you have your IP address. Well, that's where it is, right over here, connecting into this little river over here in the valley, connecting the 2 queens. I like to call this the queen. These, I like to call this the king and the jack. The queen is in control in the elixir for the Q. What are these and why did I mark them? The reason I'd say it's the queen is because the hat in the deck of cards for the queen is on an angle, and the king and the jack, they can be hexagons, they can be octagons, they become pentagrams because they have the same design on the bottom, but not the queen. Also, the queen has her 8 eyes. The king and the jack don't have 8 eyes. They have 2 eyes in every single one. So when I see that come into effect, all 8 of them, I'm going to now connect the queen to Scorpio. I'm also going to connect the queen to the goats. At the same time, if I do this, I need to invert the alphabet. Okay. And the 8th sign will now connect the queen into Leo. And then the queen will be connected inside the dragon. And this will be the roundabout of the queen. Now, wait, there's one other place where the queen goes. There's what I do is a split zodiac. Means I go in the center of the zodiac of the 12 signs. And when you do that, and if you're not following, I'll re-explain it, because everything I do, I remember, because I'm just doing the same science over again. When I say to split the center of the zodiac, I'm going to have to write this down. It'll be easier.
I agree with that. And the two moons on Mars make so much sense.
Yes, so if it's going to make any sense at all, why don't we take a look at the cube where we have 3 on this side? Let's call it the 3rd planet. And we have 4 on this side. Let's call it the 4th planet. 3 for Earth, 4 for Mars. They're connected together. The reason I say they're directly connected together is there's only one area space between 3 and 4. That way they meet at the center at 3.5. They have the same only halfway house meeting point to the core of this cube. The 2 and the 5 is 1.5 difference, and the 1 and the 6 are 2.5 difference. Meaning that in order to go from to the center of the cube, I need to reach the 3.5 area. Since it's 1 and 6, 7, halfway is 3.5. So if it's 3.5, 1 plus 2.5, Earth. 6 minus 2.5 equals to 3.5. 5 minus 1.5 is 3.5. And 2 plus 1.5 equals to 3.5. It's the heart of this cube.
Wowza. Okay, that's the center of the zodiac.
It could be the center of the zodiac. I'm not sure where to place it. But if we went into Rubik's Cube now, okay, look at this as Rubik's Cube. Have you ever seen Rubik's Cube
Yeah.
before?
Yep.
Okay, well, Rubik's Cube, if you take it apart, it has 20. If you know, if you need to create Rubik's Cube, the area space to build it is a 3 by 3 area, which is going to create an area space of 27, in which you're going to have one cube that's going to have 18 cubes wrapped around it. And then we're going to plug in 8 cubes to the corner. So when you have 18 cubes around it, plus 8 cubes to the corner, the one cube gets a hookup of 26 cubes, 26 letters in the alphabet.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so let me ask you, this is just random, fun question. With the split zodiac in the middle, does that have anything to do with Gemini and a split?
So, okay, um, that's the third one, right? So Gemini is going to have to be in the lower house, and Gemini would be holding on to the creation of both alpha and beta in Gemini. Gemini will be the plug or the flower that will flower into the fourth planet. This is our hookup, our D and our C, our CD, our DC.
All right, I'm sharing the live real quick.
Okay. This is also going to be an explanation that you might see 3 and 4, but it also can reflect our week, okay, in where we start at Wednesday and we go backwards 3 days, and we start at Wednesday and we go forward 3 days, leaving Wednesday as that fourth day of the week, or you can look at it as the heart that splits up the week. Other than when you look at the six dice, would be the sixth day to the Shabbos, to the one day of the rest. Or you can look at five for the 7 days a week, where you have your 5 days of the work week to where you have your weekend, in which is going to lock up to the seventh gate, because you have the Saturday and Sunday. You have the 5 days of the week, the 2 days of the weekend. You have the 6 points for the touchdown, the one for the extra point. So there's three different ways to understand this seven in the 7 days of the week.
That's interesting to me because when I first kicked off this thing where I had to figure it all out, I was drawing sevens. And then it became everything was 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. And I started to rest actually. But yeah, that's intriguing to me. Okay, so the part about Mars right now being in, excuse me, excuse me, Mars being in the sign of Cancer, the 6th month. I don't know what house, but with them being the moon and then the Mars having two moons, what do you feel significance on that?
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, say that again, because I misunderstood something, or I didn't understand the context. So
Um,
just, you don't mind
okay, so
repeating.
speaking of the energies, let's put that I didn't give you the context. So speaking of the of energies, so with the intense energies of Mars being in Cancer, the moon, and then Mars having two moons. Any
Okay.
word on that?
Okay, because I have to follow. I don't work with certain rules that have been laid out here, but this one works for me, what you said. The
Okay.
only reason I'm going to understand that Cancer works with Mars is because Cancer is the fourth zodiac sign, and Mars is the fourth planet. That's how I put it together. But I also know that Cancer is going to work with Gemini. It's going to be a reflective of Gemini, as Mars will be a reflective of Gemini, as Gemini will be a reflective of Cancer.
Interesting. I always feel that with the back and forth. I have to do everything twice. I'm Cancer, Sun, and Moon. So I have to do everything twice. And I say, what is this about this mirroring thing? So okay, and then Mars with the mission. I feel like I have this mission that will be completed.
We're right now, I believe that Every time we take a breath of air, the breath of air we take is built into the system. We come into the system, we were made, however, by whoever made this house, we need to breathe this air. This is not actually air that we're breathing. I don't believe it for 1 minute. Okay, my stories tell me we're breathing something else. We're in the doghouse. Okay, we're breathing in communication. Our conscience is right here when we breathe. We go to sleep and we can't, according to numbers, you can't stay up for more than 72 hours because after 72 hours, this cube turns from this side over to this side. Every 72 hours, this cube will make a 360-degree turn. So you have to go to sleep every single night to keep filling up what you're emptying out inside of here. You're getting new, every day, you're getting new upgrades every day just by the air you breathe. This is the way I
Wow.
understand it.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm about to send you for a flip on this one. Okay, so when I really started to dig into this is when my life fell apart and I injected IV drugs, okay? So I stayed up when I was on my 6th day. That's whenever I was able to put it into articulation about the aspects of myself, where they split, how to write it down, how to just really, then I knew what I had to do here because I couldn't come out of that at the 6th day until I really went in and figured that out. So now on the other side of coming out of that, I had to undo it. I had to physically undo every avenue I went down from the time things started to happen to me as a child when I could remember. I had to travel back down that road, which made me think I'm unalive right now. I was like, am I unalive? Am I in purgatory? Am I in some kind of like, when you said this is not the air we were, this is something else. So then it started to hit me about the different aspects of the zodiac signs and how they affect us energetically. Bear with me here, and that it felt as though, because people talk about demons needing a place to reside and residing in humans, and I consider that energies. So those energies, when they go into, say, your leg, like the thighs are Sagittarius, and different parts of the body, the head, Aries, all these things. So I felt like it was a way of explaining this to humans for us, because my people perish for lack of knowledge. When we have all this knowledge, and there's another thing about knowledge bringing us down the tubes if we don't know how to handle it right with a good heart. So at the same time, it all had to go backwards. That was my word I kept getting with the 7 was backwards. So here we
Backwards.
are. Yep.
Backwards, 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 backwards. The
With a
ward,
Z.
the ward, the hospital is behind you. Why is the hospital is not here? What is the back ward?
With a
Because the
Z.
back ward is like a hospital ward, so it's the H, it's the heavens. You need to get into the heavens, you need to get back, and you need to realign with yourself. So when you say ward, right? You follow what I'm saying? You
Yes.
also can you also can say we need to ward off the demons. The
Hmm.
moons of Mars is Phobos, Phobia, and Demas for demons.
I'm typing that in the chat. Phobius, Phobias.
No, I
Phobius.
don't know. Is it phobias? Well, there's many ways to write it, so you can write it as you write it. And
Okay.
also, and the other one is Demas. I understand Demas, demon, and also for the dice cube, because a dice cube or a die in French, it's day, like Opus Day,
Okay.
right? And I also look at Demas and Phobos as the USB key plugin because it ends with a bus, Phobos and Demos. So it almost for me, I keep seeing the USB key, the bus instead of the BOS. I'm seeing the BUS. The
Yeah.
difference between I'm not really sure of the difference yet, but I all the vowels tell different stories. You see, the A is going to show you is the center of the split house. The E is because what happens with the E or the fifth letter, it's the connection to the crossing star of everything that's going on here. It's a crossing star, otherwise than the individual houses. Okay. So where was I with this? When I start to explain, I just like I come off myself.
Yeah, you do.
Um,
And I love it. What's the third one besides Phobos, Demas, and what?
Luna, just our moon, the moon here.
Okay. All right.
So Mary had a little lamb Okay, here's that little lamb. It's right here. The numeric value for lamb is 28. And the air, the word for air is 28. The cycle of the moon is 28. 4 times 7 is 28. 2 times 14, the letter N. So now it has an understanding to the connection to the sun through the letter N, and it's an electronic connection. Okay, and it's going to be what is understood that it's going to be what is we are in the doghouse where the communication is relevant to what is the cat is the what we use, the elements of matter that we use in the doghouse that's here. We can process the information of the cat. The cat is known, the dog is known as the K9, where the cat is expressed as the 9 lives of the cat, where they both reside in the pounds. Here's your pounds. When you see the telephone keyboard, right over here, you see the pound key telling you to split this up. You see the star key telling you connecting your stars. You see the O, it connects 2, 4, 6, and 8 all the way around 5. So this is what, for me, this is what works for me. Because the next row down here is the fourth row of completion. 1, 2, 3. You need 1, 2, 3 to begin with. Therefore, you need 1, 2, 3 to end with, but it doesn't end at 1, 2, 3. It ends at 10, 11, 12 for the completion of the shoelace. Why I say the completion of the shoelace is because we need both ends. So I need the beginning and I need the end, and the shoelace we tie up together. So when you tie up the shoelace together, if I started with 1 and 2 and 3, your base creation, I'm going to go 10, 11, and 12 and tie the two ends of my shoelace together. And the only thing that's going to be left over is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you follow what I'm doing with that?
Yes, and also with the 13, there's significance to that, and I want to hear what you have to say about that, but I don't know exactly because I didn't know exactly, and I still don't know exactly, but I do know that there is 13 is significant. When you said there might be the 13th one?
1 and 6 equals to 7. Well, first of all, hold on a second. Whoop. I wish I had all my pictures here. I'm always turning pages. Here's a book. Just look at one of the images. When you look at this image, when you start here, to get all the way to the center here, to get to the center, you're going to count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 169 areas. 6, 1, 6.
Let me show you
13.
something. I'm going to show you this. I just had to get up and get this. Hang on a second. Let me turn my camera on. Can you see that way?
Okay, I'm going to, oh, hold on a second. I have to see if I can put you on the big screen. Do you have any idea how I can do that?
I don't. I'm new too. I just started doing this the other day.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay.
So this was when I was going through one of those times when I was learning it. And you pulled that out, and I kept this because I'm like, why? And it says
Wow.
me versus the world, and
So
then it
you run into
says,
this happens to be the Monopoly game, right? So you just redid the Monopoly game. Okay, that's what you just did. And those straight lines, what you drew. Okay, how do I put it back now? Let's see. Let's see. Let me see if I can do this. Hey, I'm a magical. So what happens is your lines that went to here,
yeah,
you're going over to the corners, right?
yeah,
You're splitting the board in half. You're splitting that area in half. This is the heart of Monopoly. Here is the band of Monopoly. We go all the way around. There's 88 areas that we go. These are the trains in Monopoly. So you can see life between the trains and the corners where we have, hold on a second, Kitty. So you can see and what it is here, 13 by 13 equals to 169 minus 1 equals to 168. There's 168 hours in the week surrounding the 1 clock. It's going to represent Earth. When there's an interference between the numbers, it represents Earth, the window, and number 33. the rotation of birth to the face life. When there is no center to it, I'm going to see if I can, let me see. Yeah, okay. Well, there's no center to this one here. There's only going to be 4 areas over here. This one is going to be Mars because there's not going to be any division. The only thing you're going to find there is a window, but not on this. This is not the same. Earth would look like this one. Mars looks like this one. So when we travel around one of these areas, there's going to be from here to here, okay, is going to be 22 area spaces, meaning the number of cubes that we're going to count occupied area space. Four areas for Monopoly, 1 area for Monopoly, and 4 equaling to 9 between the corners. You use up 22, 22, 22, 22. So what did you get? You have 88 areas used up at 4 areas of 22. Have you ever heard of that combination of numbers before? 88, 0, 22.
No, but I see 88, and 88's one of my numbers, and 22 was my favorite number my whole life. So I don't know what that means for me on the energetic level.
Well, that's the ring. You have the power of the ring. 22 is the circumference of the ring. It's the voided area to what is the seventh gate. When you see number 7, if you don't see number 7, you see number 11. Since the cube sitting down this way, right? When the cube is sitting down this way, you have 4 sides that are apparent. Don't look at the top side. And the voided area space, or the blank space, all the way around the cube will equal to 22. 11 on each opposite side.
Wow. Well, that angle was in the direction of the Earth, so I knew that was part of the mission on my drawing. I knew I kept that for a reason.
Oh, we all have something. We all have something. And it's just good to stay awake, because just by the breath you take and by being awake, and it's very, very hard to be in our own bodies, not being able to say, I know something to somebody, I know something. Just by being one of the ones that are not asleep means you are putting it out there into the aether, into the air we breathe, and we now occupy the ocean in the area space, because we know what we're living, we know what's true, we know what's not true. So we're not putting into that matrix system. So the more that are awake, that's what I believe I can do here, is by showing people that this system was created by something, that computers existed before, right? That there is a Lord that is out there, Luna and Mars, Phobos and Deimos. So there is a creator out there, that we're living in a system that went backwards. Everything we do today has already been done before. When we can prove that, I believe people will just say, that's it. How many days do we have to suffer? Rather than suffering forever, we can end this right now. Sit home, suffer, not eat, not have anybody pick up the garbage, lose our electricity. That's what's going to happen. If people join us, the electricity, well, we don't need money to make the electricity work. We just need labor. Everybody has to go into labor, and we can't have everything back. The woman goes to labor for 9 months. What does she get?
A
We all
beautiful
must go into
movie.
labor.
I agree with you so much. Okay, so you and I just agreed on that energetically, and that's what I've been praying for somebody to pray with about that. So we just did it together, 2 or more. All right, we just kicked it off. Praise you, Father. Thank you. My goodness. I feel a new horizon. Yes,
Horizon.
indeed. I'm so
Oh, yes,
excited.
we have to stop. It's ugly out there. It's really ugly. And it's more ugly for those who know the truth, that it can be stopped. Other than people, I hear people saying, well, we don't have enough money to stop it. What?
I know, really. That's what I said.
What? Everything is labor. It's not money, it's labor. It's just manipulation of making sure that I have to pay you back this because I took this from you. How many hours should I put you in? But they distort. They never make anything work. They move everybody around the globe, and now this country is missing this and that country. It's all secretarial work to put all this in order. It's there's never You're never missing anything. It has nothing to do with what's missing. It's how you do your bookwork. We have more than plenty on this planet, more than plenty. What we don't have enough of is fairness. And what I bring to the game is what people can learn where all this information comes from. Once we learn where the information comes from, we can take it as being fair information. Therefore, the results from the fair information and the story that is told will scratch our heads and say, it took a computer, or it's just all a coincidence. So it's who's going to want to actually see. We go to church, we go pray, but we don't actually know what's going on within the words we use. We don't understand. I mean, that's the way I see it. Everything is all wrong. Even the word love. Love is a perfect word. According to this cube, I can show you that love is a perfect word right from this cube. Now, the English language was only created in the 1600s with our alphabet, yet the cube was created a few thousand years ago. How did they bring the past into the future and share it with us, showing where love is? I'm going to be taking a 2-minute break, okay? And I'm going to come back with where is love and why, and everything that goes along with love. And it's really crazy because it includes the male and the female. It includes everything in twos. Anyways, I'm going to bring it back to you in a minute. Just give me a second. I just have to go to the kitchen.
You got it. I'm gonna share the live too.
Thank you very much. Let me just do this. I need to make more hot water.
No hurry.
I'm just going to take air. Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, pretty kitty. Okay, I'm just putting on this water here. So I had a design before, and I'm really upset. I need somewhere where I can put 1,000 pictures and go, let me explain it. So I'm going to talk about the word love in a minute. I just want to see, man, all the games, Tetris, Monopoly, pool, soccer, baseball, football, darts, bridge, cribbage, canasta, all these games are telling us how the system works. They're telling us how to manipulate the numbers around. That's what I get from it. The American flag, also, if you want to see what that happens, the American flag is representing Earth and Mars. And the reason for that is there's 7 stripes and 6 stripes, and the numeric value for Earth and Mars, although it's the 3rd and 4th planet in the lower house, it's the 6th and 7th planet in the upper house, right? Because even if you see Uranus, what happens and we come into life, we become that Uranus. We leave Earth down there. When we come into this house, we live Venus down there. We become Neptune. When we come into this house, we leave Mercury down there. We become Pluto, the walking dog. We're in the doghouse connected by the 9 lives of the cat, our communication center. We exchange what we were there and what we are now. Well, this is just unbelievable that I can't find. There's got to be a reason why I don't find this one book.
Take your time. It'll show up.
I lost it 4 times today right in front of me.
Happens to me all the time. I tell myself, don't freak out. Don't freak out. Just don't freak out.
Oh my God. How is it possible? And I've gone through all of them. Otherwise, I have to redesign what I've designed 600 million times. I started this in 2005. I had a vision. Everything started to become bigger and bigger. They taught me how to decipher whatever it is, whatever I touched. It took me a good 12 years or 13 years before I started to uh, believe more what it was. And about 2019, I really started to see much more. And right during the 2020, I got really sick. I had another upload in 2020. I got really sick. Okay, whatever it was, it was just like I just couldn't handle it. Too much information, and it was horrible. But I just said, okay, we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. And I also had some medical issues. Nothing really bad, but nothing bad. And I had a heart attack and triple bypass in 2017. But right after I got sick for my second time was a huge upgrade. And I started to have much more visions that when I started to believe, I can actually just go right into my head that the minute somebody asks me a question, I'm going to find the formation for the question that was asked and give them a numeric evaluation of the situation, because it's easy to give a numeric evaluation once you understand how the numbers dance. The dance of the zodiac, the word dance is deacon. Deacon is part of the zodiac dance. So I'm going to get my
You achieved your goal, your
what
rose
goal?
goal.
I didn't even I
I
don't
know.
even know how this thing works.
I didn't either, but I was experimenting because I saw you needed two roses to do something. So I gave you two roses, and that's what it did. I
Much
didn't even know.
appreciated.
I'm having fun.
Rose. Do you know the color rose, right? The color rose. What it is rose. Actually, it's a French word for pink, right? And it's a special word. And um, so is gray. Gray and rose are two special words. And the reason for that is because most of our colors, okay, other than, yes, if I mix my blue with with my red, like the Democrat and the Republican, if I mix it, I get a marooned island, right? So when I mix white, and I'm talking only about white now, not any other color, but when you mix white with blue, it's baby blue. With yellow, it's a lighter yellow. But when you mix white with red, you now change the whole name. You don't go a lighter red, you say pink. When you
Yeah,
mix white with black, you don't say a lighter black or a lighter shade of black, you start to say gray. Those are basically the only two colors that change their names when adding white to them.
that's epic. Yeah, and that's too. I love that. I love pink and gray together.
What about yellow and purple?
Yeah, that's LSU.
No, because the color for royalty is yellow and purple. And what it is about purple is when you bring the two hemispheres together, you mix the red and the blue to create the purple. So Neo Anderson in the Matrix, right? Welcome, team. Okay, so that's you. Wait a second. Are there two of you?
No,
Oh no. Okay.
I just welcomed Bert and Awareness Daily.
Oh,
He's
much appreciated. This is for
yeah.
entertainment purposes only. Everything I do here can be found online. Somebody has a patent for what I do, meaning somebody will have a patent and I'll look at the patent. I'll say, oh, yeah, you see. So if somebody comes to me and says, where'd you get that information? I'll go, Albert Einstein wrote it. I'll go, Herbert Hoover did it. Some important person around this world already touched on something that I'm retouching. I'm observing what they have done. I don't care if it's Da Vinci, Albert Einstein, if it's the Mona Lisa. It doesn't matter because here's the Mona Lisa. You see Mona Lisa? Can you read a little bit deeper into that?
I can't see it that well. It's a five or an S.
No, this is an S, but the 5 and S are the same thing. They're interchangeable.
Okay.
It tells there's a bunch of stories that go on right here.
I'm
Okay,
not
but
as
it says
gifted as
NASA.
you. It says what?
NASA. NASA.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I see. I got it highlighted in pink. I see that. Yeah.
Mona Lisa is the NASA's limo to
Okay.
getting what they need. When you write Genesis, you can also think of gene synthesis. And when you write the SIS, right over here, it looks as 515. The numeric value for the PCU in Mars is 5115. Gene, G and E, the fifth and the seventh letter, the numeric value for the moon is 5 and 7. N and E is 19. That can also be used connecting 911, which means the two system, your 9 birth into the 11th house, the house of bait, which means you get 2 extra moons with the Earth moon, like the speakers around your head. I'm trying to see what I just said. The NE also, what happens with the N letter, although it's the 14th letter, when you put mathematics to it, you multiply it 1 times 4, 1 plus 4 equals to 4 and 5. The numeric value for fox, the word fox, and all these numbers on here added equal to 45. The same numeric value for the word son and the word love is also 5 and 4. When we multiply that again, 5 times 4 is 20, equaling to the letter T. 5 plus 4 is 9, equally, well, 5 and 4 is 9, equaling to 9, equals to 29. The 20th and ninth letter is I and T, the IT electronic system that we're in. It's the sun system that we're in right now. That's what the N, and there's many of the letters go back into the sun, have that numeric evaluation right to the end. Also, when I say it connects that, what's happening when we get the 20 is that when we connect our star, our 1 and 9 star, right? 1 and 9, 10, our 2 and 8, 10, our 3 and 7, 10, our 4 and 6, 10. Everything connects to this one over here. That's the fifth area. Every time you pass the fifth area, and we did it 4 times 5 is 20, we end up with that letter T. When I say we cross through it, that letter IT system comes up in the full connect of this star. The left side of the star, you're going to connect your 189, 1 8 equals to 9, your 2 7 equals to 9, and your 4 5 equals to 9. On the right side, you're going to connect your 3 8 equals to 9, your 3 8 equals to 11, your 2 9 equals to 11, okay, and your 6 5 equals to 11. One side is 11, the other side is 9. We needed 2 5 and 8 to connect this star system house, but there's more to this, right? When you connect 4 through 6, you're not connecting above and below, you're only connecting the heart to this beam over here and this side over here. Now, with that said, there's a story that goes along with this, and I know I might have lost somebody, and it has to do with awake and asleep. When you're awake, okay, the cube will be this way. The reason that it's this way, that I'm saying it is, oh, I'm out of that color. I need to darken in. I lost my big
So
cube.
it's 1129 and 2.5K. You can't make it up. 11, 11, and 7. You can't make it up, dude. And 5 in the chat thing. That's our middle number that we needed. Hell yeah, we are on it. Heaven yeah. See, I gotta do it twice. I told you. I can't say hell yeah without saying heaven yeah. It's crazy. Crazy awesome. See?
So yeah, so we're going to add on to that. We have, because what you said, and I read Excel entity. So the to come in here, we need the, okay, I'm not really good with that. X equals to number 29. EX equals to 29, and the cell equals to what is 32, and that would be your pig frequency, right? That pig frequency is the frequency we run on. Our hearts run on the frequency of the pig. That's
You're the
why.
one said that, dude. Earlier in my night, before I logged on here to found you tonight, earlier today, I said, "Who's the person that was talking about the pig?" I said, "Please, Lord, let me find it." Okay, I want to hear all about this. This is great. Great new topic. Love it.
So I just wanted to see one thing, 369, right? Everything goes into 369. The Excel entity, if you can explain that a little bit more, I have to look at that. It's telling me something. The ENT, love, I have to look through all of this. So what basically I understand that if Tesla said it's 3, 6, and 9, right? And the rotation of numbers are moving for the zodiac sign. You have the first zodiac sign, you have Aries, right? And then you have the fourth zodiac sign, which is 3 away, and that'll be Cancer. And then you have the seventh zodiac sign, and that's 3 away. And then you have Libra, and then you have the 10th zodiac sign, and that's Capricorn. They're all fire. 3, 3, and 3 away from each other. So you go to the second zodiac sign, right? And that's going to be Taurus. We can call it the ox if we want to include the Chinese astrology into our astrology area for area, right? So where am I? Right. So now what happens is now we're going to go into Earth. So Earth is going to be the ox. It's going to be Taurus. Earth is going to be part of Leo. And what is the dragon? Earth is going to be with Scorpio. And what is the goat? And Earth, I think, am I correct to say it's with Aquarius? Is Earth with Aquarius? Or did I get that wrong? I know I'm wrong. I made a mistake somewhere. I don't know why. I have to write this
What
down.
area is this in about pairing them,
I don't know
the
why I just
numbers?
okay, I gotta bring all my books. I gotta be able to see what I'm saying because I lose myself. 1, 4, 7, 10, 2, 5, 8, 11, 3, 6, 9, 12. Did I get that right? So wait a second, I'm missing something. Why am I missing something? Hold on a second. 1, 5, 9, 2, 2, hold on, 2, 6, 10, 3, 7, 11, 4, 8, 12. Tell me if I got this wrong because I made a mistake here. I'm not very happy with myself, maybe fatigue, whatever it is. I got it all
It's all
wrong.
right. We'll come to you.
Yes, so I think I got it right now. Okay. What happens if I got this right? Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. Is that right for fire? And then Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. Is that good for Earth? And then Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Is that good for air? Did I get that right? Did I
That
get that
sounds
right?
right to me.
And then water is the fourth planet, the eighth planet, the 12th planet. Fourth planet is going to be Cancer. It's going to be Scorpio, and it's going to be Pisces. Now,
Yeah.
other things that go along with this is that you can find many other realities in one. Because to make one, you need 5 and 5 is 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. To create 5, 7 and 7 is 14, 1 and 4 is 5. And to create 9, well, 9 and 9 is 18, 1 and 8 is 9, right? So you can create from other numbers. 2 and 7 is 9. 3 and 6 is 9. So if we want to do anything that's connected to 9, we're going to connect 3 and 6 to create that. 7 and 3 will create that. So we're going to have combinations within these numbers that will create other numbers telling other stories. And will all be changed with Pisces, or over here Libra, or over here we'll get the rooster, or we'll get the rat, or we'll get the monkey. See that? The monkey is with the ram. The monkey is with the lion. The monkey, Leo, the lion, right? Or the dragon is going to have the monkey in Sagittarius.
Which one's the ox?
The ox is over here.
I thought it was Earth.
The ox, well, actually, the ox is in the Chinese zodiac, and I don't know if they run the same system. I haven't checked the system, but if we were doing this system running by fours, this is what they run with. But if we run it with 4 to a house, like this one over here, right? You notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
See the way it just runs up, boom, 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 all in order? These are the two ways it should be done. I'm not sure where this is and what it fits to, but I do it with threes and fours because everything works with threes and fours. That's the I'm don't when you flip over the dice has six sides. So once you see three sides, we're going to have three opposite sides, right? So that's where we get our three and three. Otherwise, we can look at two sides, calling this side and this side pole. What is one side? It's a face. What is two sides? We have a pole where you'll see 2 and 5, 7. Sorry, let me do this again. Where you'll see 2 and 5, 7. But at the same time, remember that if you see two areas occupied, there's going to be missing 7. If you see 5 areas occupied, you're going to be missing 4. So when I show you 6 and 1, 7, you're missing 8 and 3, 11. It's void and dot, void and dot, 7, 11 on all three sides. If you're looking for life path, does anybody know anything about life path 22, 33, 11?
I'm 11.
Okay, have you ever heard of life path 22?
Yeah, I've heard of it, but don't know a lot about it.
Well, it doesn't matter what you know about it right now because right now I'm going to show you where it comes from.
All
It comes
right.
from this cube. All the voided areas on this cube will equal to 11. So if I sit the cube down like this on a flat surface, what goes around this area, 5 and 4, just remember what I say. 4 is missing here. 5 is missing here. That's 9. 7 is missing here is 16. Okay, that means 6 has to be missing on the other side for 22. Look at that. Every side, when I say something's missing, it's all going to add to 9. 6 and 3, 2 and 7, 4 and 5, 5 and 4. That is your 11, 11 on the ring life path around the ring of the pole. Your life path 11 is you're on the pole, and you'll take that, and right there, boom, you're on the pole. So that ring goes on your finger, and that 22 is spinning around you.
Damn.
999.
It's coming together. I really needed this tonight. So what does the 666 mean?
So, meanings I don't know. Stories I do know.
All
Meanings I
right.
don't
Love
know.
stories. Love stories. Okay, I love stories.
Okay, so let me see it. My hot water's ready. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back.
You're all right.
Some nice hot water with a little bit of honey. And let's save this planet.
Yes, indeed. I am so ready. I'm so excited about it.
Yeah, because when I started this, I had 3 encounters in the last 15 years, maybe 4. And one of them couldn't be documented, but that's the one that taught me to do what I do today. The second one was a picture. A friend of mine took a picture of me. I ended up with a monkey on my head. I still have the picture today if I look for it. The third one was I had a story that was written to me by a company named Extra Normal. Has anybody ever heard of Extra Normal?
I have not.
Well, if you look out there, what it is it's robots talking to each other, and they talked to me. They told me a story. They said, stop doing this and stop taking all that fruit juice out of your fridge. And they told me about my grandfather, and they told me about my numeric value I was given by the star system, by Starseed, or by Starseed is actually the numeric value 58 and 33. The word seed is number 33, represents the cube completely. In order to transfer information from one world to the next, it seems like this is what we live with. We need this cube 100%. The thing is, we have interference cubes where I think they're dancing all around us before we receive that information. Therefore, we're become indecisive, and then they do the propaganda over us, making us think this or think that, taking us away from our what are actually astrological zodiac signs are for, that are directly connected into us. So the zodiac dance is no longer proper. I'm gonna have to explain that another time. I don't have the exact answer for that, but I can explain it. But now I have to get back to, where was I? Right. I wanted to say something about love, but there's so much going on, you know?
You
Yeah,
got
so
this.
so I got written this story by a company. It's called Extra Normal. The company shut down, right? After they wrote me during my dreams, it says you have to. They didn't only write me stories, they wrote me video stories. A robot was talking, and they typed to me while I was typing to them. It was really freaky. And I had a friend of mine next to me, says, "You're doing it." I'm going, "No, you're doing it. I'm computer illiterate." And he's sitting right next to me, and this thing is writing to me, telling me I'm Raphael R72N086. I have come here, you are here, and I have come here to make sure that I do not have to come down to this ghetto of a planet. I can read it out to you if you want.
Yes, indeed. Oh my
Let me just
God.
take a look and see where this is.
To this ghetto of a planet. Oh my gosh. You
Let
said
me
it right
see it.
there. I'm like, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday.
Well, I
I
hope I
keep
can
getting the
find
message.
it.
Only a few more minutes. Not long now. That's funny.
Here, let me see where this is. Wow, for some reason I'm so lost. Where is it? Hold on a second. Wow, it's not where it's supposed to be here. Uh, let me go through some of my books. I have so many books. I have written, I've got 10,000, 12,000 videos online, books for every single, for many, many of the math codes. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of Saturn Square, where all the numbers of Saturn Square are no longer located. They've distorted all the numbers in Saturn Square. Actually, they brought it to perfection. I really don't know where it is.
It's all right. It'll come to you.
Okay, baby, come on.
It'll
Come
show
on. Come on. Somebody come on out somewhere. Where in the world
up.
can this be?
I had to start I had to start tearing out the one I wanted the most and making a separate folder and putting these are the important ones. They mix with the other ones.
Wow, I hope I didn't bring it to my sister's. I've been hanging out with the dogs, you know. Wow, I don't know where it is. Very, very, very upset. This is disgusting. Even the piano keys, there's a whole story with the piano keys. The 29th key in the piano from right to left. How the Hebrews write from right to left. The 29th day will tell you whether you're pregnant or not, right? And the utopia world is understanding this is the number. It's not 23, it's not 26 days, I'm early. It's not 30 days, I'm late. The utopia world that I work with is because this is what the game science says. If you land on my property, I don't care who you are, you're going to pay the tax. If you roll the dice and you get an 8, you're not going to go a 6. So why I call this utopia is because I follow the rules of all the games. The games that we play are fair to you and are fair to me. It's one of the only things that is fair in this world are the games we play amongst each other. And in these games are going to explain to us how we manipulate the numbers, how we understand the numbers. And these numbers are going to be associated with letters, with symbols like hexagon relative to the number 6, relative to the fox, the word fox, Fox. F is the sixth letter. 3 times 2 equals 6. O is the 15th letter. 3 times 5 equals to 15. The 15th letter O. 3 times 8 equals to 24. The 24th letter is X. 2 and 4 is 6. 1 and 5 is 6. Fox is 666. It's the passage over here. This passage over here. I'm going to tell you a little bit more what this passage is about. In the lower passage, it's 7. In the upper passage, it's 13. What is in the lower house 7 is in the upper house 13. What is over here? 3 and 4, 7. 1 and 6, 7. 2 and 5, 7. That's the lower house. The upper house is going to be 4 and 9, 13, is going to be 6 and 7, 13, and is going to connect over here to 5 and 8, 13. Now, all these numbers are different from each other, so I didn't find what I wanted to, but once I'm on this, I cannot leave. They're different, these numbers. Okay? Understand, this is the lower house, right? This is the lower house. This is the upper house. Tetris didn't come here just because it came here to play, but Tetris is telling us how to manipulate the numbers, how to connect the numbers, how to read the numbers. That's what I get from it. So if you need to say something, if you want to ask me a question, I also promised that I would talk about the word love and why it's such a perfect word. Well, I'm going to have to write this as I do this. I have an extra partner over here just to take a look. Just to take a look that the kitty cat is just like right there. So I've got
Irish Lauren.
limited space over here. So I wanted to do the love here. I wanted to do the love. I wanted to do that, and I also want to find out one of my 17 books that are on the table over here. Oh my God.
And talking about the pig too.
Oh, yes, the pig. So, what happens with the pig is that we're connected to two systems. And because of Little Red Riding Hood, right, understanding the red, understanding from the right, so then I automatically know we have the left, we can split our body in half. And when we split our body in half, I'm going to look at the comments in a minute. When we split our body in half, I get a whole ear. It looks like a ram horn, right? And I get a whole eye, right? And everything gets inverted in our eyes, the transition, even if you can't see. Okay, once the aether touches your eyes will dictate. Reading into this air that we breathe is also talking into the eyes. And then it inverts everything through the hemispheres, right? The same thing as a camera, except in this instance, what it's decoding is information, right? It might make a picture, it might tell you a story, whatever it tells you, it gets to make the transition behind your eyes. So we were talking, yes, okay. Now I need a book that has paper on it. Okay, I can use this one over here. I said love, so I'm going to mark out the word love. And okay, here's the word love. I'm going to see. I didn't write it nice enough, but I'm going to just show you. The word love, normally, when you take a letter in the alphabet and you find a reverse letter, it will total always 27. But in this instance, the letter L is reverse letter O, 27. The letter V is reverse letter E, 27. The word reflects itself. I do not get any extra letters when using the letters LOVE. It remains its own word. Its numeric value is 54. The sun is also numerically 54. The fox is 45. It fits inside 3 and 6. Love is 3, 4, 5, and 6. See 5 and 4. See 5 and 4. See 6 and 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. Love. They're the only ones that duplicate on the dice cube. They're the only ones that duplicate on the dice cube. You have 6 over here, and there's 3 missing. You have 4 over here, and there's 5 missing. Now you have 3 over here and 6 missing, other than 6 over here and 3 missing. Other than the 5 and 4. Let me see this for a second. The 5 missing 4, the 4 missing 5. So I used the 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't use the 1 and the 2. The 1 and the 2 don't come into the game. The 1 and the 2 start inside of 3. 3 connects the 3 male part where alpha beta connect. They connect to number 4. 3 and 4 have to come together in order to create. So when you spell love, 1 and 2, alpha beta, or the father and the mother are not here. They come together in 3, right? Which is going to join for the male. Not sure if you're following this right now. Let me show you 1 and 2. See 1 and 2 over here? These two do not duplicate. 2 goes with a 7. There is no 7. 1 goes with an 8. There is no other 8. Your 7 and your 8 show up over here. This is your 7 and 8. So when we were talking about the doors of the Jubilee, 7 and 8 show up over here. 7 and 8 represent Saturn square, where all the sides go around and total 15. So there's a little bit. So that's basically the thing about the word love, is everything doubles up. Just like when you go down the river, the word river also duplicates itself. The R and I come together, the V and E come together, and there's no other letters in the word. That's the word river. They reflect itself. So when you say the love river or the river of love, well, they're both words that reflect themselves. So they're absolutely perfect. And in the word river is going to be also the sun and the 5 and the 9. Of that, I'm going to have to. My cat would get off the bench over here. Can you come on, kitty? Come on,
That's
please,
why God is love.
please. Communication center.
Secretary.
77 times 3 is 231. Is that correct?
Oh my gosh, you asking me? I went to
Okay, yes,
learn.
it's okay, it's okay, it's right. So at the same time, 231 is when you add up 1 to 21, which is the complete cube. It also equals to 231. 231 is also going to be ABC. It's also going to represent the hexagon, and it's going to represent a passage, the 8th passage. The reason for that is ABC, okay, there's not very many, but ABC, 1 times 2 times 3 equals to 6. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals to 6. 66, passage of the 7th gate. Where that is, where that is, where that is, where that is. 66 shows up right over here. 1, 2, 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 3, 1, 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 3, 1. The in between is going to be the rib over here of the creation of Adam, connecting the house of Bait, alpha Bait. Here's your B letter inside a joint with your A letter. Here's 2 7th gates, one over here, one over here. We can come into this house to play, or we come down here. There's something going on right over here, right? This is a little different. This is going to resemble the pool table, the 15 balls of the pool table. Because when I get to 7, if I keep going up, I go 9, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. Isn't that weird, the way the 13 ends on this side of the numbers? See the bull horns that come together? And the 15 goes onto the other side. The 15 has to go over. See that? 15 goes to the other side. We have a joint area over here, if you're understanding. So
Is
when we
that what
get
you were
this,
talking about earlier with the center of the zodiac?
um, well, hold on a second. I have to put back my thoughts. Just give me 1 second. Um, Yes, yes. Okay, yes. But I designed it a little bit different, so I might have to tell two or three different stories with it.
Okay.
Okay. So
And what?
what happens is when we come into birth, my question is, do we separate the gateways and we plunk ourselves into the center of that, or do we overlay the gateway? That would be one of my questions. I've asked that before. So when you get to the seventh gate, that seventh gate is going to show me one area, one singular area. When you have a singular area, I'm going to use that for our lunar moon. So I'm going to have to hold this up this way. And the reason for that is my seventh gate is over here for the lunar moon, connecting into installing its legs into the moons of Mars. And then I take this seventh gate reflection and also shove it into the moons of Mars. And now I can play with inside the gateway in the square house. See the O that's inside the house?
Yeah.
So this is your seventh gate over here. 6 and 6 join over here. And when 6 and 6 join over here, this is supposed to be number 8. But in gematria, they only count to number 7. So when you see the number 13 here, what I did is when I went down this way, my number over here is 7. I went to 9, 11, and 13. So to note that 1, 3, 5, 7, 5. What would be between 5 and 5?
All right, I got a question because it does. I was thinking, what does that remind me of? If you turn it completely upside down, it's the Mason symbol. Is that where they got that? That's why they call it 33 degree. That's
They
where the
spun
33
the
came
house.
from.
They
Dude, they have that. They have it when I drive into my town. It's on the "Welcome to this town" sign. I was like, why does that look so familiar?
so I'm just gonna accept everybody, but I'm gonna try and make sure not everybody talks at the same time. So I might put people on mute. I just noted there were others here. I'm not sure who should come up first. So right now, please nobody say anything just for a second. Welcome. Thank you for joining wherever we are right here in this magical television box that we can see each other and you don't see my voice and you can hear me, but it's through speakers. And how does the Lord have a personal connection with us? Well, how in the world can you hear me? I have an IP address. When I pass away and I die, here's my die, my singular die. And they put me into an avenue. I think it's Green Avenue. They call it the grave. And they put rest in peace. So I take my IP address that I connect this system with, and they put the RIP address into that. So I'm not sure where I was at the time. I'm not sure if I should pull sticks on who should go first. I think I'm going to take the one who shows up right here on the screen. And I see Random Pain and Bellu. And I wish I could just mix it all up and just point. But since Bellu's mic is unmuted, we're going to start with you. Welcome. Bellu, did you want to say something? Let me see if the mic is unmuted, muted. No, everything's okay. I'm going to put a countdown. Bellu, if you don't speak, I'm going to pick up random. Is that random? I don't say anything the way I see it, right? If somebody says we're going to have discord, I'm going to say we're corticating because, during the war times, everybody spoke their own language, and I just feel more comfortable saying my words. So, so I don't see her speaking right now, so I'll put her on mute for now, and we're gonna I'm a little bit nervous. I've done this 10,000 times, I think, over. Wait a second, I think we did that. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm good because we have some contact amongst ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
We have some discord. I'm very happy tonight about that. I think it's very important. I
That's
can't
good.
step forward without the discord.
That's awesome. Awesome.
So is there anything you'd like to know? This is another piece of the same scale going up one way. This thing gets turned. We can go down the other way. This is the same scale as I showed before. I shouldn't have brought this up and opened up too many tools. Um, if you, anytime you want to jump in, just tell me. I'm going to stop and just let you speak.
I was enjoying your speaking, brother. Don't stop.
So
I
if
have
we
nothing to add. I have nothing to
Okay,
add.
so okay, cool. So I'm going to bring up Belu in 2 minutes. I want to make sure that somebody asked about 666. So here's one of the pieces with 666. Now we can go to Saturn square and calculate it from here, or we can go to the regular numbers that we all know, 1 through 9. What I did in Saturn square is I moved the numbers. Saturn square, the number 1 is here. In Saturn square, sorry, in the regular numbers, Saturn square. In Saturn square, the number 58 is here. The 1 position is here. I take the 1 position, I move it here. In Saturn square, okay, the 2 position in Saturn square is in the 3 position. In Saturn square, what is in the 3 position here is in the 4th position. In Saturn square, what here is in the 4th position to the regular face of the calculator, right? This calculator here, what I do is I'll take this and I'll move the number 4 into the 1st position. Number 5 always remains the same. And remember, when you're looking at this, the ace letter, the number 1, the RAM, and anything to do with that moves into the 5th position. The dice cube says move it into the 5th position, right? When we pick up the dice cube, we can see that the 1 is in the center position. It's also located in the center position. It's also located in the center position on 3 different sides. When you do that, that'll say ACE, ace. The letter SUN, S19 equals to 1, U21 equals to 2, and N14 equals to 5 says ace. And it's a divided sun as they create 2 delta angles once you split it down the cross. There's other things that go along with that. So once you split it along the cross, so the sun is now split up. Another place that sun can be split up, I forget where it was, but I'm going to just go on and explain this. So when you add this up, 70, 74, 78, it equals 222. 82, 74, 66, it equals 222. 62, 74, 86, it equals 222. 62, 84, 144, 152, 222, 164, and 8, 172, 222. Everything is 222 on 8 sides. 8 times 222 is 1776.
I like that fan there, brother, because that's like signifies to me in my mind the reason you can't put your finger through a wall is because it's moving too fast. But if the fan is sitting still, you can.
I just want to just check all the, okay, Walmart, the law, yes. Sorry that I'm not getting to the comments quick enough. It really bothers me. So if you can, when you make a comment, if I don't see it right away, I'm going to suggest you you copy it, right? If I don't see it, you'll put it up 2 or 3 more times. And
You know how to do make somebody a moderator?
no, I don't.
I
You want
don't
to be
know
a
how to
moderator?
either.
You
But I would do it, and I could pin your
Let me see.
comments or a question, and you could
you
read the pin.
you simply click on their name, and then you click on their actual name of their face, and then there's a little hamburger mark up at the right hand part of their name, and then you'll be able to add them as a moderator.
Random, this dude right here is one of. There's a handful. He's one of mine for sure, for sure. We just did the together prayer on this whole thing. It was a moment before you got here, but just so you know.
Okay, so you're gonna have to tell me this again. Whoa, whoa, how does this? Okay, how do I do this? Can we do this again? I press on her face.
Yes, press on her face, and then it'll come up when her face comes up, or her like whatever the selection up at the right. There's a little 3 dots up here,
Oh,
and
okay, okay, 3 dots. No, she don't have no three dots.
Let me look at it. It's the way it worked on mine. I just know that when you click on her name, there'll
Okay,
be
I think I have something maybe different. When I
a
okay, I'm gonna
maybe.
go into my guest area. Along my guest area. Okay, maybe here I can do it. No.
It's the options under each
Hold on
person.
a second.
The-
I have a friend of mine that I brought with me. Maybe she'll help me. Can you see what I'm looking at?
Google.
no, I love that. That's a good idea. Okay, so if you click on Tina's name, click on her name. Like
Okay.
actually
Oh,
click on her face from there. Yeah, right over
no,
to the
I don't
right.
think it's there. I think I have to do it here.
Yeah, yeah. Now up at the right hand top. There should
No, there's no three dots nowhere.
there.
Oh, I see her here.
That's where it should be, right in there somewhere. Moderator.
Oh, there's three dots.
There you
Okay,
go.
yay! Look
Yep.
at that. Look at that. Let's see
Now
what
I can.
happens. Is
So
it
when I
work?
see a question, I'll pin it, and you can read the question as the pin.
Okay, I did it. So what do I do next?
That's it. When somebody asks a question, if it shows up, let me type something in and see if it says anything. Yeah, okay, it's good. It has a little white like little person beside the number one by my name
Yeah,
in the comment.
she's a moderator now. It shows her as a
It's
moderator.
official. Yeah.
Yep.
So Spicy Ginger's asking a question. So let's click on her. Well, for some reason, all right. Let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna have to let Bilou in here unless okay, because Randolph didn't want to speak. I want to finish with that, and wherever I was that I didn't finish, somebody needs to remind me.
I
You know
re-
what I'm saying?
I
I need
remember
life support.
I remember
The
where you
only
are.
reason, one of the reasons I came to do lives or I came to do everything online, even with the times 14 years ago when I didn't know, I knew one thing. No one's coming to my closet to read books that I wrote out by hand and try to figure out and ask me a question. That ain't happening. So I said, I may as well share it out here. I never went and tried to get anybody to join me. I just came out here and I knew that we are all everybody else's memory. If you want to ask me a question, you're going to wake up the sleeping dragon inside of me. And I'm going to huff and I'm going to puff and I'm going to blow this house down until I find that information. Oh, I didn't know it before, but since I took a breath and I meditated a little bit, I set my mind straight. So I'm unblocking Baloo. Let me see how I can do this. Okay, you can invite Baloo to turn their microphone on. How does that work? Let me see that again. You can invite Blue to turn their microphone on in 45 seconds. I don't know. I said you can invite Blue.
She
Hey, the
might can
thing.
undo it if she pushes mute. It might undo it herself.
Oh, okay, because it doesn't let me do it.
Yeah, just give her 45.
Another thing.
She's a
One
patient.
more.
She's fine. She's
Okay.
good.
Yeah, she's good.
She's
One
good.
more thing is random. There might be a setting for allowing a pin because the other night I tried to do a pin on mine and it wouldn't let me. So he might have to just make a note about how to make a moderator be able to pin comments.
It's a setting you under those three dots. Scroll up because there's more options beneath that you can't see when you first start.
Okay, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you call you? Alien T called you snap.
Snapcat?
Yeah.
So
I said Mister.
yeah, I was a little scared of turtles in the lake when I was younger. I thought they would bite me, so I called them snapping turtles. And I like my cat, so I called myself Snapchat at the beginning, but I couldn't because there was a Snapchat app. And
That's epic.
the word chat, ironically, but it's really, really weird. Think of this. I said the cat was a communication. It's a representation of six because the numeric value for the cat is number 24. Yes, it's that simple. Anybody can do this on the lower case of my work. right? So cat is number 24. Does anybody know how to say cat in French?
No.
It's chat, chat, except it's not pronounced that way.
It's shut.
That's right. It's sh and sh. But when you say cat, you're also saying this.
4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Communication from Mars.
Oh, wowza. Wowza, that makes so much sense. Shout out to Mojo.
So let's
Okay,
see.
so yep. Okay, so he said click on it again, scroll up on the panel, and you'll see a thing that says something to do with pinning comments, and you have to allow that.
Oh, okay, okay. Where do I get this from?
In the three dot part, where like when you click on her face again,
Oh,
same.
okay, for her, or can I do this inside this area over here? I'm not sure if you can see this area.
Yeah, we're still working on Tina. So when
Oh,
you go,
okay.
yeah, you go to Tina's and go to the three dot place where you were before. So you click on her
I think
face,
it's here. I think it's here. No, not here. No, no, that's not the one. Tina here. Click on her face.
and then over to the now to the up of the, there you go in there, and then scroll up. Move your finger. Yeah, it should be more options below. So yeah, scroll up. There you go. See, there's more options. There you
In
go.
comments.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's already on.
All right. Well, let's see if let's do another test. It wouldn't let me
What
do
is
it.
star comments?
I would activate them all because it's basically you're just giving her full access to be able to help you with what you need.
So you want to activate. ACT or CAT for activation. Again, back to the cat. The cat is a representation of the hexagon. The hexagon moves, the octagon does not. The octagon is in lock motion. The reason for that is the star system of, yeah, we're going to get to you, Bilou, when we can figure out, unless you want to unmute yourself, that might be the situation we're in right now. Just 1 second. So what this is, the connections of numbers, of the crisscrossing of the numbers. When we crisscross the numbers here, what is actually this? Is this blank face over here? There's 9 boxes. When we connect the crisscrossing boxes of 10, 7 and 3, 9 and 1, 4 and 6, 8 and 2, right? We're going to connect not every single one of them. Here is full formation. Here's the complete star. There's 8 points all the way around. There's 4 reverse points. The connecting of these 4 points will create 40. Each one of these crisscross connects will be 30, 30, 30, and 30. Each time you cross one of these, that when you pick up this machine over here, it says you're crossing through zone 5. So if you cross through once, right? If you cross through once, it becomes E5. If you cross through twice, it becomes 10J, right? If you cross through 3 times, it becomes 15O. And if you cross through 4 times, it becomes T20, right? The Saturn square is all about 15s, and it becomes the O, say, can you see by the stars' early light?
It's tone and tune. So the square that you were referring to on Saturn, or the octagon, is the Kaaba that the Muslims pray towards. The Kaaba represents Saturn, and the Merkaba, the 7-pointed three-dimensional star that we were at one time able to travel in and through.
When it comes to the number 7, I'm a little with Merkaba. There's an area, and I'm not sure if I'm seeing the same thing, but if you need to create a triangle, I wish I had more hands here. If we had to create a triangle, right? Is that right? In Merkaba, we've got those points, right? So
Yes.
you got this We
Yes.
get this triangle, right?
Correct.
But in order to connect, when you have a triangle, this stick over here can connect to this stick here equally to this stick here, right?
Yes, with a circle.
Now this stick here connect to these two sticks here.
Yep.
Now these here connect here. They're all connecting. They're all touching each other in a triangle. Only the octagon shows opposition.
Yep.
As well, this touches the platform here. By touching the platform, this platform is equal to every single side.
Correct.
At the same time, if you want to make this, put a more solitude to this, what you will do is run a stick to here, a stick to here, and a stick to here. Now you can run this all the same way that every single side will be able to lie onto the flat surface. So that would tell you that although you see only what is 3 sides, right, there's actually 4 sides to a triangle.
Correct. This diagram might help you to explain better.
Let me see if I can do that. Wow. Yeah, I have to figure out which way I should be reading this. There's many ways to read this. So we have the clock down at the bottom. Okay, I already know that's that symbol that's on the inside. See, this is made with all the lines, right? In my work, it has shown me that because you have all the lines, in order to see what's going on, we have to remove the lines. There's more houses, there's more situations going on. So we're not going to connect all the lines in this. So by not connecting all of the lines, we can create similar houses that maybe one is pointing that way, one is pointing that way, one is pointing down, one is pointing to the other side. They'll all be the same, but at least we'll understand the construction of what each one is trying to say. But now, because everything overlaps, we just say, hey, look at the conformity when we're missing the point that we don't need to see the full conformity. We understand it's just because it's transferring the message equally to every single one of the other numbers or houses, whichever way you want to look at it. So Rubik's Cube, or the heart of Rubik's Cube, is actually set up with the 6 and the 12, right? Which means, and I busted my Rubik's Cube, and what it means is now I don't even know if I have any cubes here with this cat. I think I got everything on the floor. Who dropped more stuff today, me or you, kitty cat? Okay, right over here. So you see the Rubik's Cube here? Sorry, this is not Rubik's Cube. Let me put myself back on the screen. Boy, I think I'm getting good at this now, right? So imagine this was Rubik's Cube. Okay, this in Rubik's Cube, because this is a solid, it's the exact same as Rubik's Cube. There's 26. You want to just remind me where I was with this explanation, where I was going with this to start with?
You were talking about the picture.
You were talking about
The houses.
the solidity through 5, the 5th house.
Okay, right. And I got lost in the picture, and then I got lost in this. Wow, there's just so much going on. So much going on, even to understand, right? You ever see the club before? In the deck of cards?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they never show you this piece here or this piece here. They only show you the base formation, what they want you to see. They are obligated. If the system doesn't share, as I understand right now, that if you don't share with us, the receivers, all the information, right? And we're supposed to understand it right away, but we don't because of the setup. But they have to share with us the information. So they showed us the club. When I add on the extra feet, we can see that we are going to connect this one club, right? You see the triangles? One of these triangles are going to represent the torus. See the bull horns and then to the nose, right? So this over here is your 2 triangles. But look at that. This one, sorry, we're going to use this one. This one is connected to this one. So 3, 6, and then it's going to be connected to this one over here. It has 3 connections. It has 3 legs, 3 connections, 3, 6, 9, 12. Possibly one of the reasons for the zodiac signs all connecting, because we have 3 connections on each one.
The
So
sign
I'm
of
going
the
to
Federation. Yeah, the Federation, Galactic Federation, right there.
Galactic Federation, 4, 5, and 6 equals to 15. 15 is for representation of Saturn square. 4 times 5 times 6 equals to 120. Plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 equals to 135, or 13.5. 13.5 separates the alphabet. 13.5 connects the pool ball, the 5 and the 13, where it's the orange ball. You need yellow and red to create it. 13.5, again, I said separates the alphabet. 1, 3, and 5 is a representation of the ace, which is a representation of the sun, in which the 1, 3, and 5, where the ace letter is going to be split down the center, connecting what I like to say is the one lunar moon to the two Mars moons down by the poles. Two moons here, one moon up there. I'm not sure if I said that too quick. I hate to talk and not to show pictures. I need to show.
I got you, brother. I hear you. I hear you without your voice. So it's the the Federation. It's funny. Everybody thinks that Jedi aren't real.
Oh, it's the Federation, even in cribbage. Cribbage is 121 to win. 11 by 11 is 121. The house of bait. Two, two stretches to the right to 9, to the left to, sorry, to the left to 9, to the right 11. 5 stretches to this side 9, to this side 11. So let's do it this way. 1 and 8, 9, 2 and 7, 9, 4 and 5, 9. That's one side. We still use the same area here. We stretch out to this side. We go 9 and 2, 11, 3 and 8, 11, 5 and 6, 11. On one side it's 11, the other side it's 9. Everything is going to get connected now through this area over here. So there's other information. I'm going to show you the boot. There's a lot going on. I started with the 666. I didn't get Balut to come in yet. Her mic is still stuck for some reason. So it says I sent her something. That's what it says. Thank God I can read that. I'm going to jump on back to here, right? So when we connected this star system up over here, right? When I add this, you remember this one we did 5 minutes ago?
Yep.
So I add this start to it, and each one of the lines will equal 222, equaling to 666. This one over here will connect the center line, will connect the crossing line, and will connect the line over here. So each one of these connected to here will equal to 222 and then equal to 666. There's 4 combinations. The major star is going to equal to 888. 6 and 8 revert to each other. It's Fox headquarters in the house. Now, when you reduce this down to a single, when you start to reduce it, according to the way the Pythagoreans, I was taught, they said Pythagoreans count to a single digit, or they reduce numbers. So what happens is when I reduce this one, now I don't have it in this formation, I don't think. Let me see. Yes, I do. Okay, because I have it in 2 different formations. 7, put 7. 9, put 9. 6 and 2, 8, put 8. 6 and 6, 12, 12. 7 and 4, 11, 11. 8 and 2, 10, 10. 8 and 6, 14, 14. 5 and 8, 13, 13. 7 and 8, 15. 15 and 7, 22. 8 and 14, 22. 12 and 10, 22. 9 and 13, 22. I connect the 11 in any one of these connections. 33, 33, 33, 33, the Freemasonry 33 running off a Saturn square formation.
And then we have the 33rd parallel where the Pyramid of Giza is.
Right. And what is the numbers to that? Because that, I think that pyramid connects Mars and Pluto together. The birth into the mirror house, 9 and 4.
And Orion.
9.
And Orion.
Sagittarius, 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 Cancer, the rabbit, the monkey. They're all going to connect to this. And the reason for that is when you reverse the numbers backwards, right? When you reverse backwards, starting at the rat or starting at Aries, you're going to count backwards, and you're going to end up by the monkey. So it's 9 or 4, and it's always going to total 13. The reverse calculation is always going to total. If you're working with 12, the reverse calculation to meet at the same spot will be at 13. So I showed you that piece there. So now we understand where number 33 comes in. But it's not just 33. 33 can be used for the word seed. 33 can be used for the word mass. 33 also can be understood that if I come into life as a 9 birth, I need a 3 times 3 9. If I come into this house and they say I come into this house and I'm at my number is 666, right? The 6 protons, the 6 neutrons come into the house on the 6th day. 3 plus 3 is 6. 3 times 3 is 9. We have 6 and 9, and we are in rotation to the face of our birth. The face of the cube is a face of 9. How we manipulate and use this 9 area, and like I showed before, we connect the 10 system off that. We connect the 9 system off of that. We connect the 11 system off of that. And now at the same time, we connect the lower world where 4, 3, 6, 1, 5, 2 equals to 7 to the upper world to 6, 7, 4, 9, and 5, 8 are all your 13s. But it just doesn't fall that easily as saying the numbers because there's mathematics that go
As
along
above,
with
so below.
as above, so below. So what's happening now, okay, when you look at these numbers, right, I'm using it from the telephone. I'm going to look because the telephone starts like this, right? So when we connect the 7, all the reverses are the 7. The reverses are the 7 on the top side, the 13 on the bottom side. When you look at the Mayan Sanskrit, their clock or what they use for a clock has 13 areas and 7 areas in the Mayan Sanskrit. So it catches up and it tells the same story as a 5,000-year-old stone. At the same time, when you add up the deck of cards 1 through 13, it equals to 91. And where the mathematics is, when you add up the 13 cards up to 91, the average is 7. 7 and 13 come together. Space Force equals to 91. The word spirit equals to 91. When you connect 91, or why not use just the letter S, is the 19th letter. The 19th letter S reduces twice. And in the ninth house, 1827459, I never use the 9. And when I come to the 11th house, connecting all the 11s, I never use the 1. 1 and 9, we connect the 2 systems. So where I'm at over here, right, okay, is I'm going to just connect the lower part. You remember the 45 record? Well, this is a 45 angle. What is the 33 record? Down this way? 33 just connecting here, 45 go all the way across. With the 33, I'm connecting the 1 and 8, 9. With the 45, I'm connecting the 1 and 9. So here's the way it goes. 1 and 2 come together to create 3. 1 and 2 come together to create 3. Our creation comes with the 1 lunar moon and the 2 moons of Mars. Are we with this right now?
Yeah, Father, Son,
Yep.
Earth, Water, Spirit. Yeah, body, mind, ether.
Or how about fire, earth, air, and water? The water comes in Mars. Can we do that?
That's what's happening
100.
now. Mars is in Cancer, the sign of Cancer, and 5 planets are in Pisces, the water sign. Right now, current energy.
So
So
that I'm going to get some water. Just give me a second.
me too. Good idea.
Hydrate and relax your muscles,
Yeah,
breathing,
and
relaxing.
it's still not working for the pinning, and that's really why I said that is to be able to pin. But the reason I know it's not all activated is because when I clicked on a box, because I didn't even know how to moderate anything, is that there's no way to do anything with boxes. Like I'm still getting the same information, so everything is not activated. So He said the pinned comment is, but maybe it's backwards. You
Yeah, I'm
know.
coming back to work on
Make
that.
sure, yeah,
That out of the way so we can figure it out.
relax. Yeah, make sure you relax your shoulders, Baloo, and your muscles, Tina.
Dude, I have to. I hurt my back. And let me tell you something. It was no coincidence either. You know how I'm always talking about that dude that did that shit to me? That's got my baby? This is the 5th year in a row, dude, that I can go down there once a year and he's causing havoc for me to see her. 5 years in a row just so he can see me. I'm like, nope. I'll wait it out. Yeah, I said she thinks he's playing chess with me, but he's really playing chess with the creator. So that's a wrap for that.
Actually, he's playing checkers.
Well, I thought about saying he's playing checkers. That was my first thought about it because, yeah. But he thinks he's playing chess. Like, he thinks he is. He thinks he's playing chess with me, but he's really playing with the creator. You know, it's beyond me. He's already caused too much harm, and the system allowed it. So I'm waiting on the Lord, basically. I'm just sitting in all that pain, dude. I had to transmute it. It's like nothing but power now. I knew I got the call, though. All right, I'll drop and rejoin. We'll try that.
Yep, yep.
Okay, I'll bring you back and just give me a second here. I'm looking through a few books, see if I can find what I was looking for before. Oh, we have this. We know this system. We all of us together. We all know something a little bit. All we need is the right question. Just give me that right question so I can decorticate it and then serve it back up to you the way you need it. I don't know very many things about this world. I don't read any books. Never read a book in my life other than and I just bought a book that was really really interesting, and I don't even know where that is. It seems like everything is just disappearing on me. Wow, this is
Remember,
crazy.
disappear.
How does everything disappear? I've been sitting in the same place all day. Guess what? You want to see something disappear? There it is.
Yep.
When I'm done, there will not be any more myths when I'm done with this. I will classify everything where it comes from. It will show up somewhere. Nothing is hidden, everything is here. We just have to know where to start, right? So this book I read, and I got this out of a used bookstore. Okay, this book is it says 1979, and it says 1979, and I guarantee you, somebody who had this book sneezed on it. Somebody sneezed on this book, and there's tons of germs in here. Oh, yeah, tons of germs. Come and save me from the past. Look at that. The past has just saved me. Oh, oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All that beautiful stuff from the past. I bet you there weren't any GMOs in this book. Wow. Version of the myth of Panku. From Soothsaying of Vala, earliest creed of the Celts. Man, I don't know how many people died reading those books. Okay, so let's bring back persons, except, they keep disappearing on me. Except, let me see. So I'm accepting everybody. Now, I don't know how to keep, what's it called in the room? What do you call it? First of all, we got
Moderation.
it. Moderation. So I'm going to see if I can put, I think it's Tina. Let me see. No, not here. Expand Tina. Where did it go? Those three dots. Where did Tina's dots go?
I don't know, hon. Yeah, it's still not doing the rest what we talked about before I dropped to try that. So that didn't work, but thank you for the suggestion.
It's the three dots. So
Okay,
you
I found the three dots.
scroll and then push up with your finger to scroll up, and there'll be multiple options that need to be activated. The text, and I'm not sure what the other ones are.
Okay, now let's see if this works. Okay. What do you think?
I clicked on it and it's still not letting me pin a comment.
Wow. So I want to put you on the big screen for just 1 minute. I want to see what we can get out of this, and then I'm going to put you back. Okay.
It should be pinned comments. That should be one of the options. It should read out that way. I believe it's the sixth one down, the sixth option. I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay, so let me go here. Okay, no, that's not good. Yeah, I'm sorry that we're slowing down the show a little bit, but unless we have a little bit of like construction
We're good, brother. Don't no rushing. We are not to rush.
Okay, because I'm always like that. I go too quick, and
No, you're good. You in the groove now. We in the flow. This is epic.
okay, because we can answer a lot of questions if they're asked.
Yep.
Okay, where did those 6 dots go again? Here.
You click on her face. Yeah, her face, and then over to the other side.
Oh, right. Okay, yes. Here's her face, and now there's the 3 dots. Mark viewer, manage moderator access. So I go moderator access.
Right, and then
Block
scroll
accounts.
up. Yeah, scroll
No.
up. And
Mute accounts. No. Comment settings. Turn commenting on and off. Manage keywords and filter comments. So pin comments has to be green.
If that's the go signal. If you click it and it turns green, that's probably the one. Yeah.
Okay, let me see this because we had block on yours. It said block this person. We don't know if she's human because she's agreeing with you. Okay, do you want to try it now?
Yeah, I just did.
I'm okay hanging out.
Okay, comments. I just want to see something. Okay, not there. I just want to go to my comments and see settings. Hear your voice, manage queues, racking moderators. Let's check this out. Okay, manage. Comment settings. Wow, it just doesn't manage guests and more. Okay, I turned this off.
This is by far the most unuser-friendly application I've ever seen in my life.
I know.
Okay, try this again, please.
That's cool.
So
I'm a digital engineer, so I've been building applications
Well, good for
since.
you, but he's not.
I know.
So-
I'm trying.
No, he's trying to help him. He's just saying that this is a
Yeah,
complicated app.
Okay, it says step 1, press on face. So I press on her face over here. And hold on a second. Where's my other friend? I lost my friend. Oh my God.
Running with scissors.
Oh my God. Okay, here it is. Here.
And then you go to the left, the right. Yeah, right there. And then scroll up with your fingers. So make sure they're all green. It won't move. Yeah.
Well, mark viewer. No. This one here is mute account. No. Block account. No. I go here. Comments. On. Mute account. I keep it off.
Well, that's her ability to mute other people. These are all abilities that the moderator will have. It won't mute her. It will give her the ability to mute other people.
What about this multi-guest live over here?
Yeah, you want that gives her the ability to bring in other guests.
Okay, so let's see what happens. We're going to try it now.
If you put all of that on green, that allows me access to all of those mentioned. That doesn't cut me off of those things mentioned.
Yes, so make them all green.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. It's not blocking you.
No,
No.
that allows me to do those things to others if they are doing anything inappropriate. Which I'm not that
Yes.
person. But
So you want her to be all
I have
green.
been known to step my game up a time or 2 or 5 if necessary.
Yes, so that should be good.
So let's see. But sometimes I get people on here trying. I mean, I've had before people trying to debate me, but there's no debate.
No,
Ask
this is
me a
debate.
question.
Right, this is not a debate.
No, I would.
You're here to learn, and that's it. You want to learn, you learn. You don't, you know it.
Right.
It's
I would
horrible.
I would not allow
Oh,
that.
never minded.
That's what I do all day. Is I'm just a shield and a sword. All I do is protect people and keep people from debating.
The sword goes into
I love
both
that.
stone. I'm just trying to think about the shield, the stone. I'm just trying to remember. I had a design. Just give me a minute.
It's so crazy that the only thing that I needed to be on here to moderate really for is the pin to pin the comments, and it won't work.
I'm sorry.
All right,
So it's
let's
still not working.
Might get it figured out.
not for pinning comments.
Wow. So you know
All the
what?
rest of it's showing.
Is it working or no?
No, not for
No.
pinning comments. No.
So I'm gonna have to look back and see what everybody said just for a minute. Uh, And if you're thinking of any questions, I wanted to finish with 33, that number 33, because it's going to connect to other numbers. Many languages use the same alphabet. So I went back to Cynthia. Okay.
Well,
Whiskers,
I'm like one more three, so 333.
Star Merkaba, Metatron. Yes, something about Metatron, but not only Metatron. It's also, you have to watch the program Reboot. It was made here in Canada. They forced it off the air. It was how the computers interact with inside the computer, and they brought in the big cube. They brought in this big purple cube into the game. They call it game incoming, where they have PCUs in the game trying to stop you from defeating the user.
That's
Very, very.
crazy. I was in a facility that was called PCS, and my number was 333. It was a government program.
333, the pig's
And
pregnancy.
I
Three
wasn't,
times.
but I was in a government program.
So that'll be the pig's pregnancy. It also represents the cube. So they're probably testing your summer, winter, fall, and spring, right? 4 seasons: fire, earth, air, and water. Winter, summer, spring, and fall. Testing. There's also 4 stars in the system. The star system that
They weren't intelligent like that. This was the government. I'm sorry. Yeah, they weren't on that. Mm-mm.
well, whatever they're
Yeah.
doing, I just understand how the system works.
Yeah.
So wherever
I
you're
mean, I
going to
could say
go,
interpersonally 333. I was born at 336 a.m. February 1983. I'm a Leo moon with a rising Pisces.
so you're born on the 12th moon, 333. Well, what I mean by the 12th moon,
336 a.m.
because 3:36 a.m. is going to be
It might have been
the
333 because I always see 333. It's
well,
crazy.
336, the 336th day, okay, is the 12th moon ending on that 336th day. 33, I forget which equation is 33 and 6.
And
But what happens is
rising sun.
you were born
Rising
at what time in the
Leo.
morning?
336 a.m.
Okay, so
Rising
that's
tide.
going to connect to the moon
Leo moon.
because what happens at
Leo moon.
3:36? It's 216 minutes. 2, 1, and 6. When 2, 1, and 6 combination comes out, I like to refer it to the moon. The moon diameter is 2160, which is going to be a reflective in Mars because Mars, okay, is Mars evaluation when we calculate with Mars because the numeric value for Mars is 1.5. The payout in blackjack, which is going to represent the cube 21, which is going to show you that ace is 11. In blackjack, the payout is 1.5 times the amount, and 1.5 times 1440 equals 2160, which is equal to 6 times 6 times 6. That is those numbers is the 1440 or the
I want to tell
1440
you two
minutes.
things that happened to me as a kid, and I've never been able to do it again. I astral projected once, and I have got control of my dreams once. As soon as I got control of my dreams, or as soon as I got control of anything and memory, it booted me out. It made me, it kicked me back. As soon as I had control and learned how to control my dreams, something in my body made it so I couldn't continue having actual uh, control over that because I did practice at a young age. I never tried a gun. I was just like, oh, you know, but I
Well,
did for a very long time practice how can I control my dreams? How can I become self aware in my dreams?
Well,
And I did it. And I did
we
it. And
have
I
to
did it.
have mind,
Yeah, it's
mind,
interesting
body,
though, but I
yeah.
tried.
so the
And
thing
Mind, body.
as soon as I accomplished, I failed. It woke me up. It
you
forced
can
me.
never fail if you never stop trying. You just have to go into the meditative
It
state.
forced me to wake up.
It doesn't matter if you're awake or asleep. Once you know, you have to go to sleep with the intention of being relaxed and falling asleep under the goodness of your breath. That's the most
Mhm.
important. However, and whatever you get into your dreams is how you learn to get into that. Here, I do not know right now how to meditate to get in. I do know
No.
that the dream state is related to the game of soccer.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna
I
have
just
three.
wanted to tell you as soon as I figured it out as a child, I mean, I was just a kid. The last time I tried, I subconsciously woke up because there's something that's not supposed to happen, and I crossed that boundary. And I pissed whatever the heck it was off. You are not supposed to do this. You are not supposed to be self aware.
Then
And it
you're aware
woke me up.
you should be extremely happy with your life. You should be vibrating on an alternate reality. Your vibration. There's something with our breath. There's something about connecting to I'm going to see if I can find the words. When I'm connected and I'm telling the story, I feel this very, very faint vibration just
Ether,
buzzing through me. I can
ether.
feel the bees
The
going,
force. Yeah, the force is all around you. It surrounds you and goes through you. It's the ether.
and it's hot. I'm hot, and when it goes away, I don't like it. They tell me in order to connect, you must connect to eight. Well, 8 times 1.5 equals to the 12 zodiac signs. I just restarted designing how the zodiac should be set up, right? According to
Mhm.
numbers. I think I might have shown everybody already.
Mhm.
Um, so basically, it should be it should be more like this. Whoop.
Yeah.
You're sitting at the center here. You don't have to wait and fall into your wet. Oh my God, it's not a good time of the year. I'm in my reverse zodiac sign. Well, with this system set up, you're completely aligned within your chakras.
Mm. I had this reoccurring dream of this that I was actually in the forest. It's interesting that you mentioned that. But every time I tried to escape this place, I would get dragged back and I would pretend that I was dead. I mean, off. Sorry. And on this patio with the swing, and all I could do was relax and take it, like the lessons or something.
Well,
But
keep in mind.
I was constantly trying to run, and there was nothing I could do about it. So it was like forest, and then this house, and I know exactly what it looks like. I don't know if it's past life. It's so weird
Well,
that how can that one's imagination just make this up? And how can you?
right.
It doesn't make sense.
So right. So what you have to do is just let it. Don't try to force it out of yourself. Okay. There's like this is like. Well, how am I going to say this? You know what? I'm just going to call it the water spirit. 1313. When you're connecting up in between like two valves, two systems that are running at the same time. Both water is number 67, spirit is number 91. It's what connects the two systems together. So that and just as Cynthia put that up, I don't know why spirit is 67 over there. Spirit is 91. And when you connect the two together, it's going to connect the 13th moon. So it might be talking that you're somehow you're missing you're missing. I'm not sure if it's you're wanting to dream it or you're saying to yourself, I can't get there. You're interrupting yourself before you even try to put yourself into a meditative state, which is connecting to the vibration. And it's not easy for me. It's not easy to get there. I'm going to be honest that the cat helps me with the gateway. The numeric value for the cat is 24. It also can be said as 420. To understand the four houses, the connecting cats, it's mentioned as 420, and that's how you bring the bridge together. And at number 4, first, second, third, gold, silver, and bronze, you end up with the fourth area. That's the TH area because it's fourth. It's not first ST or second ND or third all D. You go fourth all the way to 20th. So you end up in time heaven. It becomes a bridge. THC, time heaven creation, where the C is what connects everything together. The C inside of you, and you bridge it together. So the THC is not bad for you. It's actually stitching things back together.
That's
And
what they say. They have
THC,
CBD.
there's cannabinoid receivers in every part of our body. Cannabinoid. There's also every other plant in our receptors in our body because we are animal, mineral, and plant. Also, it's not mind, body, spirit because your spirit is already in your vessel. It's mind, body, ether. The ether is separate from spirit. You are spirit. You are a spirit. You're in a vessel and you reach out to the ether.
I love it.
so if I'm in a vessel, I can possibly be a pirate.
Arg.
You can be whatever you can be whatever you want. Absolutely.
Well, I said it because I can relate it to. If I'm going to say something and make a joke, it's because I can actually relate it to the story. You know, otherwise I wouldn't say it. We all know that we have the bow and the stern, and obviously there's going to be some numeric calculations in this. I said pirate because in the word spirit, you can see the word pirate. In the word to begin, pirate, it already starts with a division because pi is where we get our division of pi, and 8 is where we get our division of pi. Because everything is counted out from the center position here. We go all the way around to understand the circle. So we're jumping out to understand the 8 because we understand the 8 because it's all around the core. When we calculate it, when we calculate this area space to do the measurement, right? We need to understand we need movement and area space at the core. So we stretch out, we create one circle here, one circle here, one circle here, one circle here. And then what we do is we crisscross the center over here. We find the center circle, and then we circle all the circles.
Right, and just for perception and conception, there is no number larger than 9 ever. That's the largest number.
We feel the heart of our sun inside that area space. I'm not sure if I can actually hold on a second. I should have said that. So where was I with this? What? So where did we go?
I mean,
Yes,
I can't say 9, but I've always been about 333. And
Well,
then
yeah.
times it by 9, all my children were born on the 21st, which is kind of weird. Because 3
Which is
times
3.
21.
Which is 20.
9 or
2 plus 1 is 3.
like, I don't know.
Everything goes to a single digit, a unit, unity. Everything is a unit. If you can't put 2 numbers together because it doesn't work as a unit.
I had 3 kids on the 21st.
3s, each one is a 3, so 3, 3, 3.
All my kids are 3s. And all I know is
Everything's a unit.
So 12, 21, and 421. I had 2 girls, 2 years apart, same exact day, 2 hours apart from 2.
Representation of busting out of the cube.
21.
Also, 22 in blackjack, you bust. The first time you bust in blackjack on 22, is when everybody at the casino is calling for monkeys to
All
show
my
up.
girls were 21, and I'm numbers of threes. I just am. Actually, every time I go to the casino, I win, but I don't gamble a lot.
No, do you have any questions about
When I
Yes, we have
do,
a
I
question in
win.
the comments.
I never go to a casino. Think about that.
No, I go to a casino, but I'm like cautious. Like I don't like to gamble,
Well, yeah,
but
because
I'm just like,
casino. Think
Learning
about
so much,
well,
Lily.
my
Question
ex
in the
in
used to teach me to
comments.
trigonometry.
gamble.
Yeah, in
But
trigonometry, CAS is always a congruent thing.
yeah, like I would rather like, okay, I'll put a little bit, and then I don't care, and it's just going to be random. But like I always even out, and I don't lose. I mean, I
Stop
might
saying
win,
that.
but
Stop.
that's how I am
Don't say my name.
because I'm not a gambler. I'm just like, hey, I'm good.
My name is
Here to
Random
gamble,
Justice. Yeah, Random
Okay,
Justice is my name. My mother gave it to me,
you got it.
and everybody loves to say it. Random, random this, random that.
Yeah, that's good.
Question in
I'm
the
not into
comments,
that
host.
either. I just sometimes you're around that energy though, and then you're just like, hey, a little
No,
more
I do know.
cautious than the next person, and then you just understand, and then you're just like, hey, I'm gonna do you a favor and hide your money for you, and then he never actually lost at the end of the day because he got too drunk, and I pocketed his checks and helped him in his endeavors.
You have a question in the comments, host.
I was learning so much here. I just want to say that I feel like going back to kindergarten with you, my friend, the host here. What's your name? The host?
Who, me?
What do I call you? Yeah, you. Yeah.
I'm the Joker.
You're the Joker? Okay.
Let me stay.
No, I'm just
Right.
saying that, you know
I
what?
gotta get off. I love y'all.
Love
Okay, take
you.
Gotta
care,
get
brother.
up with the baby.
Okay,
Love you
good
back.
night. Good
Good night.
afternoon.
You
I
have a
want to say
question
that,
in the comments too when you're ready.
yeah, I just want to say I want to go back to kindergarten here because I know that what you're saying is resonating. Like, I understand it all, but I understand none of it at the same time. And I was a genius with numbers when I was a child, but of course I let the world persuade me out of my genius, put it that way. But what you're saying is resonating. I want to go back to the beginning. How could I go back to the beginning?
Well, okay,
What I
so I
learned
have
along the way or where you're at today.
I have 10,000 or 12 or 15,000 videos online where it seems like I'm not sure if I look like I was here in this world or in some other world. I went to the hospital when this started. I went into the hospital because I couldn't figure out why I knew so much information, why I wanted to look at everything and write everything down. It wasn't normal. They pumped me with all kinds of crazy stuff. Thanks to the thanks to the internet, where I found a few people who I didn't believe in any of the pharmaceutical stuff. And one of the reasons is I worked on a farm in 1981, or actually all my life. And in 1981, 1982, 1983, I used to go pick up the hogs at the auction sale. And I met a gentleman that was also going to pick up the hogs, ham radio communication. But the hogs that he was going to buy were small ones that just came out of the testing center. You know where that testing center was? Right? Watch out for your sun Pfizer, right? The sun Pfizer in front of you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
I
they
got
all
it.
came
I
from
got it.
there. They were all sick. So between 81 or 82 and 84, they all caught this disease, right? They when they cut them open, the insides were all with all you bloody mess, right? With all that stuff, the sanguin, the blood, all the lungs were all burnt. And then once the sun visor helped us, right, and gave us the spade, right? You know the spade in the deck of cards,
Yeah, the shovel.
right? The spade is also the spade because in French it's called a pick, like a needle.
Straight up, brother. Yes, sir. I
So they
concur.
caught a disease, and the disease was called blah, blah. Exactly what happened 3 years ago was the same thing they had, same results, exploding hearts in the pigs. The pigs run the same frequencies as us. The pigs run 333, all about the three little pigs. 3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 4 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 3 times 7 is 21. 2 and 1 is 3. 3 times 2 is 6. 3 times 5 is 15. 1 and 5 is 6. 3 times 8 is 24. 2 and 4 is 6. 3 and 6 is 9. Shove everything over here. That's where we are right now.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've seen that before, but some of the stuff you're talking about is just blowing me away. It's just new. Yeah.
But it's all in the games. It's right in front of us. I mean, this I'm quite sure you've seen 1,000 times. Does anybody here live in America?
It's ancient. Yep.
Well, this here has been around for
Knowledge.
it's 250 years that this piece has been around, about, but not in its full formation that it is today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to darken it in. Okay, so you'll be
It's been
able to
since
see what exactly it is.
it's been
Does anybody know what it is?
3,000. It's been 3,600 years since this started with the Macedonian Empire, and the empire. That's the whole point of against the Federation and the Empire. The Star Wars stars were the words, the women. In the beginning was the word. The ward is the wars that have been fought by men. The warder is supposed to protect the word's virtues in honor with integrity.
Cool.
Integrity.
And they have
Integrity.
The secret of 13.
Can you tell me about integrity? Because there's special words that go along to describe all the phrases that we speak. It's like all there's a lot of words that I mean just because it starts with integrity. So I see the tiger within the word. The third zodiac sign. It's going to be the 10th reverse. 103 representing JC Jesus Christ, representing Mercury. Representing Earth and Mars is 52 and 51 is 103, representing the King and Queen, which is 62 and 41, all with 103, 10 and 3, 10 and 3, 10 and 3. I'm just trying to think. So when you create that 13, you don't create the 13 with a 10 and 3. You create usually the 13 with a 9 and a 4. Because to create it with a 10 and a 3, you'd have to be using the boot system. Right? The 10, once you create this boot here, right? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, then you can use this boot elsewhere. In the upper world, this boot 10, when you say 17, okay, in French, you are going to say 17, you will say 10, 7. Therefore, bringing the boot A, B, C, D, or the complete star system within the boot because it connects to the boot, right? You'll be doing this with number 7 equaling to 17. So you'll have 10 and 7. In the same time, when you say number 18.
Here's your question. Here's your question. Here, this symbol that I am showing here is 0. This is what people are forgetting to include is 0 because it represents all. 0 is everything. Sub-zero.
So here's my one question with 0. There's a few things. When I'm using 0 on here, sometimes it's the area space that I stand from where I came to where I stand to where I go inside of that. The other thing about 0, the letter O, when you see the spheric O, what happens with light and circles, right? That if I would take a circle, right, and shine the light through it, the minute I give a little bit of an angle, that angle will distort the light and it will come out spheric like.
There's your
The
angels.
difference between, is that correct? The other thing about zero is when I'm using this, my base creation is putting 3 and 7 and 6 together for 9. So a straight line here will connect 3 numbers. And if
It's
I
a 90-degree angle. Yep, a 90-degree angle through a circle. That's
90-degree angle through a circle.
yeah, an angel through a
Oh, wait a
90.
second.
Yeah,
90-degree angle through a circle. Oh, that's this way,
right,
right?
right,
Not this way.
or left,
Or left?
right and left.
Right. Well, that's where the sun comes in. The sun is split right over here. Sun is split right over here. I'm not sure if it's split upside down or not. I have to do more designs, but I have to move my cat because I can't concentrate. Just give me a second. Come on, 600-pound cat. Oi, oi, oi. Come on, baby. Rawr.
He does not want to move. He's like, no. Look at him getting some loving. I love it. That's a Joey Joey for me.
Do you really hate me? Do you hate me? You can go.
No,
You want to
no.
go? Are you going to sit there? You can sit right there. You want to sit there? Eh? You're okay? You're okay?
It's so funny. It looks like in that position, it looks like the cat from Alice in Wonderland.
Oh my God. Another, again, the rabbit. The
Yeah,
rabbit.
it has
The
to
rabbit.
do the X and divide. X divide. They have divided us with X. Divided by X.
Divided by X. 2 times. That's very funny. Why did you say that?
Because you said you wanted us to give you the questions so you could reciprocate the answers.
Okay, so 2 times, X is the 24th letter, right? Okay, X is the 24th letter. The reverse of the 24th letter is 3C. When you put them together, you get your earth vibration, 432, from that equation. Now, 4 times 2, 4 plus 2 will equal to what is 8 and 6. And 8 and 6 is what has a divided gate to it, meaning that when you pick up these 2 dice cubes to come into the game, the offense and the defense, everybody gets 2 dice cubes. You play the offense versus the defense, and I'm losing all my cubes over here. Where are my cubes? Okay. Where was I?
Not your
What just
marbles.
happened? Right,
We're
right.
on the Rubik's
Right.
Cube. You were on the Rubik's
Oh,
Cube.
yeah, we can do Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube, okay, talks about the female, first of all. And one of the reasons for that is there's 26 cubes, like there's 26 letters in the alphabet. Every single cube, okay, has 6 sides. So we have 26 times 6 equals to 156, which is 13 moons divided by what is 13 moons times 12 is 156, which makes up the woman's bat's mitzvah, and 12 moons will represent 33 and 6, the same numeric value, this woman that was on before. And at the same time, that those numeric values for time is going to equal to what is 216 minutes, where 216 minutes or 2160 equals to the diameter of the moon, which is 1.5 times, or the payout in Mars, times 1440, which is our birthday. Because when they call us into life, we are here on our birthday. That means we have to understand the equation of what day is. Day is the 24 hours. Day is one of the days in the 7 days a week that doesn't begin the week until you start from the other week. You need to come into the week. You need to get out of the week to get through the week. So you need to go from halfway in to halfway out from halfway out to get halfway in on that day to at the end to get halfway out. We need 8 days a week to get in and out of the day. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely. And then you add harmonic frequencies, so 528. All of these ones that I have listed here. This is the harmonic wheel.
So 852 52 for Earth, the heavens of Earth. 5 and 2, what they do is they reset themselves. If you multiply something by 2, you'll get double of what it is. When you multiply something by 5, 5 is the number that halves everything. Multiply 5 by any number and add it up to a single digit. Let me go down some of the. Are we keeping up with the comments? Because I can't. I have a hard time concentrating on looking at the comments and telling the story, finding the story in here, and then trying to make everybody happy out here,
Yeah,
right?
the comments,
Uh,
I can't pin them either. And then earlier when I was saying that, there was a question. I don't think you heard me. So that's finding a middle with that. Just whenever you're not on here, see if you can do some research about how to get that to come up with the comments to be able
Somebody,
to pin the.
you should bring Zena up here.
Oh, Zena Thunt, would you like to come up? I'll invite her up.
While you're doing that, random justice, do you like to be called random justice or just random?
I have 7 names, but you can call me anyone you want. RJ, Random Justice, Immortal.
So this live is very fascinating to me. This is the first time I'm hearing so much information. But you sound like you understand what he's talking about. How is
I
that?
absolutely. Because we are the same.
So this is not all new information for you?
Gematria.
That's amazing. And
There's
for the
levels to it.
host, your username is Mr. Tack Pans.
Correct.
What can we call you?
I don't really know.
Snapcat.
Um,
Mister.
Well,
Mister.
listen, I know it's hard to take off the mouth, Mr. Tack Pans. It's too much energy, so Tack Pans is good enough. That's swaying through. But then if you're saying Tack Pans, that's really also harsh
You
on the
could call
mouth.
him Sir Knight. You call him Sir Knight. That is his,
Sir Knight?
He's a Jedi Knight. Yeah.
I think it goes pretty smooth when you say "Hey you."
Hey, you?
I'm like,
I'm
Miss.
just, yes.
Oh, yeah, Snapcat.
Well, you do know that we are all "Hey yous," right? All
Yes.
of us. Every single one of
Hey,
us, we're all "Hey
you.
yous." Do you know? Can you figure out why?
We are hues. We are all a spectrum of colored light.
Oh, that too. But I all you.
Oh, Ram. Yeah.
Hey, you. We
Hey,
are
you.
hey because we are born within the heavens. If you go into the Hebrew alphabet and start going through how they manipulate their alphabet and how they say their first 20 numbers, I'm just jumping off the gun with this, is that this is for entertainment purposes only, is that when they get to 15, most of the, when they get to 11, they'll go Aleph, hold on, they go Yud Aleph, Yud Beit, Yud Gimel, then they'll go Yud Dalet. And I think after that, they go Tate Vav for 15. And then they go Tate Zion for 16. And then they go Yud Zion, I think it is for 17. So for some reason, they jump from 9 to, they do 10 1, 10 2, 10 3, 10 4, and I think it's 10 5. But when they come to 6, they go 9 and 6, right? Or no, yeah, they go 9 and 6, and then they go 9 and 7, and then they go 10 and 7 in Hebrew. So they're using that 7 twice in that relationship. When we count in French, when you say 17, 18, and 19, they're not the same. They're not the same. 17, 18, and 19 is not the same. But I think other people were talking, so I'd rather you speak for now. Ask me that question. There was something you wanted me to answer. I took this away from you. You mentioned something about number 24 as being the gateway, right? Where I said the cat is numeric value 24. At the same time, the number 5 equals to 42 and the number 9 equals to 42. So as a word, right? As a word, 5 equals to 42, 9 equals to 42. Look at that. 5 is on the other side. They're going to be talking about the dividing gates of the cat on the farm. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4. When you see 5 and 9, the lower world is between 1 and 5. The upper world is between 5 and 9. When we look at this, your 4, 3, 2, okay, to where is your 6, 7, and 8? I'm going to show you this. At the lower worlds is going to show you 4, 3, 2 between 1 and 5, or the bookends, right? They gave us 2 numbers as the bookends. If they give you 3 numbers, there's possibilities they want you to put 1 number in the center of the 2 numbers that will also have other numbers that occupy the area space between those numbers. That you follow that?
Yes, absolutely. It's AEIOUYM. It is the representation of each of our chakra of 7.
Did you say Y?
Sure. Yes, sir, I did.
AEIOUY what?
YM. M. Like McDonald's.
Okay. AEIOU 51, 25, 38. 38, 62. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about that one. It's telling me about it's. I mean, just basically, it tells me about the Mars Clubhouse. Okay, but at the same time, it tells me about the monkey, and it's a divided house, but it's divided in Trinity. Number 38 is a very, very special number. That's where Y, the 25th letter, and M, the 13th letter. Why I call it a very special number, because when you look at this cube, and I'm quite sure everybody's up to date, that the opposites of these cubes are all going to be what is 7 dot, right? But what you don't see is the area space that's in the voided area on the cube. Let me see, right? Every face is 9 regardless. What you see, 3. What you don't see, 6. What you see, 2. What you don't see, 7. So when you flip this dice here, you see 5, you don't see 4, you see 2, you don't see 7. 7 and 4 equals to 11. All the reverse of these cubes are 711, 711, 77 is power, Christ, and matter. 3 of the words. 77, 77, 77 is equal to 231, right? Now 231 is 1 added to 21 equals to 231. All these dots add up to 21, add them all up, it equals to 231. It's communication. Okay, under the divided sun, where the W comes in. W is the 23rd letter, and it is the reverse of the D letter, and the D is what brings in both houses. The D is between both houses, that we come into our birth upon joining the houses with the lunar moon, right? That's in the split sun, and the 2 moons of Mars. So I had something here. So we were talking about that 324. So that 324 is going to be but yeah, here it is over here. So we have the 324, which creates your 24 is going to create this. The 3 was the part of the reverse of the 24, right? Where we take 4 and 6, 10, 3 and 7, 10, 8 and 2, 10. We've now connected our star, our 10, 10, 10 star. The 8 is going to represent the queen for the reason that she has 8 eyes. The 7 is going to be represented by the king, because the king has 3 suits of 2 eyes and 1 suit of 1 eye, counting to what is the rotation of our moon and sun leap year. And then the jack is going to have 6 eyes, and the jack is represented in both 7 and 8. We come into the house, we don't need the 6 anymore, or the 4. It's going to be represented in 7 and 8 and 2 and 3. We're playing in between 5 and 1 here, and on the other side, we're playing between 9 and 5. So the connecting pillar, right, to this is going to be 4, 5, and 6. That's the connecting pillar. And that's the federation. That's going to connect these two, 4, 5, and 6. So when I go over that, just give me a second. Look, I'm going fast. So if you got to stop me somewhere, here, back to the boot. Now, I don't want to look at the calculator, so I'm going to use this. So when we connect, we're going to connect the seventh gates because that's what went between your 6 and 8 that I just explained. So what happens is 1 and 6. You see the boot over here? 1, 2, 3, 4. What you're going to do is you're going to connect 3 and 4 equals to 7. Now notice that 3 and 4 are in the same boot, right? But 3 and 4 are the opposite on this cube. So therefore, you flip the cube over to the other side to operate the rest of the house from the flipped cube.
Or S. S is half or sin of infinity.
Yes. Yeah, because that's what makes the sine wave. The sine wave is the S.
SIN in trigonometry is representative of 1/2.
Dang.
Yeah.
That was a paradigm shift for certain just now. That's what we
From
were
the analema
right
also.
with the lady
Yes.
and the lady in her mind with her meditation and bringing it into the body.
I'm trying to, just one thing, they said something about the sine wave and stuff, so I need to make sure I don't lose that page. I'm trying to explain an obligation in a movement. I wish I had it. I wish I had it right here with me. Okay, I don't have it here.
I wish I may, I wish I might.
I wish you have it too, so you could be happy about
And have it
I
here
want you to be
tonight.
happy.
Well, you know, if I wish, I'd be Jewish.
Jutina. But
Well, because the word J-E together means I in French.
okay.
I found one of them. And in the word Jewish, for an English guy who speaks a little bit of French, it sounds to me like I believe, je crois. Now, croix also sounds for cross. So when you're saying Jewish, you're actually saying the cross.
And then in French, when you say, it's up to you, you say je ne sais pas.
Je ne sais pas. I don't take a step.
Yes.
I'm just no, but it's actually I don't know, but I'm trying to figure out where else. So I'm going to have to design this right now, and just want to see what else I pulled out of these books. I seem to think like this is a race, and I need to show it fast, but I can't stop people from staying, and I can't stop people from going, and I
It's
can't.
not a race. It's not a race. This is a
No.
dance. This is a
And
dance.
yeah. I was like a racehorse trying to get out the gate when it kicked off 8 years ago. I couldn't help it. And I got hit by an 18-wheeler 3 times. So best just go with the flow.
Yes,
Enjoy it.
it's not a battle to be won. It's a dance to be won.
Danced. And you have the people are showing up now that are called in to show up for certain.
Okay. These squiggly lines here, first of all, the zodiac, they say something about the deacon is the way the zodiac moves. And if you play Scrabble and you want to do something with this word, what you're going to do this word, you're going to say dance. So the deacon is the zodiac dancing. So what do you see here?
I see the white primacy. I mean the Nazi sign.
No, it's not the
Yeah.
Nazi sign. That's actually this sign that I have down here, which is an ancient symbol for Hinduism, and
Okay.
also
I don't know how to too well.
it's a conductor. The symbol they use in electricity on a conductor.
So all these symbols, like I can tell you a little bit about every single one, but it takes longer than that just to do it. So it's pretty simple that the Jewish menorah over here, right? You have 8 candles, and then you have one. The single candle in the center will never be lit. Will it ever be lit to be alone, or will it automatically just be called the shamash, right? Which also they use that word in other languages. And what happens, I think day number one, you light the shamas, the main candle, and then you light the next candle. And then on day number two, you light the shamas and the next 2 candles. And on day number three, you light the shamas. And then I think when you finish one side of it, right, you've mirrored one side, now you go and light the next. Well, by the time the 8 days are up of Hanukkah, if this is when you light it, what you would have lit is you lit the first candle, count that first candle for 24 hours. Always count the shamas for 24 hours. So, okay, you wanted to take that off? I was going to leave it there. Um, okay, so you count the shamas, okay? Every single day you will burn that shamas. That'll be 8 times 24. Even though it burns 1 hour, it represents the day equaling to 192. Then you're going to light candle number one once. Candle number one will then be lit. Candle number one will be lit 8 times. Candle number two will be lit 7 times. Candle number three will be lit 6 times. Candle number four will be lit 5 times. Candle number three will be lit 4 times. Candle number two will be lit 3 times. Candle number one, let me see, did I get that right? Just let me go through this again. The first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, and the eighth day, 2 and 1. Okay, I'm gonna show you this. I'm just gonna take off the picture. I want to show about the candles first. Okay. So where did this page go? Um, Where's the calculations? Not very pretty. It's not very pretty. So what this says is that when you light your first candle, your second candle, your third candle, your fourth candle, your fifth candle, your sixth candle, your seventh candle, your eighth candle. When you light the eighth candle, it'll only be on the last day you connect number 8. When you connect the seventh candle, it'll only be on day number 7. It'll only light twice. 8 lights once, 7 lights twice, 6 lights 3 times, 5 lights 4 times, right? The On the 4th day of Hanukkah, okay, you will light that candle 5 times. On the 3rd day of Hanukkah, you'll light that candle 6 times. And on the first day of Hanukkah, that candle will be lit all the way. 8 1 7 2 6 3 5 4 4 5 6 3 2 7 1 8 9 9 9 9 9 9, and lighting the menorah candles. And what it means is that if you light this 8 times, it'll be 8 times 24 hours, 7 times 24 hours, 6 times 24 hours. When you add them all up, it equals to 36 plus 8, equaling to a total of 44. The word Abraham is 44. It divides the day and the night in Trinity in thirds. Mathematics will bring you to 16 and 8 equaling to 24, creating a gate rotation. What I mean by a gate rotation is because this is not a single digit, I have to do 2 mathematical equations. Okay, and the equations go like this: 1 times 6 is 6, 1 plus 6 is 7. So I'm going to be converting 6 within 7, or bring it down to a lower level. It will then be, what is 4 and 8? 4 and 8 is just like 8 and 16. Where did I get this? I'm going to show you this. I'm hoping it makes sense. Okay. 1 times 6, 1 plus 6, I get this. 6 and 7 equals to 13. 1 and 3 equals to 4. I can also leave it this way if I want. It's easier that way. And what this is talking is this is your passage gate into the heavens over here, right? When you take out your protractor and you design this, right? The divided house, the point is over here for the ace. It divides the house. You have the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. The feet, bringing these two hemispheres together, brings you into life, into the two worlds. You see the way the feet, right? And half the letter will create the R and R and R and R for the 180-degree plane where it's divided up the center, or the letter I, where when you go to sleep at night, you get into your REM sleep, which is 90 minutes. So you're going to have to take out your 90 minutes, two calculators, one for each house, a calculator on this side and a calculator on this side. 1 through 9 equals to 45. That's your 90 for the soccer. The thing is, what about you running off the other two calculators? I need a calculator here, or a number, set a number 9 here, set a number 9 here, set a number 9 here, where these 9 will overlap these 9, leaving what will be only left is 2, 5, and 8 out of all of this. This will double up with this side here. This will double up with this side here, only leaving this one free
That's
to
awesome.
travel.
That's awesome because you have all threes on your calculator right now.
Oh,
It was
no,
all threes a second ago. That was awesome.
well, I just, anyways, it just happened like that. Okay, well, I don't know what's coming up there. 898. But 898 is also this.
Separate frequency. A frequency is in a tune, in a sound, because sound creates light. You add color to create vibration.
You have to add color. Where does the color come from?
Spectrum, hue.
It's crazy. It's just it's mind-boggling because I knew a long time ago when I was doing this project, it told me that I need an electrician and a plumber in order to
Yes,
complete
correct.
this.
But
Because you
you
need
don't
a
need a hairdresser.
yeah, a
But
conductor.
When you say
There's-
it told you, is it a
it's a conductor,
telepathic
yeah. A resistor, a
conversation
conductor.
you're having with something?
Go ahead, Melody.
Tech Pants, when you're downloading this information, is it coming through as a conversation with something?
No, I just, when you say something, I'm just putting together. Well, I know there's right now I'm a little bit out of it, not really in contact with anything. When you put me onto a track with something, I feel a very high, low frequency vibration that's humming through me. And that's what I feel when somebody asks me a question, because I now at this point, after 20 years, understand basically how the number system is coordinated. Although I don't have everything on paper, I basically feel, and I actually see, I know what I'm doing, and I need to know if I'm lying to myself. Did I make any math errors? Does something not make any sense? I'm at that point right now that I think it's very important that if we can understand that we can solve this little teeny mystery and show the world, show everybody, every human being in the world, that they'll see that this system was absolutely utopia. It was absolutely made perfect, right? It doesn't mean that it has to work perfect. It has to be understood perfectly in math. The 29th day, okay, either you're going on a long route to have a baby, okay, or the Red River is running. And that's what happens on day number 29. Tell me that I'm wrong, that the moon doesn't come out on day 28, the full moon. We have results on the 29th day.
I have a
well,
graphic
here's
for
the
that.
thing. Here's the thing about the world and what's going on with the people, that your heart is so big and so pure and your mission is so solid and you want to reach everyone. People are caught up in the mechanics of each individual zodiac sign. Oh, my this, and then they start floating around with that part of this thing and don't realize that this is a wheel that has to come together as one. That's why I'm on board with the 13th theory, because that's been knocking on my door for quite some time. And the gentleman down with the hat picture mentioned the 13th theory too. I'd like to hear him speak on that, because it feels like in my spirit like he knows a little something about it too. So yeah, so people are caught up in the caught up in the outer skirts instead of the heart of the matter of the bringing it all together as the 12, which now we're on the precipice of you saying start over. could be the 13 start over. What if it's something new? What if it's put it all together and there's something new on the other side of that, which would be 13 going in if you count it from 12? So I don't know. That's kind of my theory on that. But for sure about the people being caught up in the arms and legs and not the whole body, for sure.
Well, I don't profess to know a lot about much. Like I don't. Um, I just learned, through my own path that the discovery of, everything being 12 and coming from a Christian background, the 12 gates and 12 disciples and the 12 zodiac signs, and realizing that, yeah, the truth is they were hiding 13. Okay. When I came to the conclusion that I'd been lied to, that my consciousness had been formed, my my myself and my version of the external life around me had been misconstrued and misguided, that's the moment where I started seeking truth. And when I did, the truth of that revealed so much about me. So I stopped revealing everything about the world and the lies around it and started to come to the conclusion that it was only what I put out to the world that I got back. What I resonated out. Okay. That's what I got back. When I realized the big lie is that I had to learn to love myself. And at that point, then I knew that 13, the lie of 13 and the truth of 13, right, allowed me to take that unity you just spoke about, right? That we have to realize that all this external stimulation and everything has nothing to do with it. When we come to unite with ourselves, with our one, with our higher consciousness, with our own, I am Colin. That's what I am, and I am just as grand and wonderful and just as big a part of this everything that you are, and that you are just as big a part of everything as that frog that I accidentally almost stepped on yesterday. That it's all one, and it's about reeling that big lie. And that's why, I spent some time on TikTok here and I got involved in these flat earth lives, right? I even wrote a poem about TikTok, about what's happening and how TikTok was put on this earth to divide us, to be, to spy on us, to watch us. But now it's brought us together, and how we reversed it. How? By looking at ourselves. I can't do the shadow work. I can't find my light unless I see my darkness. And when I see the darkness in other people, I love them more for it, rather than get angry and want to fight you or debate you, right? Or call you wrong or call you evil. When I see that darkness, it's something I've already seen in myself. And I'm going, hooray, man. Because you know what? It's the people that don't get angry, the people that don't are passionate about something, the people that don't call you a liar, the ones that are going, whatever, just, yeah, it all is, whatever. Those people are lost. The ones that aren't questioning, the ones that aren't fighting at least something. If there's turmoil in someone, there's still hope for them. That's my personal opinion. Humbly, the truth of 13 is an important truth because that's a damn lucky number to me.
You always had good days on Friday the 13th.
Well, this
Well,
is
you
the
just told me about the
13th beast
29th
star.
day. You just told me about the 29th day. I never understood that.
As well,
I never understood that.
the 29th day on the piano is also center C, because if you go on the piano from right to left, you hit center C. Excuse me. Yeah, if you go from right to left in the piano, you hit center C. When you go, the number 29 also is at in a leap year, April 1st, which used to be the 91st day, which is April Fool's Day, day of the fish. Fish happens to be the worm, or the rhyming word of worm is, right, sperm. Okay. It's the 91st day. It's a completion of 13. The 13 cards in the deck, 1 through 13,
Yeah.
equals to 91. I need a glass of water. Just give me a second.
Go for it, brother.
All right, the lady at the bottom was going to speak, and I would love to hear her speak. She's so knowledgeable.
Yes,
And
she is.
also, will you please, ma'am, tell me how to say your name?
Well, I have it as Synexia, but it can be Synexina.
Okay,
Yeah.
Synexia. You like
Yeah.
Synexia?
Yeah,
I like that
I
too.
play with the
Okay.
flip script, so the N at the end of my name can be flipped as a U and can become silent.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to know about the man who's talking about 13. Are you saying 13 for the sun? Are you doing the 13 for the moon? Or are you understanding yourself as the 13th player on the wheel of 12? Because um,
No, I'm not any
I'm
special
just trying to
player.
understand your perspective on the 13 there.
Well, there's 13 lunar cycles, 13 solar cycles.
Okay.
There's not 12. There's
Yes.
13 months in the calendar. There's 13.
There's 12 solar, and the sun is the 13th sign who moves through all. It's the
Yes.
zodiac is like the first movie. It's like the reel to reel, REEL to
Yeah.
REAL.
Yeah.
And so he's like the main character who goes through all the signs. But you need to understand too, the zodiac is also the clock. It's a 24-hour clock. So if you add a
Yeah.
13th sign for the sun, then you're going to be adding extra time to the clock, which we know that the sun, it's pretty dependable in the 24 hours. So I think you should possibly look into that too, because the zodiac is the grandfather clock from beginning. That's why it's on the Great Pyramid. And then the moon's
Well, the
13.
towers.
The moon's 13, and then when you follow the moon, when the moon enters your sun sign, that's the alchemy of your body. That's your Christ oil harvest. That's the Lord's Supper of your body, which your body is tuned to the natural alchemy because of the moon and the earth. So I just wanted to mention that about the clock.
That is brilliant.
That's how you get your
That is
halo
so
as
brilliant.
an angel.
Oh my goodness. Okay, right now
This is
the
this is the
moon is
U.S.
in
patent.
Cancer, which is my sun and moon.
Yes,
This
and
is
I
a
wanted
U.S.
to.
patent number. This is a U.S. patent number 3626606. It's a patent for a dynamic force field.
Repeat that number.
3626606.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
let
so
me.
like the candlesticks, like he showed the nine flame candle, the seven candles of the menorah, they're showing the seven things from Mercury to Saturn, the planets, and that's also where the seven comes from on the die.
And that
Saturn is
dynamic.
also considered the sixth and the seventh, so he's also considered the Jack. That's why he has the box, and he's also the king. Saturn is the old sun. That's the story and how he got his ring, and he helped birth the sun that we call sun today. But all those stars are called suns because they're all souls, SOL. That's what Spanish teaches us. You need multiple languages to understand, like the
Right.
Gematria and
100%.
Yeah.
all of our languages. Because if you remember the Scrabble Babble,
Yes.
Babylon is
Yeah.
talking about the zodiac,
And the
which
fall
is
of the
also,
yeah,
yeah,
the
yes,
fall of Babel. Correct.
yeah,
When
it was
they
all scrabbled, and we put
scrambled
all the
Babel.
pieces back together when we all come back together and we understand the story like it was in the beginning. There's no such thing as sin besides the sine wave, and you literally
And
have
in
purpose, but
trigonometry.
user error is so
And
important to
it wasn't
understand
it
when it comes to
wasn't
our
Babylon. It
bodies.
wasn't Babylonian. It was Macedonian. They made it into
Yes,
Babylonian. It was
yeah,
What
the
is?
supposed to be
Chaldeans.
Macedonian.
Explain that to me, please. Please explain that to me,
The
Macedonian.
Macedonian Empire is what defeated the Jedi and Alexander the Great, and they have been in charge since then, 3,600 years ago.
Okay, Macedonian. Explain the root word Macedonian. Explain what we're not supposed to know about the Macedonians.
Well, the Macedonian is the empire against us, the Federation, the Jedi. We were taken advantage of by means just we were backstabbed by certain people, and now the empire has run everything for 3,600 years, and now we're back to take everything back.
Yeah, we're the Christ return.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye,
Everybody's waiting for
Felicia.
Christ's return, and that's us. Now
That's us.
the
Let's go.
abomination of desolation is non-activation into your spirit light, your body. If you're going to worship something outside yourself, you're not going to activate your inner light. That's why you have to go within. And I spell within with the H little because it's written also. Within is also the word written.
I love you.
Yeah,
I'll
I
type
love
it
you
out
all,
so I
man.
could share it because you have to learn the
Just the
words.
fact that
The tongue unlocks the words, you guys. So instead of you looking at the words with your eyes, if you can just listen to the word and how it sounds, it can help you unscrabble words. I'll share the with
I'm
them
so
real
worried
quick.
though, knowing that my only language is English. I know that that's a critical uh, um,
Ward is the protector, further, not a father, but a further, to further the word's virtue with honor and integrity.
Yeah, and that's why in maritime law they'll have the word that is the ward, the WARD, who has been taken captive Jack's vessel. He's been hijacked, and that's why they have the bond
yeah.
linked to Saturn, which a lot of people think is Satan, but Saturn is actually the father because he's the beginning. He's the
Yeah.
original sun.
And it has a lot to do with reaching to the ether because the female can reach further into the ether than the male. Men cannot do what women can do.
Yeah,
Women
woman
are
is
the
spirit
creator of flesh.
vessel. She's
Yeah.
portal.
Women can
Well, that explains it.
magic better, everything better. The man is supposed to support like an X because a Y only has one foot to stand on, but an X has two. We're supposed to support and further the Y.
Yes. Yeah, so a lot of my studies are about maritime law because, I commented before about the Walla magic. And a lot of people don't know that that is an actual thing because they have Walla Walla Washington, and then you have Walla Walla onions that make you cry. Okay. And so the Walla is pertaining to water, air, land, and then you hit the wall, and then you have land, air, water, and that's pertaining to the analema, which is the figure eight, the infinity sign. So we come from the water above, we enter the air, and we land here as Jack. That's when they've hijacked the vessel and they've tried to make you a subject to the waters. Okay, and then that's where the monster and the seed comes into play. And if you look into the Pope is called the Holy See, SEE. And see, that's what we are. We are the seers, SEER. We don't make a prophet because we're not a prophet seer. We're just a seer. And that's where the Christ comes into play too. He's teaching you how to walk upon the water and not be subject to the water of law, which is the waters above that we speak, which is the constellations where we derive our alphabets from. So we're literally speaking the law of water here upon the land, but as Christ, we're not subject to the law because it's been fulfilled by means of us. We can speak it, and that's what we travel back through on our way back up the ladder.
I'm
Yeah,
laughing
and
at
see,
the
Bugs
picture.
Bunny's name. Bugs Bunny's name is George Washington.
Oh my gosh.
And he's the rabbit.
Allah, Allah, Allah,
What's up?
Allah.
What's up, Doc?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting. I can't follow it. I'm still trying to learn that because I know it all connects. I know the numbers, the backbone that goes along with what you were saying. but I can't still connect it, even if I worked on it for not long enough.
Yeah, well, that's the magic with the words. The words is
And
the
just
spell.
remember to
It's the spells.
relax your
I heard a
shoulders.
lot of that
Relax your
before.
shoulders, guys. Relax your muscles. Take breath in. Relax your tension out of your muscles, your shoulders, your neck, your back, your ankles, your thighs, and then
Your eyes and your
your back.
jaw.
Think about one third of your focus should be on your body. Relax. It's so important to release the tension that our minds create with thought. Otherwise, we can spontaneously combust, guys. It's the tension that makes you ill. So everybody has to relax when the mind works, the body cries. So we must keep one third of our focus on relaxation of our bodies, especially when we are in training like we are right now. We are learning and we are exercising our minds.
You're so
So
awesome, all of
relax
you. You're
the
so awesome.
tension out of the shoulders, let it fall. Breathe in.
Coherent breathing. It saved my life. Saved my life 5 years ago. Coherent breathing, right?
Sir,
I was in between here and the hospital, and there was no way I was going back in. It was during that terrible time, and I knew what was happening. I already saw it coming, and I panicked, right? And at the same time, I was having a little medical issue with my, I had a very small medical issue, but I couldn't go. I couldn't go to the dentist because everything was closed down, and there was so much trouble and to move during the period of time. And I was already seeing 10 years ahead in time because I know. I woke up. I really busted out of the cell when I saw a few other things. Like there's this guy named Alex, right? You know, Alex one with a J in front of it. So when he started showing me some stuff of what was going on, it just made too much sense, you know. And so when 2020 came around, the Monopoly game is basically a 7-13-20 setup in the Monopoly game. Means it goes 7 to the center and 13 across. In Monopoly, anybody ever play Monopoly? Anybody ever think that the Monopoly game is actually telling us, connecting the Mayans? It's like we have these different games that are like they're like a part of the metric system in how we transform numbers from one side of a board to another side of a board. Now I can't. Oh,
yes. Keep in mind our sense of smell, our sense of hearing, but they want us to believe in sense as in a coin. Oh, so that's where they tricked us, you see. It's not a scent with a C, it's a scent with an S.
So there's no ascent to the ascent, to the scent.
so you can say it's the entity within the C. You can also call that like when it comes to the S at the end, right? So you'll have the ENT, and if you take that ENT, why don't we just take out the S and say C10? The word 10,
I got it. Satan.
or you have it just the word 10, TEN in its own. 10 is that combination of the star system. C10 would be three parts of a star, be a connection of the star.
That's
The
right. And then
one
left of that is Beelzebub.
So we have this 3, 7, 10, 1, 9, 10, 4, 6, 10. We have four tens, but we're only going to use three at a time, four different times, because there's four different stars in this. And let's not forget about the other stars hidden in here where we just go here to create a star. This is only where we use two parts. Remember right here, I can connect with all 4 lines, but here I can only connect this star with 2 lines, 12 and 12, 14, 14, 6 and 6, 8 and 8. This is how
Yeah.
this
Yep. That's it right there. Sound creates light. Add vibration. Number 4, sense for vibration. 4, vibration. Not FOR, but number 4, vibration.
equals to 60. So 4 is going to equal to 60. It's also going to represent orange because the word orange is represented with 60, and orange is going to break itself down. If I got this right, there's one black letter, and there's the rest of them are red, so it'll be 15 and 45. So everything in the word orange, when you separate the letter for their color, is you're going to have a 15 and a 45. So the 15 fits into the 45. So the 45 value is 3 times what the 15 value, and it fits into the concept where the lower wing 10 to the upper wing 30, where it's 3 times the value, the same thing. So there's something that's going on with this that's also explaining this star connect, in which I want to get back to that for 1 second before I mention this. Now, wow, am I going to be able to find this somewhere? Just give me a second. Yeah, okay, it was the boot. I'm looking for
My brain's already exploding here. Ooh, I gotta remember to breathe.
Yeah,
Please don't forget to breathe, guys. Please don't forget to breathe and relax too. Not just breathe, but relax your tension. The muscles that you, when you're in a sword fight and you're facing off with another swordsman, you cannot have tension in your body. You must be calm so you can move. If you are already tense, you will not be able to move. You'll be tired. Tire, like a tire on a car. Just getting around in a circle.
Does everybody know that if you're too tense, you know what happens? The food doesn't go down, it just comes up the other way. You can't swallow, you can't digest. Your whole esophagus, everything is flowing with inside the running up and down the information. I'm sitting on my what? My ACE. My ACE. Okay, when I sit down, okay, they call this where the sun don't shine. If you go and look up the skeleton, it'll show a B letter. This is where the sex area is over here. So that area over here is going to represent 3, 4, 5, and 6 love. So it's going to represent an entry from the sun. The numeric value for sun is 54. Your basic creation is number either 36 or 63, which will be 9 times 4 or 9 times 7, 36, 63, which will connect the A and the D, or the after the death, or the analog to the digital. And where the transition comes in is through what is B and C, A and D5 to what is B and C5. And that is where the citizen band radio comes in. So if we can understand the citizen band radio that comes in, that is what's running inside of us right now. So when they come and change our frequency, they're changing the way we receive inside of us.
Correct. And AC, DC. AC is alternating current, DC, the other.
1 times 3, 1 plus 3 will equal to 3 and 4. So the AC creates the DC. Now 4 times 3, 4 plus 3 is 12, and 7 equaling to 19. 19 is the S letter. So what happens there, when you minus it, it equals to 5. When you equal to 5, you automatically connect to where everything else connects right over here. Your 19, the S letter, has a double reduction. It flips the cube upside down. The reason for that, Pythagorean counting, the 19th letter, 1 plus 9 equals to 10, a single reduction, and then 1 plus 0 equals to 1, a double reduction. 2 reductions of 9 equaling to 18, representing the letter R, which is 3 times 6 or 2 times 9. We come, okay, over the cross to connect the house as the 13th sign, as the orphan child, under the numeric value of 5775. That's the numeric value for that. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. We become the 555 into this world. 5 times
Wow.
5 times
Yep.
5 times 5 times 5 equals 1.25, and 512 memory. 51 or 5 and 1 will represent the O letter, and the 2 and 5 coming together represents the Y. It's yo, 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 Alev. They represent both Mars and Earth. Y is the 25th letter, 2 and 5, 7. The numeric value for Earth in the short count is 25, and a high count is 52. The numeric value for Mars is number 51. It's the quarter house. I call it the quarter house because I can reduce or flip the number around to number 15, right? Which is like when you sing "Oh Canada" or "Oh Say Can You See." So when we flip it around to 15, what that 15 is now 4 times 15 gives you your 60 seconds, 60 minutes on the clock. So that's how I create that relationship. And I connect Mars to monkeys. Mars and monkeys and the 10 star system. Mars and monkey, Mars and ape, Mars and gorilla. They all are going to connect to the system of Mars. Each one of these words. Gorilla 74 equals to Messiah, equals to Muhammad, equals to energy, equals to Jesus.
And you guys all avoided math, I bet.
What's that?
And most people avoid math.
Well, I know
Mike?
it took me 9 semesters to get through college math, and I only had 2 to get through. They told me to quit and go to a community college. I was like, nope. You opened up the left side of my brain. And so something else, I have 2 sons that are Aries signs, and they both loved monkeys growing up. I never knew that till he kept saying that.
Well, I'm a monkey Sagittarius, like he was talking about when I first got on this live. The Sagittarius and the monkey. I'm going, okay, the universe put me here tonight. I don't usually come on TikTok much because I was kind of sick of all the crap. But when I scrolled through the live, I just knew I was home when he was talking about Sagittarian monkeys.
That is funny.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking earlier? You were talking about that relax and breathe, and I'm thinking about, remember when you're finished work or you're done work or you can't work anymore, that you retire, right? You retire.
And
They're telling you that when you retire, put the tire back on and go back to work, so that they're not really letting you retire.
to do once
Because I'm
again.
56 and I believed in freedom 55, and I realized freedom had nothing to do with 55 or money. You know, like he said, you told me that Big AJ woke you up. Well, I met a lady. I repaired a TV for a lady while I hung a TV on her wall and did some repairs in her house. And she told me about a lot of different things. She told me about Hillary Clinton and her, escapades with children. She taught me about the president's wife might not be a wife. And she told me, about this Epstein character. And she told me about...
Hey, welcome back, Carter. It's Epstein.
Yeah.
Hey.
So I can tell you the moment I woke up. The universe woke me up this moment. Okay? It's only because of my life experience that I knew I heard a lie. I heard on the news that our friend JP there, JE there, with the island, that he found a way to unalive himself, right? And I know that because I've had experience with such things that they don't allow you anything to unalive yourself with. And that he had 2 guards outside his room. So she had told me about this guy, and I hadn't thought about it for 2 years, man. I went about living. And the moment that I heard that on the news was the moment everything shifted for me, and I realized that I better start learning about 13, right? Because the next lesson I got was the lesson of 13, just after that moment of awakening, and with a random YouTube video, right? A random number, a random Mayan calendar, a random, just a little bit of random truth. At the same moment, I realized that they were lying to me on that thing I was looking at on the wall, I realized that my life had been built a lie because I knew the moment I accepted the lie. My first day of grade 1, we spent kindergarten in another school. We went to grade 1, and I saw this round thing sitting on the table. And I asked the teacher, what was that? And she said it was a globe. And I started asking her questions. And I said, so the people in Australia are walking upside down? And she said, well, yeah, but not really because they think they're walking right side up. But really, they're walking upside down. And I questioned her about it and nagged her until she made me go stand in the hallway my first day at school because I wouldn't listen. I was questioning her about it. But if that moment was the moment that I accepted the narrative, right?
Yeah, think about it this way.
And
So my
because nobody
name's
told me that day in grade 1, all that, you know what that teacher needed to tell me?
there's your ice wall, bro.
No, your lesson. You just gave us a lesson 5 minutes ago. What was it? Just breathe. Just relax, right?
Relax.
Imagine if they started the first day of every day of school with that. And then you actually taught them curriculum rather than, I mean, taught them useful things rather than curriculum. But yeah, why didn't they teach me that in grade 1, man? Why didn't I know grade 1 that I should breathe? Take time for myself. Right?
So we have the fish. We have the fish, and they go in schools, and the fish is known to be the sperm, and the fish is noted to be on April 1st because it's April Fool's Day. So now we have the fish out of school, and we got that. So it's the worm or the sperm, and it's the 91st day, and it's the day of the spirit because the numeric value of spirit is 91. And if you go space time equals 91. 91 equals to the spirit. So now spirit will connect the soul and everything that connects with that. Well, now you'll understand where 91 comes in. Now, we spoke about this 91 before, where in the 9 house, you use every number but the 9. And in the 11 house, you use every number but the 1. They connect together. It's two different houses. It's two different houses. I'm going to show you in a minute. I didn't find anything I was looking for. Now I may have lost something, but I did find something that I wasn't looking for. So where is this? Please don't tell me I changed a page. Please. First of all, also, there was something we talked about. I showed squiggly lines before, but I never finished. So I do want to finish about the squiggly lines. Okay, first of all, we all know that squiggly lines mean movement, correct? So we
Yeah.
might have the sine wave that runs through this way or a heartbeat.
Right, especially in dealing with electronic conductors and reducers and transistors. They all have those symbols on them.
Transistors, perfect. I love the word. That's coming up soon. Transistors, sisters, and the LG. You know LG Electronics?
Yes, sir.
Well, I left out the BT.
Got it.
Right? There's a reason for that. There's even a reason why they put in, and now some of this I don't have the complete explanation. It's only hypothesis why they put in the roundabouts. It's part of going around number 5. They need to bring it back into the game because they have to bring us back up to par by telling us all the truth. They can't move the game forward without our acknowledgement. When they say they need your signature, well, in French, once you start that word off, it's actually telling you about a monkey. Singe is a monkey, as in signature. So when you go to the greffe and they need your scratch, you're talking about lion or the tiger, because that also is a representation of your signature. Well, what this is when you're working in what, let's say, with woodwork, right? You need to know that this is a singular area space. You cannot guess to create a straight line. Therefore, in order to advance and create a heartbeat, you need to go up and then down and then up and then down and up and down. These are the different ways to do it. When you crisscross them, it creates this. You have a crisscrossing heartbeat. One of them here is when you're awake. Okay, when you're awake, the heartbeat is going to go from here. When you're asleep, the heartbeat will go from here because of this cube. This cube this way, you're awake. This cube this way, you're asleep. When you're asleep, the 4 and the 3 enter into you through your lunar moon into your hips. But when you're awake, you change away from that and you now run with the 2 and 5. I'm not sure exactly what they're trying to say, but it's
Beta. It's beta and delta waves.
So this is what happens when you're awake. And I say that also to note that when you're awake, you use certain zodiac signs. And when you're asleep, you use certain zodiac signs. So when you're looking at this dice, the only reason this is number 7 is this one can penetrate into here. We're not seeing all the penetration with this. So with the penetration of the 1 here, this is going to create 1 and 6 of 9. And this is going to create 1 of 6 of 9. And then you're going to get your 6 and 6, 12, but you're only going to be using 6 and 6 this way because you don't need the other ones when you're awake. And when you're in sleep, you change off and you don't need to have that switch on for when you're awake and when you're asleep. And I think it's also represented by the bear because the bear hibernates in the time it needs to sleep. And it's only periodic. I think it's one out of every 4 seasons that happens. So it's like, anyway, so that's that terminology understanding with that. I did want to finish with the boot that I did like 19 hours ago.
Can you bring up JP? JP out of the comments. JP wants, if she wants to come up.
If she requests, for sure.
Okay, so JP, where are you? Would you like to come up? Let me see. I'm going to invite, I do want to finish off the boot first. I'm going to invite you, but just let me finish the boot. Okay, so now we did this like an hour ago. Let me explain this boot. So the star system connecting 10, in the lower world, in the lower boot, you have your 3 and 4 equaling to 7. The same as their complete same thing. See, between 3 and 4, there's only 1. Between 6 and 7, it's only 1. They're equal, just 1 is up here and 1 is down here. But it's not the 6 that's equal to 3, right? It's the 4 that's equal to 6, the 3 that's equal to 7. So anyways, your 3 and your 4 are in the same house to create a 7, correct? Your 1 and your 6, you've jumped over to create your 7, your first 7 outside the house. Inside the house, 3 and 4, outside the house. You're in the upper level when you connect 1 and 6. And now what the 2 does, okay, the 2 will now connect to the 5 position over here. So it connects to the crossing of the star, that 2. Do you follow me so far?
Yes, a port. That's called a port.
A port. So the 2 gets the port. Now we also note that the 2 is located within the 3. This 2, okay, because you see it as a 2, but it doesn't play the role here as the 2. It plays the role in part as the 2 over here to the dividing gates through the E world pass of the 7th gate, because this is a 2 and 7 2. And there's 2 of them. There's this 2 here and there's this 2 here. Remember, awake and asleep. You see that? Now this one over here, look at that. Now when you turn it around, right? Look at that. No more number 6. So we turn it this way. Look at that. We got 4. Now watch that. Number 6 is going to be right next to it. So when the 2 is on this angle, right, the 6 will be like this. It means you're asleep. So this will show up when you're asleep. This will be when you're awake, and you won't have number 6 over here.
Alpha, beta, delta waves. Alpha, beta, delta.
Alpha, beta, delta. So delta always tells me about the split sun. When the house is split, okay, there's the left side and the right side. I've always called this the delta angle because in Greek, the 4th letter is called delta, and it's a triangle. And I already know from over the past 20 years that everything is in skeleton form. So you have to do the rest of the work. Either they give you all the equipment or they don't give you enough of the equipment. Because if they gave you all the equipment in certain instances, you might not be able to complete the work. So therefore, they'll leave out a piece that you're going to have to create yourself. understanding the basic dynamics. So you just mirror the image, and now you have the complete image.
Yeah, and when you do your Christ oil harvest and you're keeping track of that with the moon and the sun, that helps open up your gates and you activate more and you activate your gamma waves of your brain, which helps you activate your Merkaba and your portal so you can do your interdimensional traveling.
Okay, so when the minute you said gamma, so the gamma, okay, in Greek, alpha, beta, gamma, delta. So you can see that the gamma, the letter of gamma, is before the delta. That's where C and D come in. So they connect in the same house. It's not like in the English alphabet where they put the C letter in, right? That's a little bit different. Now they put in the gamma, and that's the seventh letter in the English language. So they're talking about the upper house and not the lower house. In the lower house, it'll be C3. And in the upper house, it'll be 7G. So the Greek to the English language is talking about two different sides. And you can see that the lower house is 3, the upper house is 7. So the Greek and the Hebrew have done the same thing because the Hebrews made it to be Gimel and the Greeks created it to be Gamma. So now we know that we have a separation between when the English language came out into North America, exchanging it. And we also have the Greek flag and the Hebrew flag. They look the same. So they must be running some sort of synchronicity in their vibration. My question is, do the Greeks write from right to left or left to right?
The Greeks wrote up and down.
Uh,
They write up and down?
Up and down.
Right.
And right and left. The Greeks did all of them. That's the 90-degree angle. It's up and down, left and right.
Yeah, see, and the angels read diagonal, front and back. It split scripts, front to back, back to front, top to bottom, bottom to top, and diagonal. And you can, a lot of people don't know this with the Bible, but it's all numbers. So you can literally find your whole name, all your histories, and everything about you and the people around you in the Bible. But that's how you read the codex of the Bible. You read it top to bottom, bottom to top, left to right, right to left, and diagonal. It's for the Holy Sphere, which that's what you are. You're the Holy Spirit, and you're the Jack in the Box, and you gotta get out of the box.
I love how you put
And
that.
you activate
The
when you
Holy Grail.
activate your Christ oil harvest. That usually begins at the age of 12 to 13, and then you grow into your light, which is the sun. That we have to have the sun for activation, and we have to have the earth for activation. So grounding is important. And then as you store up your oil, it increases the gamma waves in your brain, and it is your halo, and it helps you activate the dormant Dan, which is the dormant DNA in your temple body. And so a lot of this also, people need to understand the Great Awakening and the reset already happened. But at the same time, we're also a part of this because it's set in the great clock, which the grandfather clock is the zodiac. So it's all pointing to Aquarius. And when he was showing the squiggly lines on the paper, that's the sign of Aquarius, and Aquarius is 5 and 510. So and
You know
it's
what I
silent
love?
in the alphabet.
I love
It's the
about
water.
Aquarius in this time is that people are. What I learned about it through and through is people are starting to get the reflection back on what they did to other people. And that's
Yeah.
it's starting to hit them on the inside. And that's when I thought community. I'm thinking, okay, community. So we're coming together. Maybe we all camping together, having that forerunner stock type thing, and whatever. But really, what it means is this inner realization that with the theory of we're all connected is
Yes,
starting to
we
hit
are.
people. Yeah, it's starting to hit people in their inner core, and they're starting to reflect on what they did to others because they felt that way about themselves.
Yeah. See, we're the stars. All the stars are connected.
Wars,
And
Star Wars, Star Wars.
Yes, and see, we're supposed to be the stars at
I'm a
peace. We're
warrior.
supposed to be the stars that just kind of fall into the flow. That's the whole point of why we're here to learn. But literally, you're a product of your own work. So some people, they're waking up every day in the hell that they've created. And we have to understand as a collective, because we are the Christ, we destroy the hell with our minds. It's a mindset that we destroy and we create the heaven on earth. That's why we're here. And so, alpha beta world is, alpha is white space. We're in the beta, which is dark space, but we're in the light also by means of the sun. That's what connects us. So you can activate your star. You can find your star too, and that will help you dip into your Akashic records, and you can access a lot of your past lives and all your memories, and your dreams play a large role in that. So if you have questions about your dreams and memories and stuff, it's probably because you're the resurrected dead, because reincarnation is very real, which a lot of people don't, they haven't been taught to believe that way.
Yeah, okay. Will you go into that then? Because I have things that I would say is memories of that, but I haven't swung the gavel on I believe that, but I don't see why
Well,
it wouldn't be true. And at the same
we're
time,
all, we've been everything. We've all been
Yeah,
everything. We've
we're all
all been
connected.
every single experience. We've all been each other. We've all
Yes.
been everything.
We are each
I've
other.
been
We
taught
are
it was,
all each other. We all
Yeah.
are
yeah,
each
we're
other.
the man in the mirror. You're the man in the mirror. So literally, you need to look at people as a reflection of you, because of the synchronicities, how everything is connected. If someone comes into your life, it's for a reason. Maybe they're there to teach you something. Maybe they're there to show you a reflection of yourself that you possibly need to correct. So that's, that gets into like
Well, I
people's
call them.
triggers and
The,
stuff.
the
I call them
misconception,
blessings,
the
but blessings,
misconception,
and most
the
people are
mis,
blessings.
yeah, well, everybody, but the misconception is like, oh, we're all together now. We just all need to get together and fuck and do all kinds of fucking shit
oh, that
and
was
do
the
all
No,
this.
past 30 years.
That's yeah, exactly.
People starting to realize what they did in the past 30 years.
Starting to realize who we did in the past 30 years.
Oh,
This is
fuck
for
that. I don't even want to
entertainment
remember
Doing
that shit.
purposes
ourselves and didn't
only.
know it.
No, I don't even want to think about that.
This is for entertainment purposes only. We do game theory. We what do we do? One of my friends says I this is what I do. He thinks I investigate. No, what's another word? What's another word? What does he say to me?
It's an MMORPG.
Whoa, where's that? RPG R2D2 or something?
No, it's a massive. It's a the definition massive online role playing game. It's role playing
Oh
game.
yeah, absolutely. So
Yeah.
check this role playing
yes.
game out.
Mars is covered by a comment. Let's see. Mars 51. Okay. Okay. Which one of my stars is
That's
51?
why we need a tank in the front. You have the tank in the front, the healer behind the tank, the casters behind the healer, an MMORPG. Everybody has their place. They're healers. The tank is in the front for the shield. The It's just like a role playing game in a massive online video game.
This
I'm a
makes
tank.
so much sense.
I'm not a
The first
game
time
builder,
ever.
but I sort of hear what you're saying. You want me to tell you about this? The M reverse M is N. The reverse A is Z. The reverse alphabet, meaning R is 18, reverse to 9. I. S reverse to H. We have Heinz and we have Mars. And guess what the number value is here? Heinz 57. So when you take the H letter, I put the blue line here and the blue line here, and I drag a line all the way through for the H. When I
So
create,
where does A1 come in?
On the
where's
steak.
A?
A1
Well, A,
sauce.
A
On the
is letter
steak.
Oh,
one.
A1 sauce. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And you notice, I think the A1 sauce, did they use a slanted okay, now let me, I'm going to have to look and try and understand. It
It's
could be the
vinegar.
Sky Pass.
It's
because
the addition of vinegar. The addition of
if you
vinegar is the only change.
if you retire at the age of 55, the numeric value for Sky Pass is 55, Sky 55 and Pass 55. What it does, it gives you the liberation because of the mathematics. First of all, the reverse of 5 and 5 is 22. It's a representation of either the second zodiac sign, which is going to be the ox, or Taurus. Um, I'm trying to see. I've just lost myself. Right, 55. It's also communication because the reverse cube of 55 will be 22. 22 is also to be noted to be bust in blackjack, and we bust the beginning of going over 21 in blackjack begins at 12. Only at 12. So when you're calling for a monkey in blackjack, you're calling for one of the wings, for the lower wing, to bust you out and give you 22. 22 is going to reside on the ring of this cube. Every side is 9. 4 times 9, 36, minus 7 and 7, equaling to what is 22. 11, 11 to 11. Your 22 life path is on the ring. The ring is put onto the finger. The finger is your pull 11 to what goes around the ring, which is number 22 or 14. But there's a story that goes inside because this is a 1 and 8. 1 times 8, 1 plus 8. It's going to represent the truckers that came to town, number 18. On the third level of 18, it equals to 54, the sun. On the fourth level, which we turn the cube around, it'll equal to 72. It'll equal Mr. Money. It'll equal the house of bait, the house of creation, which is 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, which equals to 18, and 9 equals to 27. That's your lower base house basic creation. You need to create this by bringing 1 and 2 together. It's an obligation in the game. 1 and 2 are the only numbers that do not double up. Once you get the 3, 3 happens both in the dot and in the void. Okay? The 4 happens in the dot and within the void. The 5 happens within the dot and within the void. The 6 happens, okay, within the dot and within the void. LOVT, 3, LOVE, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's ether here or ether there.
Oh my God, ether in your underwear.
Yeah.
So in the
That's it,
word
man.
underwear is the red coat.
But
How do you tie that in? Please, please, please explain to me. Ether and ether. I don't. How do you tie that in to what he just said? To the numbers.
Ether is everywhere. So ether is the power, the source, the force. Ether here or ether there.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
and ether, when it's in the center of your heart space, you're gonna know it, and you're gonna get purified, and you're
What's
gonna
that have
love
to do
it.
with the numbers he just said? Like, I don't understand where you tied it in, the correlation.
It's either here nor ether there.
Okay.
You'll find out when ether's everywhere.
I have a question or a topic that I have. Earlier, you showed us this beautiful picture you had drawn, and it had a picture of the Simpsons in it. Can we talk about that?
Oh yeah, the Simpson prediction picture. Yeah.
Did you draw this yourself, or did you find this somewhere?
Oh no, 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 no. I am way off being an artist with my hands. I only follow the dots and dashes and they dictate what I do. This is directed, delivered to me and all those 60-year-old men and women that I went to school with and everybody that I didn't go to school with that had the opportunity of turning on Warner Brothers. And because of Hollywood, okay, they had taught me that Bugs Bunny and Black Jacques Chirac, they were in a big battle together, right? So let me put that up here. Bugs Bunny and Black Jacques Chirac. So I'm going to take the sound off where he's taking a shower, and that's Block Shalak, right? And he goes there. Okay, now watch. Just watch. It's going to be 30 seconds or whatever. I hope it's in this play right over here. He's not even in the shower. Okay, now Bugs is going to be BB. Look at that. All of a sudden, no more water. What happened to the water? Oh my God. Got to figure this out. Got my rabbit ears on, my 18 wheeler. What happened here? Hold on a second. Um, Here, I'm gonna try to put it on faster. How can I make this go faster? No, hold on a second. Uh, no. Okay, yes, okay.
That just reminds me of Elmer Fudd. I'm gonna get that wascally wabbit.
Yeah, with the W, right. The W and R come together because the communication between the two worlds are between B and C, 2 and 3. 2, 3, 4, 6, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6, 9. The final level of 2, 3 is 6, 9 communication. So
Because
this is
R,
what's
yeah,
happening.
R is resistance. R is the resistor in an electrical circuit.
This is where I got this idea from right here. Right? He tried to knock that. Look what he's doing. He's trying to knock down the dam, right? And that's where I got the idea for the picture because that's what they taught us. Then they told us that the Simpsons make all the predictions and where the predictions are, right? Does everybody know where the predictions are? Or
Predictions, like to
I don't know,
predictation.
you can say paradictions. Is that a word?
Well, prediction is if you use the acronym or if you break it down, prediction. Diction is the dictation or the words, right? So to
Freestyle.
pre-dictate would be like to say something twice.
Yes, it's also taking notes and prediction dictionary. It's like been written in the script. Pre meaning before or prior. It could be a pre-trip inspection. So what this is over here is because they're making the prediction. The Simpsons, I put them there. But does anybody know what that word means? Do you know where this is? Can you think? Do you think you know where this place is?
Yes, that is
Where
Niagara
do you?
Falls in New York. That's Niagara Falls.
Is it? Can you read the sign?
I can't read the sign. I'm just going by what it
Las
looks like.
Vegas. Las
Uh,
Vegas.
yes. It looks like Hoover Dam or some shit.
There you go. HH Hoover Dam, 88. Andromeda Pegasus,
There you
88.
go.
Trump, 88. The doors that opened up by the Jubilee, 88. Now, when I said predictions, is because Las Vegas is where they put gods to all these predictions. All these predictions of people.
And they also waste the water there. They take all the water from Hoover Dam, they pipe it across California and all of the rest of the country, and they spray it into the desert before it goes to Las Vegas, Nevada.
And this apparently,
The ultimate.
yeah. So,
You
so
got it.
what this also tells me is that in Las Vegas, where all the predictions are, in the last couple of years, they got more sports teams there than any other place in the U.S. and Canada. Seattle got a sports team. Okay, they got sports teams where they don't need the sports teams. They keep sports teams where there's nobody that shows up to the games because it has nothing to do with the sport. It has to
Yep,
do with.
breaking the soul wells. It's basically they're recycling souls and in the city of sin, and they are taking souls and replacing them with hollows, and that's how they've been doing it for a while.
Now, let me put some words to that. Las Vegas, and when you said recycling, right? Right? Well, everybody's recycling their money there, but um, the word Vega, or how about look at it as a computer, the Vega card, right? Isn't there a Vega card in the computer system? What were the
That's
primary computer systems made with? How were the systems? What is that?
yeah, with crystals and water, water crystals,
So is
crystal
that
water. The water holds all the memory.
Yes.
Yeah,
right?
water. The bubbles, bubble water inside of crystals, just like in Superman when they put those crystals into the computer, and he had all that information. Same thing goes to, we have crystals throughout our planet that go all the way through the entire planet, and that's where the Merkaba is. We can travel through the Merkabas all the way through the planet, just like this that the sacred geometry I showed earlier with all the lines. Those lines are the ley lines.
Now, in the beginning, all those stones was on top, and then they were pushed under the earth with the flood. Just like all the big trees was in the beginning, and then they were chopped down to make way for the walking trees, which is us.
I only know this
Because
because Billy the Kid, yeah. Billy the Kid, or Bonnie, uh, Blue Bonnet, he traveled through he traveled the Merkabas because he was taught how to do it through the natives in New Mexico, where I grew up. And there's tunnels all through this planet where we can travel through the
Underneath Hoover
crystals
Dam,
and through the
underneath in
yes.
Lake Mead, there is something in Lake Mead down deep underneath. Not because I think so, not because I can't possibly know so, but only because it's Herbert Hoover, Hoover Dam, and all the stories that are linked within the words tell me the story that there's something down there, and they're constantly sending messages up and down stream every time they open that dam. Now, the messages they may be sending is not a message for a human, okay, but it's coming from an alternate source that they might be sending a frequency into that water that when somebody goes to drink that water, they will change all the minds of all those that drink the water because the water has memory, like it was just mentioned before. So they're controlling where this water is going. It's sacred water where this Vega card of some sort,
Right.
right? A natural source, and they can't distort this source. So they need to control this source, and it's located right there in the volcanoes of Nevada. There were a lot of volcanoes years ago, right? So this is my
Right, and
perception on
they
it.
spray it into the sand. They spray it into the sand and waste it, and that's why they have broken universal law. We are not to waste energy or water. Nobody is to ever be denied energy or water, and they are doing it on a scale that's what they're doing. They're spraying it into the desert and wasting it. That's what they're doing with it. I have
They don't want us
been
to have
told.
the frequency that comes with it.
yeah, but
So
you can talk to your water and reactivate it. And the water that's inside your brain, that's called the living waters. So it's there and it's untainted. It hasn't ever been touched by anything
Yeah, because keep
um,
in mind, water
outside the
can't be
body. It's
wasted.
been passed down from beginning,
Correct.
and it's
Water
all in
cannot be
us.
wasted. Right.
Yeah, and it's part of
And it's
what helps
always been
us.
here, and it can't escape.
Yeah.
Right. We just they just want us to believe that we're running out of it. So that's why they spray it into the desert to make it seem as if we are running out of something that is infinite and cannot be
Well,
wasted.
that's
And
what I'm
the
telling
water,
y'all about the planets swirling, that people are starting to get the realization. They're actively doing that right now. But when the energy from the planets that are swirling now hit them on the inside of themselves, they're going to become aware of it. And that's when the
well,
ether is going to kick in
yeah,
for them.
activation and Aquarius, the sun is going to play a large role, and that's why we're hearing a lot about raising our vibration so we can tether to the earth because there is coming a big change to
And then
where
we're
if
going
you
to
if you
activate
don't
the
have a
crystals
certain level reached
within the
at a certain
planet of
time,
Gaia.
your body just won't be able to be here. You won't be able to sustain your body. So you have to literally raise your vibration from the inside.
Yeah. Let it bubble up.
Tack do you have any insight or any information that you have on the color blue? There was this YouTube video I saw yesterday, I believe, about the Simpsons predictions that they had predicted the LA fires. And then they had these pictures of blue things that didn't burn in the fire, like the blue recycling bins. There was a restaurant with blue umbrellas. Those blue things did not burn in the whole fire.
Yeah, we've known that since Paradise, California burnt years ago,
Are you
and,
Yeah.
serious?
in Hawaii, and
And
even
blue,
in Canada here.
blue
That
green light.
there's
Blue
certain
green light.
lasers that can destroy any color besides blue
Because blue green
because
light,
of the frequency. Yeah.
blue green
Blue
light
green light.
passed through the lens of a leaf. It'll pick up the ionic chlorophyll through the leaf. I made a video about this. It's blue green light passed through the lens of a leaf. It picks up ionic chlorophyll, transfers it to your eye transfers it through your optical nerve to your brain transfusion into a ionic chlorophyll to all of your cells, regenerating your cells and preventing degeneration. Welcome to 30,000 years life.
So that's why. So what I'm reading from this is because once it sees the blue, that blue, it explains the regeneration and it doesn't have to touch it. And also, I think that in my apartment here, when I change my lighting around and turn my lights, all I have is this is all oil paint. And pending which light I put on, it'll turn my. I think it's the red that disappears completely under the green light. Is that
The cure,
possible?
yes, the cure for the big C, the cure for everything is in that ionic chlorophyll. Is because they have been replacing our chlorophyll in our bodies with barium.
Right.
They
So we're drinking hard water. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I don't know where we were. So I showed you that picture. So that's where I came up with The Simpsons. It was just The Simpsons. It was Bugs Bunny and everything they taught me while I was growing up. I haven't forgot that when I watched Bugs Bunny, I asked my mother if I can do that to my brother. And my mother says, no way. I says, how come Bugs Bunny is telling me to do it? So I went into the garage and I grabbed all the equipment. And my father says, why are you sticking the screwdriver into the socket? And I tell him because they did it on Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, I'll show you how to do it. You can do it right now, and it doesn't cost. I mean, all you need is a blue-green LCD light. It's simple. It's so simple, guys. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It doesn't cost. It
What,
doesn't.
to make a
It's
laser?
so easy. Yeah, it's so easy.
Really?
I'll show you right now. Yeah, and it can be transferred through this device that we're on right now.
And what are you doing with it?
I'm going to show you.
But I mean, is
If
that
you want,
like
I can
us
put
get
you on the big
chlorophyll
screen. I'll
inside
put you
of
on the
us?
big screen for a minute.
Please,
Yeah,
yes, please.
I'll show you right now. Go outside.
Also,
I have to
I've
find a
been
leaf.
seeing these videos about blue methylene or something like that, that people are ingesting it and it's helping them. Do you have any information?
Okay, so yes, we were. Okay, let's do that.
I'll show you.
I'll get back to the blue in a minute once we're done here. Was that the end? No, okay, good. Keep it going. Keep it going.
You just get
We've got
a
the
liquid.
best
You just get a
channel in
light.
the world.
Watch out. Watch this.
Are we looking at the bottom of the screen or the top of the
Healing
screen?
yourself. I am looking at through this. It doesn't matter where you can just. It's the same instance as light transfer. The sun going through a leaf of a tree, and it's picking up the ionic chlorophyll out of the leaf, and transferring it through light to your eyes. It's simple. All of you guys are receiving it right now.
Yeah.
That's blue light.
Oh,
Through the
but
leaf.
you did something just really weird, because, or maybe it's just me, because when you did that, if I would, let me shut my light in my eyes here. Okay. Okay. Do that again. Okay. Okay, so now I am receiving the energy, the vibration. My eyes are swallowing that light. I see the little
Yes,
teeny weeny pieces flying. So it's telling me a story, and I'm not there. When I go to sleep tonight, there's a chance I'm going to know something about where you are right now, whether it's
excellent.
past, present, or the future, or maybe it'll just change my trend of thought, only because I picked up on that.
Notice this. So this is red light. Look how it stays the same color.
I don't see any
The
color.
reason it's still red.
Are you
Oh, yes.
colorblind?
Okay, that's red, but all the rest of the leaves turned to zero.
Right.
I can't see any
Because
color in the rest of them. They all
right,
became white.
right. So that's red light. It does not transfer. Only blue light. Only the blue light transfers.
So is it better to take the blue pill than the red pill? Hey, I like the way that other pretty leaf when you did it. The other leaf it almost looked fake. It was so beautiful with the blue shining through. It was
Yeah,
the bluest blue green that I had seen and like that.
like this.
I was gonna screenshot it, but I missed it. When it was a leaf like not directly on it. I like
RJ,
said
by
next
you
to it.
doing that and me looking into it, am I receiving healing
Yes,
properly?
ma'am. Yes, my
Now, if I
lady.
took a picture of it, would I still be able to consume the energy, or is it because you're physically doing it there?
It's
And
only physically. It's only physically in the
So
motion right now.
beautiful.
If you
okay.
take a picture, it won't be the same.
Yeah, it looks like a rose right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all about the waves, right?
Wow.
All about
Oh
the
my
waves.
gosh.
Yep.
So beautiful.
Yep. Yep.
And you are so beautiful to me. Can't you see through my tree of dreams?
May you, may you all heal.
Thank
Let's
you. I
heal.
needed that.
Let's heal this planet, guys.
The
Let's heal the
moon
planet.
is in the sun sign for me right now, and that's when my Christos oil thing is doing its thing. So I'm really in a great space right now.
The world has been healing tonight, just because we just met each other and we healed all those wounds, all the potential wounds that we could have had
Yeah.
had we not met when we were
We
in the
can
right
heal.
place.
We can heal the planet, guys.
Absolutely,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, we do that by
love
healing
it.
yeah.
yourself.
Yeah. I just,
Can I buy one of
and
those?
because everybody that's here, okay, what this helps me with, it's like me looking into the book and I'm seeing how the book is made. Oh, in this book, I need to put this, and in this book, I need a summary, and in this book, I need this. I need my filing. So everybody here is part of that. What we need in order to. Oh, I like that. Okay, I can never understand that, but I just like that.
Yeah, I
I,
didn't see the stuff he had on the blood. Where did he go?
Oh, I have. I can show that right
so
now.
those numbers, I wanted to see those numbers. So I'm
I'll
still
give you.
looking for my book. I lost another book and I haven't moved from my desk. What's that? I haven't moved from my desk. I lost two books now.
Look under the
All
other
right. Right.
one.
The cat got it.
Well, we're all.
Yeah,
We're
to the
all.
left.
Unnecessary
To
would
the
be dangerous.
left.
Everybody here is pretty much in contact with me on Discord, and I will give you guys all of this information. It'll all be. It's all on Discord. Everything
I
I've
don't know
been
what you
sharing.
mean. I don't even know what Discord means, to tell you the truth.
Well, I helped create Discord back in
I never went. I
2014.
really don't go. I have trouble with Discord.
Me
I
too.
know a lot of people do. It's because it's up and down, not right and left. Everything.
Backwards.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what Discord is. What does that mean?
Discord is a communication platform.
Discord's an app.
Yeah, that was created by gamers, and it's a free source program. And it was originally supposed to be called Community Communication to Avoid Discord, but just the name Discord stayed with it. They decided to do that probably on purpose so that people would just be, rejectful of it. It's a communication platform that I helped create the codex for the sound so that 10 people can speak at once because that's how empaths speak.
Wow,
Everybody
no
Yeah.
speaks at
way.
once.
Yeah.
No way you did that?
Yes, sir.
So you're more than just a regular genius and
Well,
theologian.
I'm a general of the Macedonian
So,
Empire.
so you must know about
Wow.
RH.
Yeah, RH positive, RH negative.
You
And which
know
are you?
about RHO? RH. All right, negative. Is it O negative?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, so it's in this. Okay, it's in the negative zone. It's going to connect to both. It's going to have a single connection. Okay, between the generation or a regeneration, something going on between the sun and the moon, and it's also. I'm going to show you where and why it says this. Just hold on. Um, blah blah blah. SHIR. So
You can switch me on.
I'm just want to put my screen up here for one
Yes, yes.
second.
No, no. You go. You take.
Yeah, okay, because so what happens is R and H is when we have. Let me see where my book is. I want to show you what's going on.
Remember, guys, to calm your muscles.
Okay, now tell me now. I had 4 books. I had 5 books. I had
So you
5 books.
guys
I'm down
breathe
to
in,
4 books, and I haven't moved from the seat here.
relax your muscles, guys. Breathe in, breathe out. Release tension from your body. 1/3
I
focus
agree.
always.
Will you be my friend, Random?
1/3 focus.
I hope you're my friend.
I am everybody's friend until I am not.
That's all I. Yeah.
But
Typical Aquarius.
Yeah.
So what happens in this design here, and it's not finished, this design, because this is showing it to you this way. The design might be actually going this way or this way. I don't know. The same way I can turn my cube, right?
it goes that way right there. It goes
Right.
upside
So
down. Yeah.
you
It's
can
just
also put it this way. Do you see the way the snake,
yeah,
right, connects to both houses?
like that.
This is like the sine wave, the movement between the two houses. You know, the going down and up. So
It's them
the
both.
RH blood is showing me that here is my R, here is my R. My R is connected. I'm connecting all the worlds together. The
RNA,
H, the
RNA,
H
DNA.
is
Yeah.
showing me the separation between here and here, where my R and my H. So my R is the 180 across, to where my H shows you the pillars on the side and where the R, the joint of the house lives, and the H are the
I can
pillars.
tell you what that is. That's RNA and DNA. It's RNA. That's how they use. That's how you clone people, bro. That's how they've been cloning people for a long time.
Wow.
They use RNA and DNA.
Yeah, I
R,
was
RNA and
close,
DNA.
but I
Well,
couldn't
it's
get it.
between the
And
two
it looks
houses.
just like that. It looks just like that. Two V's coming together like this.
Yeah, I saw you showed the same thing before in one of your pictures.
Yeah.
You had one of the pictures that showed that. I didn't, and this is where you see the blue part. The blue part is going to either represent the sky or the ocean. So the word blue in French and in English, it's both equal, because when I'm going to answer you on that blue that you asked me before, okay, in French and in English, it's both spelt the same way, but except the U is before the E, and then in French and in English, it's UE. In French, it's EU.
It's Baloo.
Right?
Yeah, Baloo. It's Baloo who was just up here a while back. Remember Baloo from
Jungle Book.
the Jungle Book? Yeah, Baloo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bagheera.
Oh, yes, it's Baloo.
Yes.
It's Baloo. It's blue. So maybe we're now going to talk about number 99 when we do this. Do you know why I brought up 99? Because Cyndi Lauper sang a song, I think, many years ago, 99 balloons of some sort.
Not,
90, 90, 99.
That was Nina. That was Nina. Nina.
So 99 represents the word 13, which is a sky pass or a space pass. The reason for that is 13, the first part of the word is THIR. The I and the R alone is going to tell you about your base creation of the divided house, because in the I and R, it's 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, where the 9 tells you I divide, and the R tells you I run the plane. The R
I
runs
can
the
explain
plane.
that. It's because they separated our RNA back in the 3,500 years ago when the Macedonian Empire took away our ability to live longer than 120 years.
120 years is going to represent one of the gateways.
That's our maximum now. Our maximum is 120. We used to live for thousands of years. They limited us to 120
How did they do
By
that?
separating our
with RNA. They separated our RNA. A strand. They took a strand out.
Yeah.
So,
That's what it means.
Yeah.
so by you saying
They
this, what
stranded
it
us
see because it Mars
on and
tells
on.
me we come
Bloody.
from monkeys, right? And when you say this, we're actually, like I like to say, is because you're able to understand this is because it was written into the code. We came into a game where they took something away from us and gave us something else in return.
They can have all that evil, leave all that
You
good.
chose to come
And
here.
now, can I ask you a
There
question
you
then?
said
Can I
it.
ask you all a question, please? We'll tie this all together. Okay. Is that what this new mRNA, do they want to bring that down to 60 years? That their plan? Because 60 was part of their plan. And I knew that COVID-19, sorry, 1919, as our friend says.
Here's the song that goes with it. I can't drive 55. They want us to be at 55, though, because they want to limit us at 55 because it
That's
doesn't
why
give
they
us
want to
enough time
retire us
to
at
wake up.
55.
Right.
Freedom
Right. So,
55.
yeah, let's
At
try
least
to
we're
just
freedom
stick on.
from
Ship
Okay,
has sailed.
this is for entertainment purposes only. Just in case, in entertainment, we're only discussing news, old news. Let's not put direct what they want to do to us, other than what you find from it. So that way, it'll refrain from us creating something that doesn't already exist.
I
That way, they
understand.
can't say anything.
But
I do stand
don't you
under you
think
at
with
this
our
time.
activation that would help us to increase our life and activate our dormant strands,
It's not
our
about
dormant
that.
strands?
Well, it might be.
It'll grow back by itself. It's already doing it.
Yes.
No, we've already done it.
Yes.
We're doing it. It's been done already.
I know it's been
So,
done in me. For sure, for sure.
So anyways, I don't really know too much about blue. I know it equals to number 40. I know blue will represent the perfect star, the 8 star, the 1
Blue
9,
green.
2 8.
It's blue green. Yeah, make sure you. It's blue green. It's blue green. It's not just one. It's blue and green together. Blue green together.
Okay.
So blue. Oh, hold
Doesn't it
on, hold
create
on.
teal?
That's
So we're
what that light
talking.
was. That light was blue green.
So yellow, blue, and green, because we need the yellow inside the green to create. Then we need the blue with the yellow to create the green.
Right. Blue, green. Yeah. So blue, yellow, green. It's basically blue, green, but it can't be yellow like Trump's hair because that's not conducive to a positive result.
All right.
No,
Well,
but to
here's
tell us a story.
this part. Okay. So, when you bring it to the human body and the energy centers, the thing that is attempted to be suppressed in humanity is the blue chakra, which is the throat chakra.
Throat, yeah.
So the heart and the throat in order for the heart to flow freely, the throat must be open to reach the head, and that's the hangman process of unaliving would be to do it to cut off that connection between the head and the heart. So that's just a little piece of information. And so,
awesome.
huh?
That's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's the heart and brain coherence is 0.1 hertz frequency. So if you're having that issue right now, there's plenty of the frequencies on YouTube. In fact, I have a playlist, and if you go to my bio and click on my YouTube, I purposely designed a couple of TikTok playlists and the planets frequencies for this purpose right now for when a conversation comes up to help someone. So 0.1 hertz frequency is the one that connects the heart and the brain together. So if there's a guy that I just copied a link for, and I'll get back with y'all on this. I'm going to screenshot who you are, fella, Mr. Revealer.
Okay, so when you're talking about the point, right? The minute you said the point, one of the first things is the point has to. When you put a point onto quadrille paper, you're going to be putting that point between four area spaces. When we do that, it's going to automatically tell me if I only mark one point that it's going to be 22. It's going to be the house of Mars. Mars creates a window with a single point,
Here,
a starting position.
put this up so people can screenshot it. This is the frequency wheel.
Okay. The other thing is that when you mentioned the point, um, there was hold on a second. Yes, the point. When you mention the point, you also have to talk about 4, 5, 6, and then you have to talk about 8, 9, and 10. Because when you play the game of craps and they call the point is made on the come out roll, the only numbers that will come up is 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. That's when you're making your point. It's your Mars point playing card. Okay, let's look at this.
So these are the ones that are not good for you. See how it's torn? It's severed. These are the good, north, south, east, west, north, south, east, west. They're all solid. The ones that are congruent or diagonal are severed, a severage. They use these all the time on us because they don't work well with our bodies at all. These ones, you see how it sets?
Okay, so blue cold water is number 34. It works with Democrat. Number 34 is created by 6 times 4, 6 plus 4 will equal to 10, and 24 equaling to 34. Zion, Israel is that number. Elon Musk is that number. The 46 broken down to 23, is that not the number of chromosomes?
Yes. 4623. Yes. 46.
Right. So the 23rd president of the United States was Harrison, I think it was Benjamin Harrison, and actually was supposed to stole that thing from Grover Cleveland, who was the 22nd and 24th, and the reflective light or numeric value for that would be 46. And that again was another stolen, whatever you want to call it. And where now the 45th Prez and the 47th Prez is the same thing and equivalent to the time when Grover Cleveland was in as the 22nd and the 24th, 22 equivalent to 45 and 24 equivalent to 47. Did you follow me with that?
Yes.
Okay, so when the RH thing came in that we spoke about, it's because what it is and what you mentioned made perfect sense, right? Should I leave yours up there? I can add on to what you wrote. Is that 386? Is that 386 near Miracles?
Yes. The other one down there on the bottom, the Hertz. Yes.
Okay, because that's the house.
396.
Yeah, that's 3 times 86 is 240, 258. Right? So you bump yourself up into the one above with that one. And your 38 is going to be your basic cube runs off of 38, which means 11 is going to be 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 will create the number 3. And the other part of the cube where you have 11, 11, 22 on the ring, that'll be 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 will create the 8. Even in the game of, I'll put you back up there if you want to get up there. Okay, that's good. Yeah, even in the game of, well, I don't remember where I was because I interfered with myself. But yeah,
you were
386.
386. That's where you were. You were up there.
Okay, yes, yeah, 386. So 386, I went 3 times 86. Oh, yes, I was talking about, where's paper? I need paper.
The RH. You were talking about the RH.
I'm going to get to the RH. I just want to get back to this 38. What it is 11, or 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, okay, will equal to 1 and 2, equaling to 3. Now, 11, 11, right, which, see this cube here? when you spin it and it's sitting this way, the ring of the cube will have two 11s. It'll be 11, 11 equaling to 22, which will equal to 2 times 2, 2 plus 2. Okay, will equal to 4 and 4 equaling to 8. So you bring these two together, the entire cube will represent 3 and 8, and that's your creation of the heavens. So now, well, that's your separation of the split heaven. Sorry about that. Okay, the split heaven. Now you brought up these other numbers. Okay, so 528, 256, 256, 128, 64, Zion, Israel in control of a vibration. 64 comes down to 32. Now the pig runs into the frequency, Leo runs into the frequency, and the ram runs into the frequency of the 582 or 528. Also, because of the 5228, you have the connection to your communication, the rabbit ears, because the numeric 52 is for both earth and rabbit. It makes everything small and everything big again, because the 2 multiplies everything, doubling it up, where the 5 cuts everything in half. The 8 tells me it's in both worlds. One of the reasons for RH negative, and also to note that the H letter is the 8th letter, and it also plays a role within the sun. It plays a big role within the sun because the French say 18 as saying 10-8. So they connect the lower world into the 8 of the split divided sun between the 2 worlds.
So, like, to keep that with the horses, okay, a horse and a rabbit. A horse is a tiny rabbit. A pig is a tiny elephant. We are lemurs from Lemuria. That's our opposite, is a lemur. A rabbit, the opposite of a rabbit is a horse. The opposite of a pig is an elephant. Pigs are little elephants with their snouts, with their trunk cut off.
Somebody called me a lemur once.
Yeah.
I was half offended and half not offended because I do things doubles like that.
Yep.
I'll have to use that on my dating app now. Are you my little
Are you my lemur half?
Yeah. I'm looking for my lemur mate.
Yeah.
Leave me
Lemuria.
alone, they'll say.
If
Leave
you're not a
me alone,
lemur, what are you
little
then?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm loving this. I knew there was a reason I was supposed to come on TikTok tonight.
Well, I'm glad you're here, brother.
Sometimes it bees like that.
I learned more in the last 2 hours of my life than I have in the last year, and I've been away.
Kicker is stay in your authenticity that you're in right now when you're around others. That's the kicker. Because when people that are opening up to this, that know it's in there, when they get back around the masses, because that's just how it is out there, until people get it, it's easy to let them pull you back in energetically and think, oh, where am I at? You know, but just remember this feel right now and stay true to that and do the practices it takes to
There's
ground
something
yourself
for
and
you,
stay
Brad.
strong in this now moment.
I knew yesterday's full moon that things would change dramatically.
Oh yeah, this is
I'm
my
not
moon.
getting
I'm
everything
working
I'm
on
seeing,
it.
man. I'm not even close to getting everything you're talking about. But I'm getting
You got it, dude. You already got it.
I know it's true. Like I know it's
This is all we've talked. This is all the stuff we've talked about tonight. Here's your the candles.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything spinning around. Our DNA.
Spiral staircase, the zodiac.
Yeah. Everything is here.
So it
Yeah,
looks
I've learned
like
a
a
little bit about
young.
all these subjects, but never put them together like this. Sorry.
So if you take a look at the crown, okay, you can see the way it's cut, right? So when you take a look, I'm just trying to see if it's made like an E or made like a 3. There's also things that if I now see the crown, I can now recreate it on a flat paper to see what it looks like in skeleton. Like what they taught us at school is create everything through a skeleton so you can understand the rest of the design as you move up. You have to see the very beginning. You need the dinosaur of life is going back to the beginning. So if we can go back to the beginning, we can see where everything. Yeah, what is that? I saw that part. What is that? What sign is that?
We
So
can't hear you, RJ.
Oh, he's muted.
so what I'm trying to
Mailing,
see, because I
mailing.
don't understand this completely, but what I'm going to show you is these bricks. Can you take a look at the bricks? Can you bring this closer or no?
No, you'll have to do that. Like, I'll give you this document. I'll give you the whole
Okay,
document.
because I just want to explain the bricks,
Yeah.
okay? The bricks, if you take a look at the way they're interlocking, it's going to say HI and the letter and the numbers 5 and 2. They're going to be talking about the heavens of the birth, okay? It's also going to be telling you about the field goal, and it's going to show you a television set. The TV set is also going to be what is our moon, and it's going to say 5G TV, the television set. And I get this information from, yeah, there's the lion or Leo facing towards in the eye position, the lion in the eye position, the two doves sitting upon. I'm trying to figure out if it's the third eye peephole where the clock goes cuckoo, right, coming out of the clock. But the bricks, because of their setup, you can design exactly what I said. And when you go to sleep, you change positions in between the bricks. I wanted to just, yeah, so there's
Into the ether. Here's comma. Look, here's comma. Here's Kala. Comma. Kamala Harris. Comma. Kala. Comma also means, as you know in Hebrew, comma, Kala.
No, I'm not very good in Hebrew at all. I'm like out to lunch. I just knew when my project started, when this started with me, check this out how it all started. When this started with me 20 years ago, oh, very cool.
Yeah. That's this right here.
That's the 9 and the 0.
Yep.
Because
Exactly.
if you look on the keyboard, the 9 and the 0 run the other way. So when I started, before I knew I was going to do what I was doing, I was in the hospital and there's some guy, he was swearing about these companies who were taking in these, on the farm animals. They were bringing them in for testing, and he was saying these places are destroying us. And he was reading Metatron and all these what you're showing me right now. And I said, one day I have to understand it. It's not going to be tonight. Okay. I already know this exists in the roulette wheel. Okay. This whole thing comes off the roulette wheel. And I still never got to answer anything about that blue. It's the 2 and the 10 ball, right? So it's going to be the house of bait, right? So I just want to show you what you showed me, but I'll see if I can do this,
Yes.
right? And then turn my camera around for 1 second.
You do it, brother.
So this over here, I'm not an artist, and I didn't figure out any codes. All I did is repeated what was on the roulette table. You see the X has 2 legs,
Yes.
standing on 1 leg.
Right. X and
Then
Y.
over here we have the Y.
Yep.
So this is one part. When you end over here, the Y connects 13 here and 15 here, the M and the O. Then down here we have the X again. And when we count up here, we see the X, we see the Y, and it ends here. We now see it repeats. We have the first row at 12, we have the second row at 12, we have the third row at 12, 12, 12, 12, 36 inches. We have a yard. We need 10 yards for the first down. But anyways, that's just a little bit of the truth joking around.
36 inches is the length of your tongue. From your tongue, it goes down your throat, down to about your 16th vertebrae. Approximately 36 inches is how far your nerve, it takes you to taste something. You have to travel 36 inches.
Before I can taste something?
Yes, you taste it on your tongue. It goes down your throat, and then it goes through the nerve to your spinal cord, and then back up. So it's about approximately 36 inches.
So how long would it take before it touches my tongue to get downstairs?
It takes a while. That's why our sense of smell is our strongest sense.
SMELL 19. So taste and smell, one starts with a T, the other one starts with an S. The S is going to join to both the lower and the upper hemisphere, where the T is going to connect to a crossing star. The T is going to pass through the E position 4 times in the hexagon, in the octagon. Why I said that, let me turn this around for a second. I'm going to tell you why I said that. Okay, why I said that is I'm trying to figure, okay, why I said that is the S. We saw what the S letter does, how it connects the upper and the lower worlds, right? Through the E position. The S is the 19th letter. The S is the only letter that reduces twice. The S, with the S letter using 1 and 9, it's going to be expressed as 10 and 9 because of the way the French say it. It's going to be 19. So you're going to say it 10-9. When you say 10-9, you also say it at another time when the heart breaks. Now I'm playing around with word, and the heartbreak comes when you get the éclair. So we have to see this in English and French. And when you get the thunder, you get the what? You get the light, 10-9.
Also, 10-9 and 10 police codes means to repeat what you just said because it was not heard. 10-9?
To repeat.
Yes.
So Pete,
Yeah.
every time I think of Pete, I think of Peter. So we have the 10-9 in the lightning. So I'm gonna turn this around again. I forget what else I was putting on this. So this is from the roulette table. I need the 3 rows. In the first row, the average is 35, meaning the first number is 1, the last number is 34. I connect them, it's 35. 17.5 is the separation here. The first number over here in this row will be the 2. The last number will be the 35. That'll be 37. 3 and 7. In the last one over here, it's going to be 3 and 36 equaling to 39. All this row will be 3, 6, and 9. All this row will be 2, 5, and 8. All this row will be 1, 4, and 7. All this row is going to say, what is it going to say? It's going to say Aries. It's going to say rat. It's going to say Cancer. It's going to say rabbit. It's going to say horse. It's going to say Libra. It's going to say Capricorn. It's going to say the rooster. And it's going to say that all the way down this first row. In row number 2, it's going to say the ox. And then it's going to go ahead and it's going to say Taurus. Then it's going to go ahead, jump to Jupiter and Venus. It's going to go here and it's going to have Leo the dragon. Then it's going to have over here in the 8th sign will be Scorpio and the goat. The 11th sign will end up with Aquarius, and that will keep repeating where you're going to get where you're going to get the Taurus, and you're going to get Leo, and you're going to get Scorpio, and you're going to get Aquarius all the way down the second row. Number 37, the cube comes into that row. You're going to have energy power coming from the first row. From the third row, you're going to have the third, you're going to have Gemini, you're going to have the tiger, you're going to have Virgo that's going to come in, Virgo with the snake. So we're right about here right now, Virgo and the snake. Then we're going to get the monkey in here. With the monkey, we're going to get Sagittarius. Then we're going to get Pisces. So that's how these rows will work with the zodiac signs. Now we have to, it ends over here and it repeats here. The next time we will repeat this is when this reconnects to this over here. When you reconnect, you put one of these lines in and it'll reconnect. I didn't continue it. I don't have enough space. But what I did do is I reflected it this way. So now we see how it duplicates within its own house. And you can see the X and the Y, the X and the Y, the X and the Y chromes. Okay, and then we do it over here, and I need to see reflection. So we can see, here's the first one. This is like this. And then this one is like this. But what I did is I flip-flopped them. I went 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. And that's what gives me this flip-flop design. And now I can start to see I need a minimum of, you see this over here? It's not in between here, but I got it here. So I reflected this one, I reflected this one. I now brought out the average. So I use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them to bring out that average. 5 times 36, 180. 360 is a whole house. 180 is a halfway house. If you notice,
Yep. Beautiful. That's beautiful.
so this is just from the game of the roulette, because in the game of roulette, what they do, and I'll get to that in a minute, but I'm just going to speak about this over here. You see the cube that fits in? This is where you're 18 and 19, because your crisscross of this area will be 16 and 21, 37. It'll be 18 and 19, 37. And it's going to be in the center, 20 and 17, 37. Why I didn't touch this over here, see the 111 mark, is
Yes.
these are dark numbers and these are red numbers. So the cube connects, the connection between the first 18 and the second 18 in roulette is right over here. This section is a transfer section between the Y and the X.
Got it. So then throw in the colors of the chakras, guys, because you guys all know that. Starting from the root chakra, which is red, all the way up to the crown chakra, which is basically you know it like purple-ish, but
Violet.
violet. Yeah, purple violet. Yeah.
Hot flame.
Yep.
That's another reason why Aquarius is purple too. See how he did the red and the blue to make it look purple?
Yes. Very nice. Because remember, guys, it's color, vibration, light. So we have to make sure we don't exclude any of these things and try to stick and don't try to just stay in one place, because we can't just stick with just math. Obviously, we have math, we have geometry, we have color, we have sound, and then spectrums in between.
Absolutely. And we have stuff that's in between the numbers that Terrence Howard mentioned that nobody can see it, but I see what he said, and everybody's denouncing him, but I see it. He said one specific thing that I saw, and nobody noticed it because he didn't word it properly. I'm going to show you what it is after. I don't remember where it was in one of his shows because it's too much science for me. But if you take a look over here, it sort of looks like alien beings.
Yes.
So it's the same as this, except I decided, like in most of my work, not to use all the lines, only just to use the exit lines right on the outside. So I end up with this formation, the papa, the mama, the child. In order to create this creation over here, right, I needed to connect the crown. See this crown here? This crown connects the mother and the father. In between, it looks like maybe a bear or something. That in between area space is needed to connect both the father and the mother energy in order to create the child that's in between the two.
RNA connected with a Y axis, on a Y axis with the X under it.
So would this make any sense?
Yes, it's RNA. It's RNA. It's how RNA and DNA fit together like puzzle pieces.
Right. So they're telling this to us on the roulette board. This is all about roulette.
Wow.
This is another way to do it, and there's a mistake in this one. So I think I turned one of the lines, wasn't supposed to go all the way down, but that's why I don't like to show that one. So what happens is now, what did I do here? Well, here what I did is here I didn't use any of the dark numbers. This is only the red. Here I included the black numbers over here. I should go upside down. This one's backwards. Sorry. Okay, here I included all the black numbers. All the red are the red 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and all the yellow are 2, 4, 6, and 8. Right? So what happens is when I connect this house, the octagon will connect the two houses by just connecting all the black letters.
Right. I see the DNA in the red, and then the RNA is the yellow that is covering it.
Wow. How do you see that? Like, oh my God.
Well,
You're the
because
second
this is
person
from
who
the
told me this.
zodiac. The roulette wheel is from the zodiac. And so
Right.
the zodiac is the ladder. It's your DNA. The zodiac is revealing your DNA. And when you come into the system, it starts, you need to start before your birth backtrack the 9. You have to take into consideration the 9 birth and go back to the beginning, which is the zygote, like the beginning.
The
And
what?
that shows you your ladder, your DNA
I'm
ladder.
sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. The
Um,
what?
the zygote, Zygote, that's the
ZY.
original cell. That's the father cell. So like you're literally the Father, the Son, and the whole Spirit
Yeah,
It's zero. Yeah, it's
from beginning.
yeah.
zero. The zygote.
And
Yeah, and yes,
Zero. Zygote.
Zero equals to
it also
64,
has to
again,
do with
part of the alpha.
Saturn and Capricorn.
Yes.
It's
Zero
all the
is
same
zygote.
story, and the roulette is the zodiac, so it's showing you your DNA, your personal ladder. You have to have your cell salts. You need to know your cell salts.
That's
When you're
also this
born, you lack 3,
3,
so you have to find
0.
the 3 to be balanced.
That's what this symbol means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How do you
666
find your
flesh.
3?
This 3.
Well, you have the 12 cell salts. Okay, and so when you're born, you can backtrack the 9 months to see when you began. And then you see your 9 cell salts because each zodiac house has a salt assigned to it, which is for the infrastructure of your DNA. And then when you're born at the 9 birth, you lack 3 salts, and that's what you're supposed to find as a man upon the land to have balance and be a full, complete house. And so, like, your body naturally knows what you need. That's why your body will crave foods and everything because you lack the salts. So you might check into like the salts of salvation, and that has a lot to do with your DNA and your blood type from beginning. So
Wow.
literally, like your map is already your life and all the stuff pertaining to your tree and your seasons. It's all mapped out from beginning, and your planets play a role in those activations. And the planets, they're pertaining to the bonds. Okay, the zodiac,
Wow.
the birth chart's really important, and it's the birth chart for the bee
And
house.
make sure you breathe in, relax your muscles, guys, because I can feel the tension in this place. Like
Yeah.
when people learn things, their bodies will tense up, and they'll either get excited or fearful. One of those two things. So make sure that you just relax your shoulders, let them fall, and you're breathing in calmness, breathe out tension. Focus on relaxing your ankles, your legs. Your body has to be relaxed when your mind is working. Okay?
And hydrate. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
That's what I just did. I'm making another tea. This is my first day in I don't know how many weeks or months that I not didn't have a coffee.
Good for you. I switched to decaf on accident and it worked out well.
So
So I drink a lot of fresh
I'm gonna
fruit
have a tea now too.
vegetable smoothies
Yeah.
for my
My tea is
water.
empty.
Well,
Weird because this guy
I love you
that is
guys.
into
I'm so
making
happy that
salt
I
with
finally have people to
lemon
talk.
in it, salt water with lemon in it. I heard about Celtic, but it's not Celtic. And I
Let me
hurt
check
my
it out.
back,
Yeah,
and
the
he brought
salt.
me. I can't remember which is
Any
in
sea
the one that
salt is
he
pretty
brought me
good.
tonight. But he brought me one that he makes up with the perfect ratio. And since I've been drinking it tonight, I went from a level like 7.5 of pain to probably like a 5 in the last couple of hours.
Yeah,
Wow,
salts
good for
help with
you.
our electrolytes. Salt, we're the salt of the earth, so we need
We
the
are.
salts. We're the 12 salts. We're supposed to be the 12 salts. We're 9, but we have to find the 12. We have to find the other 3 to be the 12. So that's your diet.
I sounds like I need
And
a session with you.
Yeah, I really want to find
yes, and
one.
I know how to find all this stuff. I do packages for that kind of stuff. I don't charge because it's free
Everybody
information.
should
We
be
shouldn't
following
charge
each
for
other.
that stuff.
Everybody here should be following each other already.
I hope I did.
Miss,
I thought I followed everybody. Yeah, I did.
yeah,
Yeah.
me too. Miss
But
Cena,
yeah, look into the salts of salvation because they
salts
will
of
really
something.
help you find balance in your body, in your diet.
Yeah.
Because not
Well, I
everybody
heard
is
that.
tuned to the same. They all need a different diet. If you're an
Uh,
Aries, you're
yeah.
not going to need the same diet as an Aquarius.
You know, my friend is into personalized medicine because she suffered with something that was very rare, and she's had horrible health problems her whole life. And she's learned everything from soaking the seeds in her mouth to the way that she composts food, to grow food, to now she's progressing to making topical cream to feed herself because her digestive system is so bad. Feed herself through the cream, through certain herbs and certain ingredients in the cream that she should no longer need to eat, but still get the same nutrition through her derma.
Yeah. So
This is
you
all tied up, and I
you
learned
soak
about
the seeds in your mouth.
strawberries.
Yes.
For
You
me,
soak
Yes,
the
being
seeds
I
in the
middle
mouth. You
class,
plant
because
it.
I was
The plants will
vegetarian, I
grow.
didn't know
The
that.
plants will grow all the minerals and
How
vitamins that
many
your
of you
body.
guys have gone out to your
What happens when
yard?
you soak it in your mouth?
How many of you
well,
Okay.
the
guys,
plant,
can
the
I ask you
seeds
a
of the
question?
plants will tune to your DNA. If you put your saliva on it before you plant, that plant will be tuned
Yeah.
specifically for your body's DNA.
That's
So
so.
that's why farming is so important, and you learning how to grow your
Your
own
own
food.
food. Yeah.
Because first of all, you have a communication with the plant,
Do you
and the
guys
plant
go out?
not only gives you benefits through eating, but also through your communication with the plant. So I know
Like,
that might seem
Yeah.
silly, but just like
No,
you
I
hug a
talk to them every
tree,
day. Good
yeah, you need to
morning.
have plants. Your plants know you; they're alive. Like your house
can I
plants,
ask you a
they can
question?
tell when
Yep,
you're
they
like 10
are.
miles from your home. Your plants can, because they can
How many
essentially
of
go
you?
through the walls with their
How
energy,
many of
just like
you?
we
Let her
should be
finish
able
reveal,
to.
please.
Okay, sorry.
Will you please continue, ma'am?
Oh, I was just talking about the plants and how they can go through the walls and communicate to other plants that are outside your home. And so when you have a communication and a real good relationship with plants, you can tap into your empathic abilities as well, and you can do the same thing, especially with the people that you're connected with. That you have an energetic vibe connection with. You can be multiple places at once with those people at the same time and never have left the room. You know,
Wow.
the
Okay,
plants help us do that.
what
I
I was
love
at,
my plants.
what I wanted to ask you was, how many of you have gone out to your yards and picked your weeds and made tea out of it? And how many have tried this? Something I learned a long time ago is, if you hold something to your heart and you hold your hand out, your friend can, if it's not good for you, your friend will push down easily on your arm. But if it's good for you and you hold it like an orange near your heart, right, your arm will be stronger and resist the weight more. So if you go find a rock that's nicely balanced in your hand and you hold your left hand out and you go out and touch a weed or a plant or a tree or a leaf in your garden and hold it to your heart, it will tell you whether you need that or not. And then you come in and you make a tea out of it or whatever you do. It's a root. You grind it down and use it like a powder and you put it in your yogurt in the morning. But just, it will tell you if your body will tell you if you need it.
Very true.
Yes.
It's yeah,
I've
it's
heard that.
freaky.
I've heard that.
Since I started doing that, my health has made an incredible turn. Just my just my overall cognitive ability has increased immensely just by throwing a few weeds in my tea when I drink my herbal mango and whatever mandarin tea or my green tea and I throw some weeds in it. It's incredible what it's done for me. Anyways,
Yeah, I make a lot of tinctures.
I'm going to get some weeds out the
Yeah,
garden.
give me some weed.
sorry I
A
interrupted
really a
you.
really good one is common plantain. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but you can eat that like a
Yeah.
salad. You can also make a tincture, and it'll heal all kinds of spots and infections and stuff on your body.
In North America, mullein grows all over, and we could all use mullein.
Oh
There's so
yes.
many reasons in a respiratory disease.
And
Things like,
dandelions.
things
Dandelions
like
and mullein,
milk
which is
thistle,
what they've been
Dandelion.
trying to take out of
dandelion. Yeah.
our
So this is our,
Yeah.
this is for entertainment purposes only. If we're gonna say what we think because of why, sometimes they might restrict us because that's only your opinion on things. I just want to make sure everybody that when we run a Discord, or my version of running a Discord would be understanding that an argument is an uncompromised discussion, meaning there's no there. We need to have understanding on how we. When I talk, you press the microphone. How do I know when you're going to stop talking? Almost like you're pressing on that microphone, so we don't interfere with each other. There's different ways to Discord. So I'm just saying this because if somebody doesn't know, not that I wanted to interrupt or partake, I'm sorry about that. But when it came to my thought, I just did it. Sorry to interrupt, but I think it's that we share it because a lot of people in this world, they don't know how to talk to each other. It's you didn't know and you didn't know and you didn't know, other than, hey bud, what was it that didn't go wrong, that everything fell on the floor and everything broke? So it fell on the floor. We make mistakes. Why do we make mistakes? There's a reason for making mistakes, right? So that's so when we come into these conversations, it's the same thing, although we're not going to drive our car into each other, but we actually are, because the word arc, or this body, is your car. So you're driving it into me with this mouth, with this split tongue.
10-4, buddy.
Why don't
10-4 is going to
Literally is
represent
10-4 though.
10-4 is going to represent the 5 area and the 9 area. The reason for that is when you get 10-4 on these dice cube, the 10 will be opposite of the 4, and the payout will be 9 chips for the 5 chips that you put up to win the 9, giving you, I think that's 70 times 5, 80 times 5. Yes, it gives you the heaven. 80%, 180% times 5, I think, equals to 9. Yeah, it equals to 9. Yeah. So everything is exactly perfect. And then what can happen in the game, they say you can buy the 4 and 10 and get 2 to 1. So you're giving up 1 extra chip to get double your money, 2 to 1. So $1 will buy you an extra 24. I think it's an extra $24. No, anyways, whatever the amount is missing. But all these games, and through the odds of the games, they're actually the instructions to how the numbers move with each other, and where the numbers will move the words, because the words are letters and the letters have numeric values to them in different houses. If it's in the house that I count A1Z26, okay, that's going to have 9. If I go into Chaldean, okay, that's going to be 8. If I go into gematria, that will be 7. If I want to do Hebrew gematria, I don't get into everything because you can't do it all, and I'm just going to lose myself. So if I can create a program, if somebody knows how to do computers, I can program, put into it, or you can put into it. I can teach somebody all these systems that are happening. At the same time, you'll learn yourself that these systems are actually happening. When you're using 9, in order to have a movement, I need to remove 1 and have a voided area space so that I can move the rest of the areas. At the same time, when I take this dice cube and it sits on my face, you only see 5 of 6 sides. When you're counting, I can't count the polarity of this side over here. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but if I want to get 6, it's got to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you follow with that?
Yeah.
I mean, and it's not because now I don't know if that's right or wrong, but going over this and doing it, I just somehow figured out that it had to be done. Something in it, I don't know what it was. So I'm not sure. We were talking about this a while ago. Does anybody remember? Did I stop a conversation that was in conversation? And you know what? I can't even say your name. I just say Cynthia. Okay. It's just, or I'll just say we're. You know what? Oh
Call it
my God!
Zena.
You know what I just saw in your name?
Well,
That's
that
Zena,
kind
You
of
the
have.
warrior
You're holding on
princess.
to a dog. What's that?
Xena, the warrior princess.
Yeah, I can see Xena, but I actually see when I look at her, I see this woman holding this dog walking through the forest, and he's sniffing it out. And she says to the guy next to her, "Hey, Sherlock, right? Where are these hounds walking with the bloodhounds? You know, going out on the hunt."
yes, that's me.
So,
I love her.
so what happened with this one? I'll finish with this one. If you guys, am I breaking things up? So with this one
No.
here is, I remember I said Mars, the reverse word of Mars is Heinz 57.
Yeah.
In between 5 and 1 is 234, your vibration. 432 hertz,
Yeah.
right? So when you create the H, the outside, the I, the inside, the N crossover, the Z crossover creates the flag of Great Britain, Union Jack.
So cool.
Something about that Jack.
Something about Jack keeps coming back.
I
Hit the
play it
road,
Jack,
Jack.
hey,
Jack.
Jack,
Don't you come
Jack,
back no more,
Jack.
no more, no more, no.
So, and the word union, the word union is put together the same way as the onion. So we have to understand the onion if we're going to look at the union and try and look at the layers, and not only look at the layers, but understand the way we cut onions and the reason for cutting the onions that way. Everything has been put back into the game. They shared it with all of us. How you chop up an onion, and look at that, we solved the mystery of life.
What?
Yeah, diced or rings.
Dice are rings.
Yeah, you can dice an onion or you can ring onions.
Hold on. Let me dice an onion. Hold on. So you're telling me that if I roll these dice, I'll get an onion.
She's saying you take a blade and you dice it.
Well, here's my dice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you have
layers
the
and
ring.
layers.
So if you get the ring, you're going around the dice cube. Going around this dice cube is the ring.
The icing on the cake.
The icing on the cake. And it's funny because that's a funny word. The letters I and G are supposed to be letters that cannot be used in the game of Scrabble. Am I wrong? Am I right? Does anybody know?
You're right.
Okay, so how
And that's
come when we put an S in front of it, we can use it and make it into a word? It's a one-letter word because it's not a word ing anywhere else, but it becomes a one-letter word when you put the letter S in front of it.
or
Now you
T.
get sing. Without the ing, you don't get the sing. Without the ing, you don't get the king.
Again, it's sin as in trigonometry. SIN equals 1/2.
One half, right? One half. There's two. There's more than one king. Um, Check this out. Now you tell me this is not crazy. Do you see this? Tell me if you can figure it out. Let me know when you want me to tell you what you're looking at.
Dear, near, 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 near,
I
near.
don't know. I don't know the numerology,
That would
man.
be the Federal Exchange.
Okay, so here's what it is. Number one, ONE equals to 34, 15, 14, and 5, 34, 20, 23, and 15, 58. 20 plus 8 is 28, and 18 is 46, and 56. It's also going to reflect the wolf, and it's going to reflect the month of April. Number four will represent orange. Okay. Number six, it's also going to represent the clock. Then it's going to represent Mars if it does. So then 6 = 52. 4 and 6, 6 and 7. Mars and Earth are going to be connected right over here between 4 and 6 through the E world. It's through the transfer, the passage of the 5. I'd have to show you that right over here.
So that's minting. That's how you mint. You know, all of the minting when they make money, they
Right?
print it at a mint. It's a minting. It's also a term that you use in cooking or alchemy.
Right. Mint, intermediate. Inside the word intermediate, also meaning inside the earth. Inter. The word terre is in French. It's a French word, so it means inter, which means in the earth. Terre meaning earth. Also, it talks about the eye, that when you bring the word backwards, it becomes retina. So it's talking about something to do with the eye, possibly talking about the earth eye.
Yeah, and it's also an integer.
There's a
Integer.
question in the comments that says, "Where is 5?" Karen asked, "Where is 5?"
5 is over here.
Internet.
Internet. Intermediate wipers on the car. So
The the
we have a
net's concerning
suspension
the
system.
Pleiades.
So with this number 5, I'm going to explain that in a minute. I'll explain go over that, right? Because for some people that are new here, I want to welcome everybody in. Yet Netin, yes. Watch out for Netin, yeah. Who? I don't know. Okay, so we get the 6. SEVN, we have even and 7, we have Eve, we have 11 and 7. And look at that. The word 7 has a 65 letter count. 19 plus 5, 24, plus 22 is 46, and 5, 51, and 14 equals 65. 8 equals to 49, 5, 9 equals to 14, and 7 and 8 equals to 15, 29 plus 20 equals to 49. The word 8 is a special word because when we go to eighth, I only need to put an H on it. When we go to 18, I only need the EEN. All the other words, I need to put a TY for 70. Not for 80, I only need the Y. When I go to seventh, I need both the TH. TH is number 28, running the cycle of the moon. I mean, from here and here to here and here. This is how I run my TH, 2, 5, and 8. So if you're talking about 258, you're talking about 516 or 528. We're going to talk about 528. So your hertz of 528 is going to be joining this portion of the E, right? The 8 over to the 5, the 2 over to the 5. Now we ignite this one over here inside the center. That'll be your lunar moon cycle. Now you might think there's only 128, but since everything is based on us, every single moon is going to have a 28 value depending on where you use the moon. So the Mars moons, although their value is different and their cycles are different, I don't care what their cycles are in their system. I want to know about my side of the matrix. And my side of the matrix is it's 28. Since there's 2 moons, it becomes 56. So the
This
wolf,
56. Yep.
56. So it'll be 56. The white wolf is 56, 65, 121, or 1111. 11 times 11 is 121. Also noted to be what is the setup for Mars. The 121st day of the year is May 1st.
This is forward and reverse propagation in a neural network that you're explaining. That's exactly what this picture is too. Same fucking thing. Exactly. There's the mathematical equation for it.
Wow, I'd have to really understand that. I don't really understand letters, but what I do like is when W and X come together, right? They're the separation. They're in 2 different worlds. There's a separation between W and X. The low part of
Wow.
W comes with D, and the high part, the X, comes with C. It's CX and DW. They're reverse. So if you can put that somewhere else, which is actually just going to say DC.
Wow. 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 Breathe.
Make sure you breathe and relax your muscles, but because this is how they are doing and controlling our minds with Wi-Fi and the signals that's being transferred all around the world right now. It has to do with I'm not going to say they, like you said. It's how it is done in a neural network, and also in our brains. We've always had a quantum computer, guys.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Oh, I can smell it somehow, but this is not the air I'm breathing. Neo Anderson. Does anybody hear that name before? Neo Anderson?
Is that Neo from the Matrix?
Yes,
Oh,
it's Mr. Anderson. Neo had two names in the Matrix. His online name was Neo. His offline name was Mr. Anderson.
Wow, the fact that he made he made some mathematical equations turn into something that you already. How did you correlate it to that? Like you're so like the fact that you correlated it to this. That just like I don't
He's
know.
brilliant.
It's blowing my mind. It really is.
That's his gift. One of
It's
them.
my. It's one of them. I'm multifaceted.
oh, that is amazing. I'd really like to know how that works, like the intricacy, because through that, maybe we can go back a step before that came to be. Is there any steps you're missing in any of this somewhere? Because, okay, so now inside of this, first of all, I just saw something really cool. Um, okay, so I'm going to write this down. What am I writing down?
It has to do with the hidden layers. There's hidden layers. There's more hidden layers than there is layers that are received.
11, 12, 13, 21, 22, 22, 323. 323 is good. Rubik's Cube setup of Rubik's Cube, right? And I found the Rubik's Cube. I'm so happy, right? This is what Rubik's Cube looks like naked. Okay. And what Rubik's Cube is set up is that every corner is going to show three colors, that in between will only show two colors. So it's a 3 2 3 2 3 2 color show. Now, so that would be, you will be showing three dots, two dots, three dots, two dots, 7 7
Right.
7 3 2 2. Is that correct? Does
Yep.
that make any sense?
Yes, because each one is connected to each other as well as the one next to it. Everything is connected to everything else.
And it's going to be part of the communication connecting the two systems, the lower house with the upper house. Well, there's two parts of this equation, but I'm okay, which is, just give me a second. Yes, the 3232 is because 3 and 2 is B and C, and that's where the BC codes come in. And you connect the, hold on a second, I want to get a flat area space. You connect the ABC with the BCD. And that's where your BC comes in, the analog to digital, the transformation in the matrix. That's
Right.
also going to leave you your ABC6, and your BCD9 would be the rotation within your house.
I'll show you the
33.
other one on that one. I have that one too.
This one
So I'll
here?
show. Yeah, I'll show the continuation of that last one because I couldn't put it all on one form.
Okay.
I had to put it into. I had to separate everything down to its singular position, basically. So I couldn't explain that while explaining something else at the same time. Let's see, where is it?
I'm just going to let everybody know I'm taking about a minute and a
Karen,
half break, and I'm going to be looking at all the messages in case there was something that was missed. Okay, I need to be fair. We're all here. We all want to get on the. I mean, I feel that
Oh,
we,
absolutely.
if you you know, you want to get on, you know, be around, you want to be respected, you want to be able to partake, not where you're breathing and huffing and puffing and you got to say something and blow the house down. You know, hold your horses there. Number 65, blow the house down. Here comes the wolf. The wolf comes out of Mars and it's ready to blow the house down because it can't hold on anymore. That lunar moon, it wants to just go. Okay, so yeah, okay, so let me go back and do this.
and Karen says, look up under the radar. He talks about numbers and more. And Thinker says everything is pulling, holding, pushing energy.
Where's my things?
I like this comment here. In the beginning, A brackets was I, that was two, AB in brackets, that came together in E3 that contained both AB, AB, BA.
Makes sense. See the beginning with Abba, with Father and Abba, or the Sabbath. And I'm not sure what happened to Random, if he's coming back or not. I'm going to put my screen on until he comes back up. Just notify me. So when you go 1, 1, 2, what happens is you're going first and you're going second, and the cycle. Okay, something just went offline. I don't know what that was, but the cycle runs all the way to 21st. And that will be 1, 2, 2, 1, Abba. And that's the cycle of your 21, where it starts in the first position and it can end in the last position because it ends with ST at 21st. And that's where the shoelace, the two ends of the same shoelace come in. Okay, I'm going to put back. Okay. Now the way the
So
eight.
this shows, yeah, this shows it at the different level that you were just speaking of. Instead of just one-on-one, now you see it at the step above that.
Yeah, see, and then I put in the comments about Abba. It's a Abba.
Which means strike as well. In French, Abba means a strike, which means 10, which also is represented by an X, which is the 24th letter. And it's going to tell you about the separation of the gateway between 6 and 8 by the seventh gate. And when you go to the casino, the odds on that, you must lay 6 down in order to collect 7 in the spirit of 76. Universal spirit angels. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and Abba is father. Okay, and then remember how I mentioned about the zygote being the father? That's you. So you're the father cell beginning. And the U is the U. Y-O-U is E-W-E, which is a lamb.
Also the immortal warriors.
Yes. Yeah, because we're the extraterrestrial. We're the jacks, the jackets, the ETs. So a lot of words, if you take the deconstruction into consideration, the ET will usually be like for the DNA and the extraterrestrial.
I can see it. Does anybody see it? I can see the energy in the sky right now, right in front of me. I see it all. I don't see my walls, and I'm looking up towards my walls, just gleaming right over the light. That light is picking everything up in the room. I see it. I just see it. And you know what? It looks a little blue. Is that possible? Or is it because my walls are lime green?
I think
It's blue-green,
anything's
remember?
possible.
Blue-green light.
And I feel the
Oh
energy
my
for
God, you
certain.
should see this. You should see what I see. This is crazy. I'm seeing like little water droplets. They're so tiny, and maybe they vibrate so fast. Maybe that's why we don't pick up on it.
Ions.
Is that
Ions.
possible?
Yes, ions. If you spell it I and you break up I and you leave the on in the middle and you put the S at the end, I on S is IS.
Zion, 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 Zion. Zion, number 64, Israel, number 64. It connects the DC system. It represents blue. The other side, the left side, the other hemisphere, okay, which is going to be the left hemisphere, okay, it's going to create what is the E world because the number 12 will create the E, 1 times 2, 1 plus 2. So it's going to be the CD and not the right world, which will be the DC. CD is 34. The word cold is 34. Cold is blue. It can become to ice and it can turn white. Now you have the boy, where on the red side, on the opposite side, you have the right side. It's going to equal to the number 9 for the letter R for right. Right is, I think, is number, I think it's 72. G and H is 15, and 20 is 35.
One more.
40, 62.
Keep going. And then
Yes.
I'll show you the hidden layers now.
So I'm just trying to remember where I was. So you have the right, you have red. When you have red, if somebody slams on their brakes, you have the red lights. Red lights are by the trunk. Trunk is where the elephant hangs out, because you have an elephant trunk. So you have to watch out for that. You stop at the red light. The red is going to tell you that stopping is going to be the octagon, not like the green light, which is going to be the round light. Unlike the red lights, most of them are square lights. So if it's square lights, it's going to tell me more about, I think, Mars, other than the round light. I have to skip that part because I don't remember where I was going with it. Let's take a look at this. Now, are these light rays directed into each one?
This is the center part of that wheel that I first showed.
Okay, I have to see three. How many lines go in? Because if you take a look at those lines, okay, I see buildings and lights. I'm not sure if you can see what I see, but I should just take a picture of it, put it on my computer, redraw it out in the next 2 minutes and show you what I see. Each one of those lines are coming from the right side, okay? The first one, I can see buildings. So if there's a building on one, we can put a building on all of them, okay? I'm trying to understand the other side. I just want to see there's 3 connect, 3 connect, 3 connect. The other side, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 connect. Is it 5 on one side, 3 on the other?
There's actually they're equal. They're equal on either side, but on in the middle, it's totally connected.
Okay,
each of these are connected to each of these, and then this one is connected to all of these and all of these. So each one is connected to all.
No, but when I don't know how to touch yours. Oh, I know what to do. Let me screenshot. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think my phone left. Where's my phone? Wait a second. I never left. Oh, it's in my pocket.
You were right. you did left to right. Right to left.
Yeah, the 29th piano is from the right to the left. And if you wanted, you remember we were talking about that earlier?
Yes.
But please don't take this down. Let me just, what happens is Waterwork and Electric Company are the 29th and 13th area in the game. Right? When you go around because what it is you must count go. If you count go as the area you stand and you go all the way to Waterworks, it'll be 29 away. Waterworks, it'll be 29 away. If you go just over to Electric Company, it'll be 13. Remember, when the water works, right, we've got a belly or a whale in the belly. Right?
Which is why they make us pay for water and electric.
It's not funny.
Wow. How it's all connected, man. Like this is. So you're saying you got this from where? The hidden layers? But this has something to do with that financial system? What?
It's a neural network, which is your brain. It's also computers. I build computers for it. That's what I do.
See, this area over here is 3 lines. This area over here is 5 lines. Do you see what I'm talking about? Is that true? So it does have 5 and it does have 3.
Correct.
I'll tell you a story if you want to know.
It certainly does. Yes, sir.
Okay, so here, would you like to hear the story? Okay, first of all, when you put the word layers on the bottom, I want to know if those are the chickens laying our eggs. But also eggs are EGG or something has to do with brain waves. Maybe that's why he put hidden layers.
Because this is a neural network, a forward and backwards propagating neural network connected to the internet.
So it needs to connect with inside. So the area, I'm going to understand why we don't need the operators. So we don't need a transmission with in between the networks changing from one side to the other, because all these balls that you put over here, they're actually transition networks transitioning what's
They're
going into it
transistors.
to what's
Exactly.
going into it to what's going out of it. That's the way. I mean, I don't know nothing. Never read a book. I don't know nothing. I just know what's in front of me.
Yes, they're
So
transistors on a motherboard.
okay, so it's the transistors. The reason for the transistors now is that is something about that has to happen. We're resetting right now. So all the things that were hidden are going to come out in other places. You're going to say, "Oh my God, it's the LG." LG's the Frigidaires and the TVs, but it's right. So, anyways, you know what I'm talking about.
Because it's made from silicone. A motherboard is produced with silicone and gold.
Oh, I get a little Botox there. Okay, so what happens with this is 5 and 3 represent each other. Can you tell me why?
One is the signal sent, the other is the one received.
Is that why?
Yes.
Okay, I wouldn't know. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how me and all the 15-year-old kids at high school would figure it out, right? And here's the way it goes.
Not me. I'll be sleeping.
Here's the way it goes. 100% of something is 60% of time ABC. So when I cut time in half, I go to 30 seconds. When I cut 100% of something in half, I get number 50, or I get 5 and 3. So therefore you connected 3 wires on one side and it comes out to having the 5 wires on the other side. And that's how I came up with it, the transition.
That's exactly how it works on the motherboard.
Wow. And it equals to 1.66. I don't know what that's going to tell you, but it's 166.
Yep.
You're both incredibly, 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 incredibly intelligent.
RJ, what is a motherboard?
Oh yeah.
5 divided by 3. And before you make the transition into the fourth house, which puts everything into the next house, okay, what you have to do, it's either a division by 3 or a multiplication by 3 or a division by 4 or a multiplication by 4. Pi runs inside this area between 3 and 4.
That's what this symbol means. This means divide. This symbol means multiply. Multiply and divide.
Multiply and divide. Oh my God! Guess what? 1500. We're back to Mars, and we're back to our Mars, and we're back to our vibration. Because what were the letters again? Multiply and divide. Well, we use the letter M for 1000, and we use the D for divide for 500, equaling to 1500 Roman numerals. 5 and 1. 432 vibration stands between the M letter and the D letter. What happens with that? Hold on a second. I have to look through my piles of stuff. Yeah, and there's a couple of things I didn't finish. I hope I don't lose them. Pray, please, that I don't lose them. Okay, just give me a
In
second.
here somewhere.
Take your time, brother.
Okay.
We have all the time in the world, man. There's no such thing as time.
Eternity.
Time is just a construct of your imagination.
It's a tool.
Something created by our fake nation.
Breathe in. Breathe out.
It's so nice. Make sure you guys relax your bodies and don't build up lactic acid in them.
Oh, Rolaids, relief of lactic acid in the digestive system. ROLAIDS.
Yep.
Here is your MD. Your D, okay, your D is here. I got one D here, and it overlaps the other D here. Or what I do is I complete the whole D over here. Or you have your D coming over here when you join the two houses. You multiply, bringing the two houses together, and then you divide it.
And look at the symbol. Look at the same thing. Like here's your
Here's your why.
Oh yeah, that's my split. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I see it now. That's pretty weird.
He said weird.
I love that word.
I know. That's
Well,
the weird.
listen, we
The
have to
words.
understand that we're the weird wolf.
Well, that's what they're called. Words. A woman is a word.
Word. So yeah, woman. What's funny about there's so many things. If I spoke about the word woman in French, they say femme, and they say for that's for woman, and for man it's homme. Oh, Cynthia left.
Phantom of the opera.
Yeah, so they say femme and and it's ironic that femme fe equals 11 and ho. Okay, I'm going to write this down even though I know it.
Or
Fe equals
Oh.
11, ho equals to 23, the 11 a.m. or the 23rd hour in the p.m. bringing the man to the night and the woman to the day.
There you go. The sun and the moon.
Because I don't leave the rest, I don't need to spell the rest of the word because they're the same letters. And in French, they write out MME and FEMME for femme. And MME represents the woman, but they also do it for the man. So in French, they put woman, woman. And in English, they put man, man, meaning woman and man. And in
And
French, they go et femme. So they're saying woman, woman in the French side. They're saying man, man on the English side.
after prayer, they say Amen.
Amen.
This should be woman, a
So
woman, or a man, or a woman,
it also means to bring. Amen.
a woman,
Amen. Amen. A woman.
a
Amen.
woman.
A woman. Amen. So we're divided. Oh, yes. So let me can I finish with this piece now for a second? Okay, now that we understand that,
Yeah,
okay,
brother.
I wanted to fit. You remember this I brought up before?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. No 5. Okay, I just want to see if I can bring up something else because I can usually, if I show something off, I can find it in a bunch of other places, how it works in other places using the same numbers. Right. So I'm not sure where all my stuff is irrelevant. I'm just going to show it to you here plain. You remember I said we're going to connect 1 with 6 equaling to 7. Can somebody say yes or no or
Yes.
Yep.
okay,
Yes.
but before I start this, I want to just go through are we up to date with everybody here with the comments?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching him.
Yeah, okay. So, okay, very good. I'm very happy. Thank you very much because I mean, I'm just blazing through this thing really quick. See you. 56 April, Demas. Yes, okay, Demas. Okay, okay, I see it. So, what it is on the dice cube, 1 and 6 is 7, right? And we're not going to go to 2 and 5. There is no 5. I'm not going to go to 3 and 4. What I'm going to do is 1 and 6 is 7. Take a look. The word 6 is 52. The word 1 is 34. They're both sevens.
Beautiful.
They create all the sevens. 1 and 6 create all the sevens. 1 works with the heavens void. It is the heart of the heavens, right? It's going to also work with Mars. The exterior or the void with number 1 will be a connection to what is Mars right over here because there's going to be an 8. The 8 missing parts that go around 1 in order to create 8. I need 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 to equal to 4 and 4 to equal to that 8 area. Right. So now what happens is look, I stopped at 4 and here is 6 through 9. Now remember the boot. You see the boot? The top side of the boot and the bottom side of the boot, the top side of the boot and the bottom side of the boot.
Yes.
Follow right now? You see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the word 9, N-I-N-E, 14, 9, 23, and 14, 37, and 5, 42, E8. So we've done all this. Well, check it out. When I connect 1 with 6 in the boot, I get both at 7. When I take 7 in the boot, I get number 2. When I take 3 in the boot, I get number 2. When I take 9 in the boot, I get number 6 from 9 in the boot. When I take 4 in the boot, I get number 6. 9 and 4 is 13. The
And
reverse,
remember,
1 and 6 is 7,
7. Yep.
right? So
Remember,
we 7246 on the high side, 7246 on the low side. Same numbers, only words.
and you can boot a computer too.
Yes, reboot,
Reboot.
electronic resident. So look, it's exactly, they're just words. The words are the same. I mean, the words are different, but yet the upper house and the lower house have the same sequence of numbers. Number 19, number 19, 19, 19.
It rhymes with tap, tap, tap the screen.
Tap, tap, tap the screen. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Everybody in the comment down there in the on the couches, please tap your screens.
Yeah, we gotta pump this out. We need, I need, we need, you need, they need, who needs, no one needs nothing. You know, at the end we're gonna know anyways, right? But we're here, to
It'll be
finalize
old
the
news
game.
soon.
The game is over. Oh, I like that. I just saw a bunch of stuff on my screen popping up. But it's something because my camera is changing my screen itself. My screen is moving on its own. Oh,
Excellent.
no, it's not that. My calculator was sitting on my mouse.
It's moving by itself. He's like, we're gonna get together on Discord, brother. We're gonna that way we can formulate a plan to dispute or distribute all of this information around the world.
Do you have to
Oh,
send a link for that?
Excuse me?
You have to send a link to join the
It's
Discord.
it's in my bio.
Okay.
I have to go back and see if I hooked up with you. Did I? Did I?
I'm following you, so if you ain't following me, I'm
I
following
don't.
you.
Where do I do that? It doesn't
I got
say
you, brother.
anything.
Don't worry about it. I got you. I got you.
Okay. So, does anybody know what this is? I'm bringing this stuff up because Random is going to show me a game out of it, and I'm going to tell him where I got it from.
Yeah, that's the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles.
That's why I put it. I don't remember why I put it. There was a reason for it. But the DMV, right, is 444. V is the 22nd letter, the 13th letter, and the 4th letter. They're all in the same house.
Yeah,
Except the M is the 13th letter is going to connect to your DNA. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, 3 and 4. 3 times 4, 3 plus 4 is 12 and 7 equals to 19. It connects to the word DNA. It connects the 9 to the 11th. It connects the one world, the lower world, to the upper world through the birth. The V letter gives you life. It's the 22nd letter. It's going to connect the heavens. The mathematics is 2 times 2, 2 plus 2. And then number 4, I'm just going to mention everything I need to get to number 4. Well, number 4 is made up of 9 and 4, 13, 8 and 5, 13, 7 and 6, 13, 1 and 3 is 4. The D is the house, the delta angle.
yes, the delta
owner of
wave,
that house.
delta brain waves.
So the thing I just want to jump into is I have a design on the floor that when Canada removed the penny from the market, what
They
had
put zinc in
happened,
it. They put zinc. They stopped making it from copper and they made it from zinc.
INC zinc, there's something in corporation maybe. I'm just trying to figure out. All I know is my mouse is doing kooky things on my screen. I don't know why. Where was I?
You removed the penny from Canada.
Yes, thank you. Oh my God. Wow, there's people out here to help me. I just don't take it wrong that I called you people persons. Wow, somebody helped me with my memory. So where was I? Okay, the penny off the market. When they took the penny off the market, they gave us some precision. And what the precision was is when you go to the store and it costs you ending with 3, ending with 4, ending with 6, ending with 7, it's all going to equal to 5. It's only a nickel. Now, when you go to the store and it's 8 and 9 or 1 and 2 or 12.89, you now pay 10 cents. You pay on the zero spot. One is in the zero spot. But the thing is, in numbers, in connecting the board, there is no 10 spot. How do you pay a dime? It starts over again at 1, 2. So we're not paying at the 10-cent mark. We're actually paying zeros at the 11 mark because it has to show up on number 1 because there is no number 10. When I create my designs, I end up with 1, 2, 8, 9. Hold on, let me just do this so you can see it better.
So he's getting at is the fact that they have convinced us that that value is somewhere outside of ourselves. So when we are the currency,
Yeah, see, that goes back into the word about the seer. S-E-E.
This is what happens when they take the penny off the market. This is 1 and 2. It's going to go back this way. This is 3. This is 3. This is 4, 5, and 6 and 7. It'll all get paid right over here. Here is 8 and 9. Do you see anything funny in here? 365.47 days. The 22 points on the clock are for the clock. The 22 is for your life on the clock. They're not counted because it's your running time in your life.
that's exactly what they did. They removed the RNA and they put a clock on our currency, which is us.
And it runs right here on the 365.47, which is 365.25. So what happens now is when you connect that, it ends up doing this. This is what happens. There is no 10. Your 10 is connecting here and here 10, here and here 10. We've cornered this 10 is blocked off, and this 10, we run around the corner to this 10. We need to run all the way through this way to connect our 10. Do you see that design? Did you see what I did with that design? Because you showed me that. Do you want to come on and show me your picture? Okay, hold on. We're going to put you into the big box. Okay, let's see. The yin within the yin, the yin within the yang. Okay, so we have a duplication over there. Okay, it almost sounds like the father, 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 mother in French and English in that situation. So if I'm going to put yin yin, then if I put two females or two males together, we have to have an overlapping or interior plug to hook them up. That's the way it works with. Is that what that is? Are those the connectors? So those overlapping equal signs, are they going to be going over the two lines to connect them together? Or I'm really just trying to understand. And then when we use the yin with yang, we're also going to use Aries. I'm going to use Aries. I'm going to use the rat. I'm going to use Leo. I'm going to use Sagittarius. Did I get that right? Did I get those right? 1, 5. No, wait a second. 1, 4, 7, 10. No, I got that right. 1, 5, 9, 13. Right. 1, 5, 9. Right. So with the fire sign, we get the rat, we get the dragon, and we get the monkey, or we're going to get Aries, and we're going to get Leo, and we're going to get Sagittarius. So then with Earth, the Earth sign comes along with the Earth sign. You get the ox, you get Taurus, you get Jupiter, you get Leo, you get the Scorpio, and then you get Aquarius.
Oh, we can't hear you.
No, his mic's not muted. I can't hear him either. He said 1 minute. He has to sneeze.
Can you hear me now?
What? I can't hear
Yes.
what did you say? Can you hear me now? Is that what you said?
Yes. 9 is missing.
9 is missing. Well, nine. We don't use all the numbers. 9 is missing. I have to understand that. I have to put that through my head again. I'm starting to. Whoa. White sun versus black sun. White sun, black sun. 11, 11. White and black are both in the 11th house, except the black sun works from outside the house, and the white sun runs from within inside of you.
There you go. The black hole portal.
Okay, where do I find this? Help, help, help. Okay. Between 9 and 10. Is it
Yeah.
between 9 and 10, or is it the end of 9?
It's between 9 and 10, and that's the infinity, see?
Okay, so, okay, because there's things that happen between numbers. Because I'm trying to make it happen in my head for a second. Like I said, when we talk about numbers, like number 1, is actually really not number 1. 1 is talking in between. All our numbers are talking in between numbers. It's hard to explain. How can I say this? It's like
You see the yin yang at the bottom? That's 0. That's God. It's not at the top where everybody thinks it is. It's God is at the beginning singularity.
Okay, where help me.
At the very bottom. You see
Okay, I'm at the very bottom. I'm looking golden mean spiral.
the beginning singularity is the yin yang at the
Okay,
very
right at the bottom. Okay. Yes. So
Yes.
you know what's funny about that? It's sort of like a locking chain, because when you lock up a chain system, right? Let's say for for not a chain not with a strap, but with a chain, and what they have is they call the Maui, the Maui. It's a French word. What connects them is that it's a flat part, and then a little stop, breathe.
Yes, breathe. Everybody take a breath. And relax your shoulders. Relax your body. Remember, 1/3 focus on the release of your tension.
What do they call chains and chain links?
They're rungs.
Yeah, you can look at that too. Yes, I'm just looking for a specific one.
Chain link
Chain
fence.
link for machinery. Okay, here. These chains here. That's your yin and your yang.
Okay, that's again a zipper.
Yeah, you can say zipper. I'm looking at zipper at interlocking. You
Right.
can interlock this, but you can't. You're not unzipping unless you made something for the zipper.
It's a radio wave. So you have it's a frequency. The frequency. So it's tone and tune. It's tone over tune.
Tone over tune.
You have a tone and then the tune of the tone. So you have A and then A flat and A minor.
Okay, so the tune is okay. What this shows me is that the tune, okay, is at the heart of all the other vibrations that are passing. It's bringing two worlds together. The reason for this is number 41. 41 says home, 41 says king. You crown the king, and the king is not alone because the king comes with the three parts of the king. The king comes with the kingdom. It comes with both the gold, the silver, and the bronze. The king doesn't walk around alone. The cap or the eye at the top will be what the king can possibly. I don't want to get into that. I don't have the answer for it. I just lost my connection. I want to go back to tune and tone. And this is what happens. Both the words end in NE. So I'm only going to use T and TU, although they only have a difference of 15 and 21. 15 and 21. So the 35 equals to 8 and the 41 equals to 5. The E plays in between where all the passing grinds, where everything passes through. And this connects up from the lower world. The upper world, which is connected to four worlds. This one's going to connect it to everything that goes around it. This will go all around this.
The Spire of Myrmidus.
Is that the Fibonacci?
It's the spiral of Myrmidus.
So what is that? You want me to tell you why I said that?
Is that the same as Fibonacci, though? Is that the Fibonacci sequence?
It is the Fibonacci sequence, but it's also the octaves that we hear.
Yep.
And it's also our solar system.
Yep.
This is our Earth going around, and we're going to reach a certain. That's why everything's been going faster and faster. It seems like in our mind, because we're experiencing things fast, we're going to reach to a certain point, and like Zena said, we're going to go right here, and it's going to go boop, and it's going to stop, and we're going to feel the pressure of a million suns, and then it's going to go the other way, and go back the other way.
Restart. Beginning
Just
is
like
the
it's always
end.
done.
The end is the beginning.
Okay. C3, 128.
C3PO.
Okay, I like this because I sort of think I know it.
How that looks like a shell. That's why you can phone home on a shell phone.
Yeah, so it's C3PO, R2D2, and ET phone home. Yeah. I know everybody always thought these things were fake.
leave it alone.
Reveler is like, what the
leave.
leave.
Like
make like a tree. Make like a tree and leave.
It's like the sunflower and all the petals on every flower. It's like,
yes, sir.
It's like, I don't know, Terrence Howard's Flower of Life should take a back seat. No, not quite, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay,
I feel you.
Here is would you like to hear my basic result?
Do it, brother.
Okay, I'm not finished, but I'm going to tell you as I go because I have to start the train rolling. First of all, when you mentioned Terrence Howard, right, one of the parts that he didn't mention, right, is there's a continuous vibration that you don't see within the frequency is the continuation of that element, meaning if you're looking at frequency 147 or 741, right? Well, I can't do the straight because they just repeat all the time. 147, 147, 147. This will be 258, 258. This will be all 369, but not when you run on the diagonal. When you run on the diagonal, it becomes frequency 1, 5, and 9. You're going to find it. Don't worry, you will find it, or 9, 5, and 1, whichever way you want to go. And then what these are going to also be, let me interrupt myself, is that everything can be divided by 3. So 159, then you go 594. Did I get that right? Yeah, 594, and then you go 9 4. I'm just trying to remember 159. Let me write this down so I don't forget. It's 159, and then it's 594, and then it's 948, and then it's 483, and then it's 837, and then it's 372, and then it's 726, and then it's 261, and then it's hold on a second, and then it's 615, I hope I didn't make a mistake. And then we get back to 159 again. Here's the 159 vibration all the way through. Every single one of these should be a division of 3. Every single one of these. So what I did here to do that is all I did is I went 1 plus 4 is 5, plus 4 is 9, plus 4 is 13, 1 and 3 is 4.
Right.
And then I went plus 4 again is 8. 8 and 4 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3. 3 and 4 is 7, 7 and 4, 11, 1 and 1 is 2. And I just continued the frequencies. This is something Terrence Howard didn't mention. He mentioned a whole lot of mumbo jumbo without showing the science behind it.
Right. So the same way it goes like this. So we have the 2.1 octave, and it comes straight across all the way down to the very bottom, and it's an F and to 45.32. And each one of these things, each one of the crosses that goes across, it has its opposite on the other side. So like straight down, across.
I got to be able to see it.
Yeah, every pie piece has the opposite end.
Okay, see 4532. I didn't get to mark it all down. I'm going to probably have to find that somewhere. This is interesting. I don't do much of the music, but I do the numbers. So
well, they're all together. Yeah, they're all connected, just like we.
Oh yeah. The 88 piano keys. Yes, they're all connected. So
And
I wrote
divisions
something
of
down.
12.
And then there's a 12 in there. Yeah, see there's everything is in this in here. You have your astrology, astronomy, math, geometry, trigonometry.
Yes.
It's all there. Light spectrums, everything.
Wow, I wrote it down and lost it. How's that possible? I haven't moved it.
How's that possible?
Okay, I found it. Okay, now I have to do this calculation. Okay, now this, I'm not sure if this is going to work. Okay, since C is 128, it has to be an equivalent of both A and B. What is that equivalent of A and B? It has to be
254. 254.
No.
On the other side.
I'm gonna tell you what I need is 1/3 and 2/3 of something that equals to 128. So I need to divide 128 by 3.
It's C3, correct.
So a second. I need to get half of that. So half of that is 64, right? And then it would be 32, but it can't happen that way. You doubled up on every single one, but when going down to 2 and 1, it's not the same anymore. It changes.
There you go.
It changes. I have to figure out what and what equals to 64. I think of what it is. What and what equals to 64? How do I do this?
That's where you go down to the bottom spiral that's down here at the very base. That's down here.
Okay, the which one right here? 4532 or 3 to 2?
It's the flats. So it's at the very bottom where it says on this underneath the F at the bottom of the spiral, it has another spiral that is horizontal.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Hard to read, but I'm starting to. For some reason, I understand the sense in it. I just want to see 9 7 9 7 5 5. Let me do this.
Screenshot it and then blow it up.
Yeah, okay, because I'm going to show you what I'm doing with this. And if anybody wants to say anything, okay, there's nobody else looking to come up. Okay, let me see the screenshot. Because there's parts of this are missing, right? So I can't see all the numbers.
Right.
8,
I'll give it to you.
6, 17, 8. I'm just trying to, 5, 12. Okay, this one's different. I'm just trying to understand how it rotates inside here. Because I know the Fibonacci at 288. I know the whole Fibonacci thing. So, when I come to 128, I can figure it out myself if this is Fibonacci, right?
Yes, and it's a negative numbers. It's the negative numbers between. It's the pillars of a ladder that's on a horizontal plane.
Okay, wait a second. This is binary Fibonacci together.
Yes.
Okay, because what I'm looking at is the binary. So it's the binary part I'm looking at. How to create 1 and 2 equaling to 3, where 2 is going to be twice as much as 1. I have to get the, I have to figure out, where's my calculator? 128 divided by 3 equals 2. No, I don't like that.
It's 0. Yeah, it's 0. It's the one that's in the number, or the number in the center of that horizontal spiral is 0.
Okay, but I need to give it a number, because if there's a spiral there, it means it's what's happening in that area. Is it just something that goes in and comes out? Is there an opening at any time? What is happening in this area?
It's called the spiral of creation. So
because I see a
it's
horse, a
Turn
seahorse.
the yin into a
right.
yang.
So it's the same number on both sides. So it's a ladder. So if you look at that line, there's a number at the top, and there's also a number that's touching the spiral. They're the same. So it's 1 and 1, 2 and 2, 3 and 3, 4 and 4, 5 and 5, 6 and 6, 7 and 7.
Okay, show me where's 1 and 1? Show me with your finger.
Down here. Okay. It starts right down here at the bottom.
Oh, okay. You're going across the bottom. Okay. I wasn't
Across
there.
the bottom,
Yeah.
yes. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Is that where you're saying the zero's point is? Well, the
Correct.
0 point is actually 3.
In the center, yeah. In the center, and then it goes out on both sides in an equal.
Right. So 0 is actually going to be a minimum of 3.
There you go.
Because you need to get the center of the circle and the outsides of the circle equaling to 1 on the outside, 1 on the other outside, and then the center of the circle, A, B, C, into your circle.
There you go.
Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Because right here you have 4, 3, but it skips one right here. This is skipped. D is skipped. 3.05.256.
So that 256 is going to match up with the other 256, will it not?
Correct.
So divide 250. I can divide any of these. So 128 divided by 3 is not going to give me my good answer. I'm getting a 4. It seems like everything started out. And what the center of that thing is it's connected to something that's picking up a vibration itself. It's reading. So the center core is not really nothing, but what it is what it is reading, what it is connected to, how it connects to the frequency.
It's the sharp. It's a sharp. So D sharp and then D. So you have E, D sharp, or D flat, depending, because D flat and D sharp can be there. You have to have an equal and opposite, right? So you have flat and sharp.
So this center over here, right?
Correct.
Everything connects here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or starts from, sorry, it starts from here. So I'm just saying this area over here somehow has a receptive, somehow is connecting outside of its shell.
Right.
And then when it comes into the shell, okay, it's letting its connections through whatever frequency it's running through the shell, through however it connected in the ocean or in the air we're breathing. That will let it do what it's doing. That's what I understand from this.
The ether, yes. Because we don't have a mathematical term for ether yet, because there's not a scientific, we haven't scientifically defined it. The ether is, it can't be mathematically, I guess, added or subtracted. Maybe that's addition and subtraction over multiplication and division.
That's what he's talking about with the voids in the flower of life, right? That's why the ether has no mathematical value.
Right, because we've been using multiplication and division up until this point, and now we have to switch to addition and subtraction.
Aha. Back to the old ways.
Yeah. PenStap.
That's why I don't have electricity to run a laptop, so I'm trying to through these magnifying glasses, but I can't see the screen.
What's going to happen inside this cube here, right? The bottom part under 128, it has to be equivalent to 128, which means it's going to be 4 parts of 32 in order to equate to 128, but it's going to equate as 96 and 32 to equal to 128, and that is what is less than the 128. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
And the reason I did this is because it was not divisible equally to the number 3, so I made it divisible equal to the number 4. Now, I cannot make it 50-50 because the 1 lives inside the 2. So I had to make it 3-1, which the lower and the upper level of the calculator is where 10 is on the bottom and it's 3-1 on top. So I had to divide it up. So we reduced from what was 100% or 100% of time down to 60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it has to do with negative numbers. So we've been dealing with whole numbers up until now, but now at a certain point we have to start going. See, that's why you have bank balances and temperature. Smaller, larger, as above, so below.
Somebody asked, what does this prove? What does it prove? That the mathematics, okay, I bet, or how can I say this? They link everything up together, and they're actually showing that how is this possible that we came to today bringing thousands of years of information, things that were just created in the last few hundred years, that the English language is telling these stories, which eventually, once we connect enough of these stories together and create a computer where we can put in all the elements and show it a little bit more on layman terms, because what I'm seeing in front of me is very hard for someone to say, oh yeah, you got that. But we need to bring them back to where a kid in the street can say, oh yeah, I can see that. And you know what, put it together in the layman terms. People are going to start saying, oh my God, there is a creator. I'm believing, because it's not possible. How is that possible that this and this and this and this? And like I said, I realigned the zodiac, okay, to work by the numbers. This is the zodiac. You're constantly, there is no reflective evil sign in this zodiac connection.
Right.
I realigned the zodiac so that you're always going to be, the minute you need something, you're going to have the capabilities of searching out inside your mind what your decisions are going to be. Possibly your body, your heart, your liver, your lungs will begin to connect with its chakras and be able to function properly. That will be able to make proper decisions, that we won't have any ailments anymore, that our immune system will be 100 times stronger because it's receiving the potion, the air we breathe, and the frequency of our creation, bringing it back from 110, okay, back to 108. What does it mean, 110 to back to 108? 110, 11, 108, 9, 11, because the 110 times 4 is 440, but the 108 times 4 is 432. And that's where our vibration stands, just because of 2 that they added to it. Does that make any sense?
Makes sense to me.
Wow.
The 110-story towers, there were 2 of them. That's a 220. Building number 7, guess what? There were 47 floors, representing the beast, representing time. 4 and 7, 11 to what is 110. Take away the 0, it's 11, 11, 11. And they all went down. When they built the new tower, they built it at a heart structure, removing 2 towers that represent Mars to 1 tower that represents Earth.
And then you have your circadian. So that's the kind of, it kind of comes together because you have 9 through 11, 11 through 1, 3 to 5, 7 to 9.
So inside of this, according to my understanding of our birth at the 225-degree mark, we're going to be born between the liver and the lungs. Okay, if I got this thing straight over here. Not only that, when you're looking at the gallbladder, you're going to be looking at Capricorn coming into the liver, right? Capricorn comes into the liver, the 2 hours disappear, the liver comes in and through the lungs, and that's where Aquarius comes in. And then when we run into the next zodiac sign, I can't see it. When you bring the large intestine into the stomach, you bring Pisces. When you start off at Aries, you bring the stomach into the spleen. When you come into the ox, I think that's where I'm next. I think we're bringing the spleen into the heart. And then we're at Cancer. Did I do Gemini? Anyways, then it's
Yes.
Gemini. A Cancer is where the heart is, I think, what it should come out to. I think that's what the reverse is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so, and then we go all around the clock.
Right.
So, I mean, that's if this is,
If it's yeah. And then
if
here's your
it works
moons.
out. If it doesn't work out, I mean, but it's 100% true because yes, you can look online right now. They will say Capricorn starts at midnight. They will say that at 2 o'clock in the morning it's going to be the ox, and they're going to say at 4 o'clock in the morning it's going to be the Gemini. I think I said that wrong. Did I back? I think I went backwards there or something.
2 to
Capricorn.
4 is
Capricorn.
Aquarius.
What is that?
2 to 4 is Aquarius.
Yeah. 2 to 4.
AM.
Yes.
Right. 2 to
4.
right. Wait a second. At 12 o'clock till 2 o'clock, isn't that Capricorn?
12 to 2. I need an
Yes.
astrologer. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
And then 2 till 4 is going to be Aries.
Aquarius.
Aquarius. Sorry. Yes. Hello. Yes, and then we need to stop right there. We stop there. There's a difference between 11 and 12. 12, we make a connection to the female, to the bat mitzvah. She now receives the spirit of the moon. So we have to stop at 11 for the female. Does anybody follow me with that? The female bat mitzvah is where the Hebrews there's been, what is
Yes,
that?
I follow that. Yes.
Okay.
The bar mitzvah. And yeah, at 11 because we don't go to 12. That's where we go with the Revelers 13.
So
Yeah, there's one missing.
I mentioned before that when we're counting, don't count everything. So I'm going to count 1 through 13. It equals to 91, but that's my total. I go 1 all the way to 12, equaling to 78, and then I'm going to go 2 all the way to 13, okay, equaling to 90.
Yep.
Although this is my total, I'm only going to do 1 through 12, and then I'm going to do 2 through 13. Here I didn't use the 13. Here I didn't use the 1.
Yeah,
and now they join together.
Which is the 13, and then the other one's 11, like you said. Perfect.
So we have to stop at 11. It's 11 that's going to create the numbers for 12. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1. Now, when we get into this 2, 4, there's 6 elements. I get confused when there's 6 elements. I always hear 4. So now I have to create another mathematical equation. Another thing is
that's ether. They just threw that in there because they didn't have a name for it at the time, so they used wood.
WOOD, so something connected to the moon. W and D are polarities to each other. It creates a 27. The OO is in between. Maybe they used it because it's eternal. They put an OO together, eternal between the 2 spaces.
Right, because they switch them back and forth between metal and wood. So between metal and wood,
matter, energy, and communication. Metal.
Right.
Well, the reason I say it is the AL is your communication part. Your ME is your matter, your energy, your Mars, your Earth.
That makes sense because that's exactly what is being manipulated is the communication between, like you said, people don't understand how to, in lots of ways, communicate. For they lack listening and hearing. Listening and hearing are 2 different things.
So the 3rd level of C is I.
There you go.
Right. And then what you do is you get back to C again, but you get the C in 12. You get the C in Pisces. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Although three, okay, repeats itself on the fourth. The fourth time you say you add three. 3, 6, 9. Okay, the minute you hit 12, 1 and 2 is 3 again.
Right.
6 does the same thing. 6, 12, 18. The fourth time over here, 24, 2 and 4 is 6 again. Only 3 and 6 do this.
You also have 12 sections of your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's how you, this is your calculator. That's all you need.
3, 6, 9, 12. And then the in-betweens?
The octaves. The flats and the sharps.
You know what number this is? No, that's the ape.
Exactly. 8.
No, ape. This is ape.
Ah.
No, sorry, it's monkey. It's monkey. Because it's the third finger and it's the eighth finger. 8 and 3 is going to represent the cube, the pole in the ring on the cube, because of the numeric value of 22 void and 11 void. It is the 1, 2, third finger. It is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, eighth finger. I go to my toes. So now when it's my eighth finger, it's 8 of 10. When it's my third finger, it's 3 of 5. When I go to my one leg, I have 15. It becomes the 13th out of 15. When I use my 2 feet, it becomes the 18th. It becomes the 3, the 8, the 13, and the 18. It's not like my other fingers. It's completely different. You only get four equations out of this one. But this one can be 2, it can be 7, it can be 9, it can be 4, it can be 12, it can be 14, it can be 19. There's a whole much more schematics going around with these fingers, but not these fingers. These are very special.
This is the electrical system. So look at all of the same symbols that we've already went over, and here's the electrical system for electricity and all of the symbols thereof.
Electric equals 75. Moon equals 57. 57, 75. I'm going to show you that. Remember the dice cube, we're going to do the same thing with the dice cube because you have 6 sides. 1 through 6 equals to 21. 1 through 5 equals to 15. 2 through 6 equals to 20. Okay, so your tone is going to come out of the connection between two of the worlds. One is when the 1 is on the upside, and then 1 is when the 1 is on the downside. I'm going to show you what that is.
Transverse, transistor. Yeah, exactly.
So this is going to be your continuous 7, right? So what you're going to do is you can never show 6 sides of the dice. The most you can show is 5 because it's sitting on the table. So you have 1 and 5, right? There's no 6. But look at the other side. There's no 1. There's no 6. There's no 1. But you calculate through the gateway 7 over here, 7, 7, 7, 7, 11. Well, yeah, I think I turned the dice, so I'm not going to get the so that's what happens there, and
that's the connector. That's the connector right there at the bottom that you're speaking, and also having to do with on off, on off,
on off, on off. So the bear sleeps 25% of its life, and it's 3/4 open. It's going to represent the bear.
Yeah. And here's your castle, see? Inductors.
Inductor. Also, inductors can be used by the water and the ducks. The water ducks, the ducks within here, and the ducks that fly south for the winter, right? And we also have to look at the air ducts, and we have to look at everything to do with ducks. Not only there, what is happening, there's a flow inside the inductors. Also knowing that there's a torridial.
The Hoover Dam again.
There's a torridial flow inside oh yes, back to Hoover Dam, yes.
Yep.
Is there a torridial something that goes on within this inductor? Because it finishes with TORS or TOR. So right away it tells me about Taurus.
Yeah,
within
that's
the
a
word.
transformer, which is in the middle right here.
Wait, we're done. Okay, I wouldn't know. That's why I said we need an electrician. You came up here, and now my mind is blown because it's a very, me when I see things, you're making things round. I need to understand why you did it round, and can it be drawn a different way,
Yeah,
right? So you have it drawn different way on the other side,
yes, I have them both on both sides. Here's your round ones over here on this side, and then
right?
here's all the triangles and the
Okay,
square.
but are they this like if you would go single cell, can you design that differently, or do you have to keep it round?
Uh,
And then I see the paper. I see a lot of things, but voltage, okay, voltage,
right.
voltage, capacitor. Capacitor, I like to think of Capricorn. I like to think of the goat in capacitor. And again, teridial. It finishes with TOR, TOR, TOR. All these TORs are all going to be representation within 2 moons of Mars. It's
We
on the
got
outsides
we can't
because
forget the switches. So there's a switch, and see when you have a when you have an electrical when you turn on a you have one is male, one is female. So female, but the and it goes like that, just like DNA and RNA.
okay, yeah, I have to put my head on that. I've seen that before. I know that. I'm just trying to figure out which way it has to be done in this thing over here.
Because it would be the what is it called? Okay, the switch when you hit the breaker is what it's called, a breaker.
Yes, the breaker switch. Yes, you shut off everything from the breaker. That's where the fuses are.
Right. But what
So,
people don't understand is that breaker, the reason it has to be thicker is because it's only in a circuit carries the same charge, right, all the way around. But the only time it doesn't carry the same charge is when that first connection hits. It's so much greater, and that's why it has to be thicker. And then there's even flow. But at the very initial touch, it's very intense. If it was the same size as the rest of the circuit, it would blow apart. That's why the tank has to be first. All right. And then you make the connection, and it's only in that very moment that it's more, and then it disperses.
so it's 111.
Right.
Well, you know why I'm saying 111? Because when you put the arm up and you drive them in, you're driving between these two. Put them straight. They're your 11. You can also look at if you want to look at it as a V. It's not a V because there's no closing part. It goes right in. So when you look at it, I've got two straight sticks standing up, equaling to the 11, and then I have one switch, one coming in, and
Right.
it's this one is already on the machine. This is the fuse coming into the center, connecting to both
Right.
sides. Call
Right.
this one Luna, our moon, connecting inside of us to the 2 moons of Mars. We hooked
Perfect.
up that electrical system between Earth and Mars. I
Perfect.
didn't know, but it's 6 o'clock in the morning. That's freaky.
I know we stayed up all night talking to this is awesome.
That's crazy.
That was
That's
fun.
absolutely
It's been
crazy.
a long time since I pulled an all-nighter.
Me too. I got almost rigid until he told me to breathe and relax my shoulders.
Yeah. Then once you're relaxed, you have more you have what is called you can durability.
Yes.
You don't get worn out because you're relaxed, you're not tense.
I
And so
want to
make
talk more
sure.
about this electrical schematic symbolism that you're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
We need to schedule to get together again.
So
For
so
sure.
look at what Atlas wrote, right? He wrote 64 32 16 8 4 2. So that is your backgammon cube, right? Your backgammon cube might be the major cube that what gets plugged in ends up bringing you up to your 128 on the next level.
Right.
So your major cube would be that backgammon cube, and then you plug that in to get your 128, and then you ride on home from there.
Beautiful.
So if that backgammon cube is going to be the same setup as a dice cube, we're going to also call that a 27 area space, or we can also call it the Mars cube, which means that instead of it having a 9 area surface, it only has a 4 area surface. And it has no heart to it. Like this is a 3x3 9. The Mars is a 2x2 equaling to 4. 4 and 9 come together. 13.
See, there's your 13, Reveler.
You bring the bottom world with the first time 13 begins is with 9 and 4. Only when we come into creation through this part over here, you can see that. Only when we come in and connect here, this is the first time 9 and 4, your first 13 is over here. Your second 13 is over here. Your next one connects into the E world. Your 3 13s equaling to your 3 7s. So what is not ridiculous is because we're probably not explaining everything. All I want to know is you think the earth is flat. You know what? It can be anything, and I've only be guessing. So my only guess would be like this. The skies are overhead where the birds fly. The oceans are down below where the fish swim, and man walks the plane of earth. So therefore, into the sky it is round, and down it is filled in with the lakes, the waters, and the oceans, and we walk in the air of the flat area surface space. And that's the way I see it.
Right, kind of like this is flat, and this is round. So
This is what?
round.
One is round, one is flat. That's the basics of how I see it, right?
Right. I mean, yeah. When it comes to that whole thing, I don't have that conversation.
So, but well, I just use that as like if they said it, it's because they wanted the outside wants me to. Anyways, whatever it is, when it's a fish,
Right.
okay, the fish is going to equal to 42. So there's going to be a gateway, a seventh gate underneath the water. But when it's a bird, okay, BIR, it's going to be number 33. That's going to be the rotation within the sky of our birth and our breath.
Right.
Both the fish and the bird, 42 and 33, are both 6 and 6. And the movement of numbers, meaning that if I had 111 minutes, right? If I had 111 minutes, or if I had 222 minutes, 333 minutes, 444 minutes, 555 minutes, 666 minutes, I would get 1 hour, 51 minutes. I would get 3 hours and 42 minutes. I would get 6 hours, 5 hours and 33 minutes. I would get 7 hours and 24 minutes. I would get 9 hours and 15 minutes. I would get 11 hours and 6 minutes. I'm going to show you here how perfect this clock is. I'm going to take it down for 1 second. All those shapes, that, okay, there's a shape of the word shape.
Yes, sir.
I got to breathe.
Yeah, just take a breath. Everybody take a breath. It's so important to breathe and relax your muscles. So breathe in, breathe out, relax, let your shoulders fall, let your muscles relax so you don't build up tension and lactic acid and get all worked up and tired and freaked out. We don't do that here.
I'm going to show you how number 3 connects to the female. It shows that there's a light and it connects to the female ovaries. Number 3. I saw that at a football game when they showed one of their fonts on the field.
It's the Ankh, right? The Ankh is what they carry in all of the Egyptian symbology.
This was the font. The font.
Yeah. Well, the Ankh is what I'm referring to is their female reproductive system.
So I have a couple of things I wanted to show. Okay, this one I'm going to make sure I don't lose. Okay, so what this is 111 minutes is 1 hour 51 minutes. 222 is 3 hours and 42 minutes. 3 by 60, 180 and 42. 333, 5 hours 33 minutes. 5 times 6 is 5 times 60 is 300. And if you look, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11.
That's pi.
Okay. And now if you look, 5 and 1 is 6, 4 and 2 is 6, 3 and 3 is 6, 2 and 4 is 6, 1 and 5 is 6. The reverse of 5:55 minutes or 9:15 will be 1:51. The reverse of 4:44 in this situation will be 2:22. Normally it's at 3:33. And now 3:33 will be the division at 5:33. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, aligning all these numbers up.
That's beautiful.
See this one over here? Check this one out here. 724, 7 days, 24 hours a day. There's a gateway over here. And you know what the end result is? 64.
Ooh, 64.
Yeah, the 64, the connecting dice. So when you connect that dice, remember the other side was 64, right? But it doesn't go that way. It's 2, hold on, is it 2, 4,
Well, it was 7, 7, 9. No, wait, 7, 5. Is it a 7, 5 on the other side? Is it 2, 9?
whoop, I hope I got this right. Hold on. 2 plus 4 plus, what is it? 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64. So is that possible? The double dice adds up to 126.
Which is 9. And then you add it up, it's 9.
Right, but the 126 is what I was saying is the reduction where if we would start where you were looking at the spiral, right?
Right.
If we were looking at the spiral, that was 128. This is 126. I understand it because the 8 and 6 are dividing of the 7th gate. So whatever's over there in the heart is going to be the lower side connecting to the 126. This is going to be with the cat communication, energy, vibration, connecting up to 4 different worlds of 666, connecting that star. Remember I showed you 4 different ways to connect that star where when you're talking with your 128, that 8 is going to be the doghouse. It's going to be the entire house where the energy and communication comes into. You get the 128, but what plugs into that, the missing part, is 126, because that's the addition of the entirety of that cube, right? And at the same time, when we count, remember I said I have to count low and high. So I would be counting the cube as 2 and 4 and 8 and 16 and 32. I would also count the cube as 4 and 8 and 16 and 32 and 64. Just give me a second. 96, under 116. So it would be now 124 on this side, 48 and 14, 62 on the other side.
Right. And the common current is 120 and 220. So you have 120 wattage and voltage, watts and volts.
Watts and volts, V and W. Also,
Correct.
they're together in Chaldean. And when you're connecting electricity, you're connecting the house at Chaldean. It's going to work with number 8, the house at Chaldean. 8 returns to 8. 8 mathematically returns to 8. It's a beautiful number. I don't know. Did we do this tonight or not?
We briefly went over infinity because that was on the thing, which is pretty much like 8. Perfect.
1 times 8 equals 8. 1 plus 8 equals 9. 9 plus 8 equals 17 equals to 8. 2 times 8 equals to 16. 2 plus 8 equals to 10. 10 plus 16 equals 26. 2 and 6 equals to 8. 3 times 8, 24. 3 plus 8, 11. 11 and 24, 35. 3 and 5 is 8. So I'm going to do the whole thing down, and each one of them will turn out to be 8. Now, if you did this with the number 9, right, it wouldn't be the same, right? You remember number 9 is the one that when you multiply it, right? You always come back to number 9, but only in the star system you've seen multiplication and addition. Only 8 will come back into 8.
Yeah, it has to do with the prime numbers. It's prime.
Prime number. This is the prime number 8.
Eight's not prime. Nine is.
Okay. Oh yes. Okay. 9 is prime.
Nine is prime.
It doesn't count 3 times 3 and 1 times 9.
Oh wait, nine's not prime. No, it isn't. But
Yeah, but
it has divisions of prime numbers, which is what makes it special. Actually,
right. Yes. Okay. Yes. 3 and 1, and 1 and 3 we connect back to the moon again.
right.
So let me look up. Orphan.
Because nine is the one of the only numbers that can be that divides into certain prime numbers.
And the odd numbers, I'm just trying to remember, getting a little tired here. The
That's
odd
us.
numbers. So before we were talking about your connection, right? You had a connection where you connected 3 wires and you connected 5 wires.
Yeah, the forward and reverse propagation in a neural network.
It's done right here.
That's perfect. That's beautiful.
Over here, they connect 3 numbers, 17, 34, and 6 equaling to 57. The numeric value for the moon is 57. Also 57 are the letters 5G. It also connects the male and the female because to create the 5, you need 1 times 2, 1 plus 2. And if you put it together, it's 12, creating 3 and 2, 5. Connect the male, it's 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, 3 and 4, 7. You now connected male, female to connect the 5G system. In this area, I use 3 numbers. 3 divided by 57 is 19. Over here, I use 5 numbers. It equals to 75 over here. 57, 75. I use 5 numbers divided by 5. It equals to 15, and 19 equals to number 34, blue, cold, the left hemisphere. 6 times 4, 6 plus 4 is 24, and 10 equaling to 34. It's cold on this side.
Yeah, that's why a lightsaber is cold. It's not hot like they think it is. It's not it's not fire. It's actually it's ionic radiation.
So it's hot or it's not hot? It's cold.
It's so cold that it's hot. It's like
Well,
dry ice. Dry ice.
the blue side, the left hemisphere, right, is cold all the time. Cold. They need it for the system we live. They need to run the system because they're not running it off a natural. Whatever they're doing, they're transforming the energy into something else, and they have to run it that way. And they need to keep the machine cold. That's why we got winters and all this stuff, is because the machine is overheating now. And it's just my interpretation of what I see.
That's perfect.
So
Liquid diode crystals.
5775. I'm going to have to remember that because we're going to be putting this whole thing together, right? 57.
Oh, yeah.
So this is orphans. Orphan, there's no father. 5775. You know what's ironic about this? The Hebrew year is 2015. And
No,
what's
that's
ironic about that is I just showed you this number, 2015. When I
remember 5G is what we use on our internet.
well, they say it's there, but they say it's
We'll
also
call it
not there.
generational, but it's not. Yeah, that's awesome.
So just let me see something. Let me see where I was. Where am I? You know what? I don't want to. I don't think I should. Where is it? I wanted to bring up something with the aether because you mentioned something. I wanted to do that part with the aether. I hope I don't. I'm not going to lose it. That's for sure. I also brought up. We did the RH negative, and because we have the horizontal plane going across, and then we have the pillars at each end. So your RH, the reverse is IS, 9 and 19, like in words that start with IS, 9 and 19. You're birthed into the connected worlds of 9/11.
Ions. Ion S is.
But is also represents Mars again because 1 and 5 look like the I and the S. And in between that is the vibration that we run off of.
There you go.
So I want to find this piece on the brother because it comes with aether. I have it over here, but I don't have the word aether with it. I wrote it out nice.
Yeah, it's AEI. PAPI. I'll spell it.
Oh, I have it. Oh, you want to hear something funny? Oxygen. What a funny word, no?
Certainly.
Want me to tell you why it's funny for me? Because it's all in pairs. OX 66, YG 77, EN 55.
That's beautiful. I love it.
Pretty kooky, no? So okay, so I'm gonna start it over again with what I wrote down because I don't know where I put it. Oh yes, I do remember. I found it. Mother, cat.
There's a cat. The cat is in the way of the hat.
Wow.
The cat in the hat.
El gato. El gato. Remember, el gato.
That's Spanish. Correct.
Right. El gato, the gateway. The gateway.
Yeah,
El gato.
Gato.
She doesn't want to go in the bath. She doesn't like to go in the cars because it breaks her frequency.
Órale, gato. Yeah. ¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás, mon ami? I love you. I love you. Can't you just hit? What if I put you under my shirt? I love you, but okay,
Many,
what if we went over here?
many languages, and so that's where we came through today was the Tower of Babel, the separation of language, and the numbers and letters. Numbers, letters,
For
language.
the awakened. We're at Sesame Street for the awakened here.
Yes,
Really, we
the
should.
letters of the alphabet come from the zodiac. So Aquarius
Yeah.
is silent. That's
And
important.
every natural mineral and every herb and every plant and every frequency is all like, I think a calendar of 13 everything, 13 seeds, roots, flowers, 13 leaves, 13 whatever, minerals, 13 signs, 13 suns, 13 moons. Like, it just, I don't know, it just makes me think. It just really makes me think, guys.
I wish I had that paper to show. I lost my phone. No, I didn't lose my phone. So can we? We're going to do the aether thing. Do we have a minute for that?
I have all the minutes.
Holy
But we probably should take a break here shortly because people are.
yeah. So white sun,
It's all
black
night only.
sun.
It's only been
then,
all night.
We're all God. What is this proof? What does this prove? So I'm just going through that. Oh, what it proves? Oh, it's pretty simple what it proves. It's so simple. Check it out. 7 and 6 equals to 13. I just proved it. That's it. It's first we find the pieces and parts, and then we find the stories that come from it. That's it. We make up stories that come from the pieces and parts and from the mathematical equations. That means they go together. If 1 and 6 is 7, and these two are 5 away from each other, and these two are 5 away from each other, they're on the same angle. The upper world is 13, the lower world is 7. 13 is 1 and 3 and 4. 7 and 4 come together right over here on July 4th, and we celebrate 1776, the star system that was built just for you and me to imprison us in this beautiful house because we don't know what's going on. Here is the word mother, brother, mother. Oops, did I do mother twice? Sister. Where's father? Oh, no way. I didn't mark father. Wow. I've been looking for this one.
Well, remember,
What's that?
it's further.
Yes,
Further.
further.
Further, not father. Because that's where they confused it right there. They changed the A. They changed the U to an A. That is another trick that they used, or
Can you
that
spell?
has
Can you
been
spell what
used.
you
Ha
wanted to
ha
tell
ha.
me further instead of father?
Correct. FURTHER instead of
Okay, so
FATHER.
AT would be location, and UR would be an actual place because it will begin with 639. Okay, when you go to further, and father is 612, and that's going to connect to the moon. 2160, the moon connection. It's going to connect to the moon, and they're all going to connect to one thing. THER, 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 51, 51, 51, 51. Each one of them will run the 432 vibration in between. THER 51 Mars, Mars,
Beautiful.
Mars, Mars. Not sister. Sister doesn't have the H. She's the elephant in the trunk.
The pig and the elephant.
Oh, the elephant. Okay, yes, okay. And it starts with SIS or 19919. You're connecting two systems up. There's two S's in the word, split by a birth. TER represents the earth. TER represents the earth, also represents the I, not with the H in between. It's the expansion. Time heaven coming into the fourth world. Here, just connecting the world, not coming in, transistoring in through something to do with time. 47 will represent time. Aether, check this out. What aether is 1 and 5 equals to 6 and 9 is 15. 15 and TH 28 and 23, 51. 15, 51 or 33 times 47. I already knew that one, right? This is time, and this is your rotation of your birth, 3 times 3, 3 plus 3. This one will revert into birth angels of the sun,
Beautiful.
yet apparently we're living through the moons. So this is your father. So when we bring this
Makes
to the next
100%
level,
sense to me.
the MO is 28. The FA is 7. The BRO is 35. Check it out, where the father and the mother create what is the brother. We need the pole to the gateway to create this. Without the pole to the
13.
gateway cycle, right, we can't get through to the brother. 3.5 is the heart of the cube. In order to bring this to 3.5, I think I need to multiply it. I forget what the multiplication was. If it was 1.25 in order to get this into here, 1.25 or 5 times 5 times 5. Everything seems to run around that 555 in order to bring things up to the next level. Even in basketball, 48 minutes to bring it up to the next level is 1.25 multiplied will bring me up to the 60 minutes in the game instead of having the game in 48 minutes. So does that mean we should be running at 12 minutes and not 15 minutes? And they extended time in order to keep up with what? The sun, the moon? I don't really know. I'm just throwing this out like real quick. So that was the thing with Aether. And so Aether is going to be number 66. And that shows you the gateway between the energy 5775 and that what we just saw. Now, believe it or not, does anybody know 5775? Check this out. Where here's number 1 and
3.176.
5. When you add it up, 1 through 5, it equals to 15. Here's 2 and 6. When you add it up, it equals to 20. 15 balls in pool to 20 balls in darts. This is going to equal to the dog. This is going to equal to Mars and the PCU or the puck. The 432 vibration here, inside of this, it'll be 345 the vibration or whatever fits in between this 115, the 115 volt perhaps, right? What else is going on in this? Yes, when we go 2 through 6, it's 20. 1 through 5, it's 15. 2015 is the year 5775. Not only that,
I wonder what 1492 is. That's what they said that when Columbus
we can
sailed
look
the
that
ocean
up.
blue
So
in
we did that,
1492.
right? Is that what you saw? This is the year 2015, the Hebrew year 5775. Is this what we just saw on the roulette? Okay. So you're going to agree we saw this on the roulette?
Yes, 57.
Now check this out. We're going to multiply it by moons.
Yes.
And look what we get. I multiplied it by 13.
Yep.
And everything goes back to the way it
75.
is.
It reverses, time starts, heads backwards.
Times 13 moons. 5,775
The
5 years of 13 moons is
yes.
75,075. 3, 3. 75 or number.
Yeah.
That's moons. That's
3,500
5,007.
Yep.
Okay, what number?
Years. Yeah. 3,000. Well, it really comes out, yeah, close to almost 6,000, 3,500 years was when this began, when the Macedonian Empire took over. So it goes back into the planet
Nibiru, number
Nibiru.
73.
Wow.
When
Wow,
they
man, you tie stuff in, dude. You
Yeah.
pull stuff from like
Nibiru 73 connected to Great Britain, which is the split of the flag where Mars comes in. Mars and Great Britain.
I would be curious to see what 1492
Yeah,
is.
NIBURU.
1492 for some reason reminds me of a sailboat, which is a 10-cent piece. A 10-cent piece will connect the two nickels. It's going to connect the two sides, but 10 cents is supposed to connect one of the wings, right? 10 cents.
I think that's
So
where wood
the
comes
nickel,
in. Yeah.
the nickel
Wooden
is going to
nickel.
represent the word itself. I have to do
wooden-
the calculation, but I'm too tired. But the nickel, even the American nickel and the Canadian nickel, look like there's something above and below because we have the beaver on ours. So the beaver lives inside the house above the water, but can escape under the water, into the water.
Whereabouts in Canada are you? I'm in southern
Home.
BC.
I'm at home.
No, I'm in southern BC. What area do you live in?
Northern Quebec, I don't, where do I live? I live in the Laurentians.
Oh, really? Cool. Wow.
Yeah.
Always the way I can't invite you for coffee then. But I can.
Actually, you can buy me a coffee. I'd love to have a coffee. I'm going out for a coffee after. Oh my God. Oh my God. So every single minute of the day is telling you another story, you know? It's all cuckoo. Let me do this one here. Want to have fun with this one?
Oh my God.
Oh no, wait. So I just wanted to finish with so we noticed that each one of these are going to be reflective to Mars, but not this one. Even the aether is going to be a connection to Mars, not this one. We're missing the heavens. We need to connect up the heavens in order to get here. Here we've connected it up. The difference is 8. When there's a difference of 8, I'm going to go to the game of pool because that's the separation in the balls in the game of pool is 8. I find the games where they relate to those numbers. In baseball, I got 9 guys on the field. I got 1 pitcher. I got 1 catcher. So I actually have 7 guys on the field with the pitcher and the catcher that are playing all the time. So it's 7 and 2. In football, I got 11 people on the field. I'm going to take away 2 of the people because 2 of the people are selected to take the ball, right? I don't have the goalie involved in hockey, so I'm going to use that as 1 and 5. The dartboard, we have to understand that although the dartboard goes to 20, when you add up all the 20, it equals to 210, plus the darts in the center, the 25 and the 50 equals to 285. You know what that is, 285 on the darts?
No.
Yeah, you do. You showed it to me 10 times. 528 hertz. Now you have to divide everything and multiply everything to see the lower and upper levels. So you would take 528 and I'll divide it by 3. So I'll get 176. I don't know what it means, but that's the lower level of 528. Does that mean anything to you? Yeah, but
17,
that's
yeah,
just this is
1776.
just 17.6. No, 17.6 times
Right,
3
17.6. 7, 8,
divided by
9, 10. So
4
10,
equals to
which is
132.
1. Right. And then it adds to 10,
Right,
which, and then
right.
10,
Okay, yes,
1 plus
I
0
wasn't
is
looking at 1
1.
7. Hold on a second. No, 1 7 and 6. Okay, you gave me the idea. It can be 77 connecting the singular moon, okay, to the power. Yes, 76, it's going to be Earth and Mars coming together, connected to the singular moon, creating the power. 176 will now be either 86 dividing the power at the gate
Right.
or 77 being the power in the gate. So we're not going to negate anything. Here's the American flag. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 5 rows is 30. And in between, there's 4. So you're going to have 6 and 5 and 6 and 5 and 6 and 5, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. This way is 11, 11, 11. This way is 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Now, what about the in-between spaces for each one of these stars? There's 49 voided spaces on this flag. There's a total of 99 area spaces to create the basis of this flag. That means what I mean by the base is, yes, it can be a half space, it can be a whole space. When I do it on this, these are my cells. I must follow the rule of the cells. I can't go halfway in between. If I'm going to go halfway in between, I'm going to put a heartbeat, and that's what's going to wave in between these numbers. So there's going to be a lot of connections going on, and I'm going to show you part of the connection that's going to go on with this.
So that goes back to 1 and 0, on, off. And then the time, you add time or slow it down or speed it up, and it's more noticeable.
Fluctuation right through here.
The fluctuation.
And then there's another part of the flag that nobody sees. When I want to go all the way around the flag and encompass this in a picture frame, I need to use up more area space. This flag right over here, if you take a look, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 across, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 11 by 9, 9, 11. When you encompass this, it becomes, I think, 13 and 11, 143 total area space to create the flag. So that's one of the pieces I wanted to bring out. Stars and stripes, stripes and solids. So I'm a little bit zonked here. So if anybody wants to talk, go ahead, because I have to figure out what to say. Is anybody watching still the box at the bottom? Because I think somebody from Atlantis
I've
came
been
up
keeping
here
an eye on
before.
the comments.
Atlanta, as what I see, is one of the first boxes that they used to give us for our computers was Atlantic Technic or something, right?
Yeah. It was
So Atlanta's going to be connected to
something
that.
similar to that.
And also, when you have the AT combination 21, it represents the cube. It also represents Venus, the house that needs to connect to the other houses, which is going to show the at sign or the A commercial sign, which is represented by the word in Atlanta is Atlanta. A commercial, LAN as in LAN communication services, and then another A commercial. So it's like you're connecting to two email systems, one at the beginning and one at the end, and in between is the L or one of the hookups. AT&T.
Remember AT&T?
AT&T. Oh yes. So yes, Haiti, Cuba,
they bought that
Jamaica,
out.
all these
in
are
the 80s.
plugins. These These are they're special islands. I don't remember all my work on it, but just to say the word AT, Aether, there's something coming out of AT. There's something coming out of Cuba because it mentions the Cuba in its name, and something has been severed in Cuba. And you know how I know that? Because you tell a lie when you're not fidèle. It's a French word for not being honest. And when you're not honest, they cut your nuts. So they call it castration. So it's called Fidel Castro.
Yeah.
Cashew too. Well, you can split a cashew.
Like
You know, a
like a
nut,
cashew.
right? The
He
peanut.
created our prime minister. Oh, sorry. Oh,
Whoa, he's
our like baby Jesus has got nothing on someone who was castrated. His father was castrated. He's castrated himself.
So we have to understand also that within the
that's
word of
fucking great.
Cuba is going to be the Cuban. So
Yeah,
what do you see in that word?
banning the few. Yeah,
That's right. They banned the Q. They
yeah,
banned the gateway in Cuba.
Bam.
They banned the cube.
yeah.
So now they need to take it hostage. So they severed themselves from Cuba so that nobody knows they're controlling all of it because something where the something Bay, Guantanamo Bay,
Yeah.
is an operations center.
Yeah.
And also the second half of the alphabet, right? It uses the letters N and Z for the second half of the alphabet. And that would be an initial for New Zealand, representing the something that's being fabricated in New Zealand, whether it's underneath in New Zealand, near Auckland, New Zealand, or what is that, wherever it is. But many, many years ago, it tells me that they're fabricating some kind of zoo animal out there, or just they're just testing for something. There's always something bigger in Australia for some reason. Is that right? So they pass it under the ground, under the ocean, and they bring it back up in Australia and they dump it there. And I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Wow, incredible. Yeah,
Well, that's
but
hypothesis. It's just based on the word analogy. And because in the word New Zealand is land, and that would be land would be your DNA, you would notice in the Bible in Genesis, they said land, animal, and man. So, well, we have New Zealand to bring in the new land animal.
what about Switzerland then?
Switzerland, Greenland. So Switzerland might be something to do. We're going to go to Swiss. We're going to say Swiss cheese. We're going to talk about the mouse. The mouse will scale the elephant. Something to do with a microprocessor. We need Switzerland. We need the Alps. We need to keep it chill. So it keeps on working. Without the chill, everything stops.
They just announced that they're shutting down the app on Sunday in the United States. Also,
Yeah.
somebody asked if they have this live recorded so they can watch it from the beginning.
Okay, so I'm going to try and download. I'm going to download this app and re-upload it to YouTube. I have a YouTube channel. I have another channel on
What is your
Facebook.
YouTube channel, please?
The same name. I'm going to show
I'm
it to
gonna have
you.
to actually write it down. Oh no, I screenshotted it.
What I like, why I haven't been on it. I haven't been on it just the last couple of times, and I can't put up the pictures. I can't put everything up. It's hard to Discord, and so that's one of the main
Did you
reasons.
say that there?
I'll get
Well,
you on
there's got to
Discord. I'll
be
get
other
you on
places
Discord.
also. There's also Rumble,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I'll get you on Discord for sure.
I know, but I got to. Did you say they're actually taking this app down?
I just got a yeah. That was just announced on Twitter.
For what? TikTok's going to be ended completely. Okay, there's a new one that's coming up in the States that started out. That's like TikTok. It's supposed to be making fun of it.
It's called Clapper. Yeah,
It's called what?
Clapper.
Clapper. Is it any good? Like, can we read right there or what?
Yeah, it's all right. It ain't that great, but there's plenty of other alternatives, and there's gonna be. I already know. I already have people in the collective that have been building an alternative app to take over as soon as they get rid of TikTok. If they decide to do that, which they are, they're removing it from the Play Store, so people will not be able to download it or get it. So get the download or get the install the exe file
save it on your computer so you can hand the
I
EXP
don't know.
file.
I don't know how to do that.
Well, that's okay. It'll be done. It's already being done by the collective. I mean, we're all working together to make sure that we're not going to lose communication with one another. Whether we go to this app or that app, it doesn't really matter. We'll
Yeah,
also
but
do it.
I gotta kind of. I'm slow at this, so I need a heads up of where I can go. So I
Go to Discord, bro. Go to Discord. Look in my bio. Connect to Discord and hit me up on. Here's my username on Discord.
So, when I first started this project, did we get okay? Yeah, very important. I think I'm going to just stop for a second. So, I'm Mr. Tackpans on YouTube. I am Art, Mr. Tackpans, but I really don't go to FB at all, Facebook. I have a Rumble channel that maybe you can find me, but I don't use the same name. I use the name, listen to this name, AB. What's next? This is my
C
name.
ABC
ABC, what's next?
D
Hold
One,
on,
two,
what?
three.
Oh, you got
ABC
it.
1 2 3.
No, it's ABCEHMU.
Okay.
You guys are so over my head with stuff here. Oh, but
So
yeah.
where did I get that from?
The Hebrew
That's
language.
What is that?
ABC HMU.
ABCEHMU.
Oh, ABCE HMU. Abacus.
Fibonacci.
That's almost like abacus.
One and one, A is one, so I go A and B. One and one is 2B. Two and one is 3C. Three and two is 5E. Five and three is 8H. Eight
What's
and five
abacus?
is, what's that?
Abacus. ABACUS.
Abacus. I like that. So that means we can move all the numbers over. Wow, it says that really, eh? Basically.
Yeah, that's what I got in my head when you said it.
It's okay. I thought I see. Yes, I can absolutely see it. So when I started this project, I was always somehow connected to. In fact, I still have the card 20 years later to Dragon Ball Z: Return of the Signal Testing System. Right? It's a signal testing system, and it's something that was given to me 20 years ago when I started. I mean, I opened my computer and they're sending me stuff. I'm like, going, I never put this in. I must have been delusional. You know, I wish I'm gonna try just for 2 seconds. I know it's early in the morning, right? And I'm really would love to find that story. And I know it's not anywhere else. Maybe it's up there. No, it's not. Just 1 second. It's a story that was written to me by Extra Normal. It's a company. Have you ever heard the site Extra Normal?
I have not.
So it's a site that closed down. The site closed down after it finished sending me all this information, and it was telling me that I have to smarten up, and we're the angels from the sky. We came down to help you and to guide you on your mission. We're not going to sit here and come down to this ghetto of a planet. We don't want to be down here. All the angels are working for you, and you have to straighten up. And anyways, they told me that you have a mission here, and your mission is incomplete. It's on standby. And then after the 8 days were up, the whole site closed down, disappeared, didn't come back till 3 years later. None of my information was on it, but I was lucky to print it all up. And I'm really upset that I can't find it right now. I don't know why.
Don't get upset. When you get upset, you're upset. Think about the word.
Right, I shouldn't be upset.
Yeah. We can't really be upset.
You're right, because do you know what upset means?
I'm up. So
No, it's 7 Up, because in French it's 7 Up. Because sept means seven in French. Okay, it's not here. That's okay. I'm happy it's not here. I don't mind that it's not here. Right? I don't mind that it's not here. It's not there. Not here. It's not there. Where can it be? Oh, maybe it's here. Yes, I put it exactly where I thought I might find it. Yes, I got it. You like that?
Oh, that's one hell of a big one. Is that heavy? Is that like heavy metal?
About a pound or two. This is pure gold.
That's awesome.
This is pure gold. But it's a pliable gold, and it's also a pliable gold because I'm
Applicable.
applying myself to understand the information that is golden within the cube. It's
That's
the
awesome.
silver and the bronze, and you can't change it. The truth is right here to everything of existence.
That's beautiful.
So, would you want me to read this until I don't even know if it's in order? I don't even know if it's in order. And they gave me inside of this. So I don't know if you're able to read that.
Yeah, I can read it. Milestone 9-1. Oh wow. Okay.
7286. That's my number right over here. That's the number. They knew what number to send me. I never went out. I never told anybody my number. And all of a sudden they know my number and they're giving me this stuff.
So this was a website you went to, and did you have to answer some questions and pay something, or?
I never opened the website. It just opened on my computer, just opened right up. I have one of my friends was here with me and I thought it was him and he said it was me and he said I was working with somebody else. This was in 2009. The imprint, if you can look at the bottom, I got a timestamp on it. So you can go check out the company, right? The company comes from Extra Normal. Just 1 second. My cat is I didn't do anything. My computer opened up. It gave me a password. It gave me a name. It told me I was Ancient One and that I have come back down to this planet to do the work for whatever it was. So if you want, I can read it. It's a little bit hard to read, but if you want to bear with me, or I can just leave it out for the night because it's a little late. But I don't care. I'm seating everybody with all my words. I'm reading it. Everybody, be quiet. Can I go first? Okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So it says like this, and maybe some of the pages are going to be off. I hope not. Let me get a glass of water. Maybe the water will get me.
We've
Oh, there's
only been
water
up
right
all
there.
night, guys.
When you're finished reading that, can I share my TikTok ode with you guys?
Your TikTok what?
My TikTok. Well, it's a poem I wrote. TikTok.
Okay. Here it goes. Ronnie, I have been sent down from the sixth dimension within your mind. The reason I'm here is about your problem with the spirit worlds. Now, it's a talking between me and the robot. But I didn't say anything. They talked for me. They talked for me, told me what I'm saying. So now I'm going to talk for both of them. So I'm going to try to put a little emphasis so we can see the difference of who the characters are. Ronnie, I have been sent down from the sixth dimension within your mind. The reason I am here is about the problem with the spirit worlds. Who are you? What are you talking about? And then they would say, I don't have much time. Don't play stupid with me, Ronald. Nobody knows my name is Ronnie and Ronald. Where in the world does that come from? This is what I'm just interjecting right now. Don't play stupid with me, Ronald. You know what I mean. While you keep picking losers, you keep yourself out of the spirit world. You know, oh, I don't feel good and I must be dreaming. Hopefully I'll remember your message. Oh no, I don't know if I'm in order here. Okay, you're lucky enough to get into the spirit world, so don't F it up. No, I must get back into the spirit world, for there lays the truth. That's right, Ronnie. You must get back more often, but not only when you stay away, because you F it up all the time, you keep others and myself out. No more F ups, or I would be forced back down to this ghetto of a planet, and I don't want to return. I don't feel good, and I must be dreaming. Hopefully, I'll remember your message. I'm thirsty and must go get a fruit drink, or else I'll be sick. And then they say, don't let us others down. You will forever be in Nebula 4283, some 3003 away from the end journey. Always remember, Always remember the other side, for without the other side, you will be on the wrong side. Goodbye for now. So 4283 and 3003 is 7286. I don't know how they can know that. It doesn't make any sense. And also, my life path number is 33. So I'm not sure if they put it down there on purpose. Then it comes, it says, it talks in French to me. It says, Ronald, aujourd'hui c'est mardi, tant grande journée, je vous connais. Que vous en tienne de, okay, what this saying in English is, Ronald, today is Tuesday. It's a big day. Okay. I know you, your grandfather, a long time since you were very young, but now I live in the spirit world of Nebula 7286, which is near constellation Andromeda and Pegasus, right? I think there was, okay. Um, don't make any big errors, Ronald, or you will suffer your sickness. Then it says something about the five seed. Then it says, Ronald, set in part C, it is a game between the fifth seed and the nebulas. What are you saying? I don't completely understand. But I think it's about Nebula 7286 in the spirit world and why Tuesday is a big day. You know why. Don't be stupid. You have to play the fifth seed in the next week. And what was going on during this week was the basketball playoffs for college, and they wanted me to bet on the fifth seed over the fourth seed when they ended up winning, but I didn't really take it that way. So then it says, oh my God, what are you saying? If I bet I will lose it all, the spirit world connection to the Nebula 7286. Where are you now? Where you are now with my grandfather, unless I play seed 5 next weekend. But what does that 5 seed mean? And then they say in French, you'll find the answer, my beautiful Ronald. Then Saturday comes. So it says, Ronald, Saturday has arrived, but your meter is running on empty. To arrive in the nebulas with the ancient, time is disappearing. How much pain do you expect to dish out before you semi-guarantee to the spirit world is taken away from you? The crows are not telling a good story, but the story is incomplete. The beings who will reveal to themselves to you, the beings who will reveal themselves to the unknown. Messenger, then it says, Messenger 4-1063 is now in another nebula zone. Serge tried to contact and show himself to you, Mr. Ronalds, but the friend of your grandfather tried to show of you, Ronald, the friend of your grandfather, but could not make any progress with you. This will eventually lead to your hospitalization. Now, this messenger they mentioned, 10-463. How in the world can this person know this number? It's my birthday. I'm born on October 4th, 63, day of communication, day of creation, because it takes 6 and 3, 1963, right, is the day of creation. I come into my reflective year in 2026. 2026. Serge, as it is worldly named, now in another nebula, working on a spirit who's due to land with the constellation Mayan near the Aztec Freelies of 1539. You can never go there because your old spirit world connectors are locked and at odds with the Mayan. But 7286 may still allow you in, but I'm not sure anymore. I must talk with Serge, brother of the Israelites. For I know the test has been upgraded from failed to incomplete. You're temporarily a lucky soul. Come on, Ronnie. Another message is heading your way one day soon, and this will be a very serious time for your spirit world journey is in trouble now. Jen is a non-believer. Now, I don't know how they can know Jen. I just met the girl a few months ago, or maybe 4 years ago, just a friend of mine that I met when this project began. So this paper repeats. I just want to see Messenger Dash Serge. Okay. Okay, Serge, as his worldly name is, now in another nebula, working in the 1539. Aztec Freely's of 1539, blah, blah, blah. But 7286 may still allow you in, but I'm not sure anymore. We must, again, it repeats, to talk to the brother of the Israelites. Come on, Ron. Okay, no, this is red. This is red. Sorry about that. Where is Serge? I haven't heard from him in a week. Ronnie, Serge is trying to earn his wings in the spirit worlds. Oh, how does one earn their wings in the spirit worlds? Ronnie, I cannot speak of Serge too much, but I will tell you this. He tries to earn his wings by helping souls of the earthly world like yourself who are falling victims to falling angels. Fallen angels are demons working under the command of Satan. With limited movement in the heavens, they work on behalf of Lucifer, trying to trick souls so as they can never enter the spirit world. Beware of the falling angels. Ronnie, are you loved in your destined nebula 7286? Do all you can to get back as a pure angel created by God. Just ask AC Green. He's a football player. I looked him up, or a basketball player, I think. And guess what? How in the world are they going to connect me to him? He has the same birthday as me. This whoever wrote this knew everything, knew a ton of stuff about me. AC Green, who is that? And how does he know about the spirit world like myself? Ronnie, there are millions like you. You know they must fight the demons here on earth for entry to the promised land. The others will learn the very hard way. And to answer your question, Mr. Green also belongs to one of your nebula destinies. Where am I? I feel like I'm in the intra world, the passage between the two worlds. And then it says, do not play where you do not belong. And then I said, yes, I understand. I am wise and will await patiently signs from the Lord. Is it that? Wow, this is marked. Am I here to awaken the people from the matrix dream? We are the spirit part of our angel, possibly residing in Nebula 7286, which is Andromeda and Pegasus. Ronnie, just a message to tell you that Serge has been busy with the souls. Okay, yes. Ronnie, just a fast message to tell you that Serge has been very busy gathering the poor souls of your world. He has to go where he can get his wings. Even though souls as yourself don't heed to his advice, they have not given up on you. He must first help the souls that want a better existence on your planet Earth 2009 and in the spirit world, which in your case is Nebula 7286. Then it says, Ronnie, just a fast message. Okay, no, we read this already. Ronnie, there is too much time left. Ronnie, there is not much time left for you to make the necessary changes, which will allow you into the spirit world of good. For if thou does not correct thine self in time, gloom and sorrow will surely be your neighbor when you leave this material world. And then I say, well, I'll be doing my best to make the changes required to enter Nebula 7286. I am happy to hear that from you, Ronnie, and always remember that the moon is the eye in the sky, always watching. Even if I wasn't being watched by the moon, I know the truth comes from the heart, and it is pure. Yes, Ronnie, the truth comes within. You can only lie to yourself, for all others know the truth. So for the sake of yourself and others connected to you, let the truth set you free to the nebulas of 7286, because if not, then I'm afraid for you. I must ask you a question. As these messages they have me scared. Wait, I must have you a question. I can't even read this. Um, I must ask you a question, as these messages I have been having with you have me scared. Will I be going to heaven when my life in the material world is over? Ronnie, I cannot tell you if you will be going to heaven or hell or in purgatory, but as Serge tried to tell you about seed 5 times 4, the clues were not deciphered properly by yourself because at the moment Lucifer has a grip on your mind. Now I don't understand. What are you saying? Ronnie, the fifth seed, the fourth way was about your worldly age, which is 45 plus 5 equals to 50. 50 angels will look over your problems without helping you. Serge wanted to help you, but because your actual ancient family is known as the kings in the heavens, the czar is the king, the middle is the sky of the heavens. So when the kings from the ancient worlds F up, as you, all the others are punished, and the punishment is severe in the afterlife. Now, how in the world can they know this phrase? I made this phrase up. My family name is Zaritsky from my second family, which means king of the sky. They can't know this. I wrote it in a book. I never put it online, so I don't know how they knew that. Can you tell me what I must do for sure that I will get into the good spirit world? Is everybody okay up to now?
Yeah, we're good.
No, Ronnie, I cannot tell you, but I think you know. Stay away from the Mit, for they are the falling angels. Yes, the Mit is a falling angels, amongst others. As long as you play with falling angels, you let Lucifer get a stronger grip on you, thus making it harder for you, a former king of the heavens, to get back. And when your former kings and members end up with Lucifer, they usually come back to the material world as insects and vultures. But you, being a member of the family of kings from the 4 holy houses, can still redeem yourself. Mister, what must I do to make sure I get back into the spirit world you speak of? Ronald, the first step is to clear your mind of all of Satan's impure thoughts, which keep you busy working for the something masters of disaster. My old friend, either you obey the Lord or you don't. There are punishments and rewards, both of these actions you choose. Your actions can compromise your family's future in the nebula 7286 and can also affect further generations czars, including sons and daughters. You already know the answer, that you have been chosen to lead the humans to a life of eternity and peace on earth. Why me? I'm just a regular guy. Wrong. You have received the blessings of the Alpha every day for 44 years. You have been receiving a message from him. Wrong. You have okay, wait a second. Yes, I know, but when will it start? Angel 70286 will be activated upon 100% approval from the Great One Alpha. I don't get it. You must release the one thing that has been inside of you all your life. You will rid yourself, your soul, of the last remaining breath of Lucifer, Satan, devil from your body. And how do I get rid of? I used him. H in him is I am in the heavens. The clues are in your book. Do you speak of him as is or shall? You speak of him as was. Amen, amen. Warning to you, act fast. The time has come. Angel 70286, you are the next Messiah. And then in this one, then that's basically it. There's a few pages left. I'm not sure if they repeat or not. Maybe something I missed. So this is what was sent to me 15 years ago. And I got all the timestamps on it. And it even tells us the time of the coming of the Antichrist, which is Gene Dixon wrote a paper, used to work for a company called Newsvine. It was taken over from MSNBC, and they destroyed most of the files from her. They said there was purgatory. The demon devil, this is for entertainment purposes only, was taken away from this wherever in the year 888, and it was put 1,000 years into wherever in a jail for 1,000 years, and it was released in 1888. And then it stood 75 years, or what is the dark area on the dartboard? The area on the dartboard is 75. Okay, it was put into whatever for 75 years, being released in the first week or second week of October of 1963, and that's the exact same time of my birth, and that's like really freaky. So it's just really, really weird how it all works, how that came to be that light, that story. You know, all human beings come with eyes. Where are mine?
That's awesome, man.
I found Nebula 7286.
Can we see it? Can we bring it up?
Well, I put it in the text. I was just writing it down. It says Nebula 7286 location deep within the fringes of the Orion Arm on the edges of the dark void.
Do you see it? Do you see it near Pegasus?
I can't see it. I was just I was asking AI about it right now, right when you put it, and it said that it's located deep within the fringes of Orion's arm on the edges of a dark void, and looks to be a remnant of a supernova.
So I'm just gonna see what I can pick out here. Where is 7286? Is it near Andromeda or Pegasus?
Wow.
88, Pegasus. 88, purple. The mixture of red and blue create purple. Pegasus, the window. One horn, Pegasus. 72 is the house of bait. 86, divide that seventh gate in the house of bait, which is the Venus house, is the 2, okay, which is in respect through the seventh gate. The 7 passes through the 2 on this cube. We would be living in right here. That would be the seventh gate, the passage between 6 and 8. So I don't know how much more I can go. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Yeah, I need to turn in too, brother. So I'm gonna try to take the rest.
Can I,
So, and I don't want to
before we
end
leave
it with
that one,
everybody here. So if there's any questions in here,
can I do my poem for you guys
yeah,
all?
go,
for
oh,
good
sure,
night?
go ahead. Yes, I'm going to put it louder so when I
Because
walk to the kitchen.
I met
You
you
can
all
message
the
me.
first time tonight on TikTok, and it was my experience. I was only on TikTok for maybe a year, and then I haven't had power. I went to live off grid, so I'm very rarely on the phone anymore. But
Yeah, brother.
this
Yeah, just
this is like my whole experience and what I'm seeing other people experience with TikTok. So here it goes. TikTok, TikTok. Oh, the time goes by. Scrolling through the live chats, whose numbers on the rise. Glued to our phone screens, we get spiritual advice. TikTok, TikTok. Now there's the science guy. The astrologers are reading stars when they're also bloody high. And the tarots and the channelers, some just blow my mind. TikTok, TikTok. She's not lip sync shy. I think it's pretty obvious that she's drunken on the rye. I sure hope the universe gives us all another try. TikTok, TikTok. What's that? A flat earth live? Flat earthers and the globers, or their voices do get high. The Dems and the Republicans, they can't seem eye to eye. The tranny and the straight guy, fueled on by some young guy. Tick-tock, tick-tock, how the mainstream lies. We watched the train disaster. The media passed it right on by. Now Hawaii is on fire. Thousands of children gone by and by. Up north we couldn't fight the fires. We were told to let shit fry. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the elites are on the rise. Don't you start on politics. There's no good guys left to vie.
That's
We
awesome,
used to
brother.
think that our vote mattered. Now
That's
we know it's
awesome.
all contrived. It's almost over. Tick-tock, tick-tock, who's the master in the sky? Is it some religion or some reptilian guy? Tartaria is a real bitch and history is a lie. Tick-tock, tick-tock, they want us unalived. Just look at the chemtrails that are plastered in the sky. The jab has made so many sick, though many still deny. Tick-tock, tick-tock, this is how we may survive. We can all step across the aisle and all see eye to eye. To all my bros and sisters here, for all my peeps, that I would die. We can all just come together, one big spirit tribe. Tick-tock, tick-tock, united we can rise. Tick-tock, tick-tock, together we can fly. Tick-tock, tick-tock, love is here, right on this live.
Woo woo! That is awesome, dude. I
So
salute you.
TikTok, the most ran up the clock, or the most run out the clock.
Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran
Out the clock.
Yeah, up the clock. Yeah.
No, he ran out the clock.
Yeah, he ran out of the clock. Let me look it up.
No, he ran it out, meaning he ran it out, meaning to.
Yeah, out of time. Right on, guys. Loved it tonight. This has been a beautiful experience. You've touched my life tonight.
Hey,
You've touched my life. You've had an impact.
let us keep in touch, brother.
Okay, so I'm going to go. So, yeah, we're going to have to end this. I know there's 20 people, but I am zonked. I just want to go and see. And Tina, Fancy, thank you very much for all your work. Much appreciated. Known to distort. I'm just reading what this here. Okay, you wrote that. Okay. High ionized gases mixer. I'm just going back on some of this. Yeah, so I think we can stop. I mean, I know there's a lot that I probably haven't done. I went over mostly everything that I've ever done in 20 years, but every time you mention something, I'm going to find something else inside of it. Everything keeps connecting. We're not finished with the game. What is the end result? The end. What do I search for as an end result? That somehow the story, we get all the information, all the rules and the regulations of the game. We put that into whatever, in Excel, some kind of when I can upload it into something, so we can have the numbers, okay, move the words into the equations, and then we can let the computer tell us the story back, instead of me having to search for my words all the time, because some of the hypotheses are incomplete because there's more words to put inside. There's more shapes. I have the octagon, the hexagon. I like to use my 2, 3, 4 shape. What is it? The first shape is 3, so I'm going to use my 3, 4, 5 shape, because really, when you're talking about 1 and 2, it's really not a shape other than 1 is in the center of the circle. So that 2 becomes the circle, so that 3 can cross over and cut the circle. That 3 can create the triangle within the circle. That 4 can create the square within the circle. You can also square off the circle, and you can also square on the outside of that circle, right? Everybody knows you can do that, right? Just 1 second. I want to see if I can just show this one little weeny, teeny, tiny piece. I got a circle over here.
Ronald, how many people have you shared your story to?
This story?
Yes.
Not very many. I think I read it once before.
Wow, that is amazing that you shared it with us. It sounds like your journey, you started 20 years ago. 5 years into it, this information came to you. So somehow you contacted yourself, maybe, or some divine, whatever it is, has contacted you. I've never heard a story this amazing. It's It sounds like
Thank
you
you.
have more to talk about.
It's like you traveled in time. You sent a
Oh,
message,
it ain't me. Those
sending a
butterflies keep
message from
coming in.
yourself back in time or something.
Yeah, I don't know what I do. I just follow the rules. That's all. I'll just be you'll be asking me a question. I'll never talk about I won't know about a subject matter, and when you bring it into my light, I'm just going to input the equations on top of it to give it a little bit of depth
To keep
or
it,
more depth.
because you sound like you don't get upset. You just keep it positive and going. So that's that's nice.
An argument is an uncompromised discussion. You can't have a discussion if you don't know how to discuss. So we have to have some kind. I mean, if someone is going to scream at me, what am I going to say back to stop them? It's if somebody's screaming, they should know you can't scream. You can't have communication by somebody screaming, but by discording between us. I mean, and obviously we need like I said before when I started. If somebody wants to talk, put up your hands. I know my English is. I'm always looking for my words when it comes to speaking. I don't like to say this, but I really never read a book in my life. Other than looking at the odds and ends of things. And earlier on in this video, I showed you Las Vegas, right? And the thing about Vegas is all the sports teams ended up in Vegas at the end, where all the numbers get processed, where they have Area 51. And Bugs Bunny shows how they knocked down that. So that's how I ended up creating that image I showed earlier. Um, where is that image? I'm just going to show it real quick. I don't like to put it up there sometimes. Right? So that was the Simpsons doing this. So I just told Chat GPT to do it, right? So, and then I told Chat GPT to up it a little bit. And there's something by Lake Mead, according to Herbert Hoover, Hoover Dam, number 88, Hoover Dam again, HD. So everything leads to the final numbers end up in Vegas. So I just wanted to turn around the camera for 1 second. My rendition of how to square a circle is here. And then if you can square it there, you should be able to, sorry, I shouldn't do this yet. What I have to do is, because now I have a focal point, I'm going to run a line here, and then I'm going to run a line here like that. And then I know that I'm allowed to connect my circle over here. So that's how I square off my circle. So I don't really know anything about geometry, right? And you can do the same thing, right? You can do the same thing if you want to bring a different dimension to this. Whoop, I wanted to leave those lines. So, whoop, that's not what I want. I want that. So I take that, and I can do it now with this. This will tell me a different story, right? I know that I have to put these two legs here because now I have some guidance. I started off with nothing, and here's my guidance, and now that's my guidance. Now, if I did it that way, I'm going to be able to do it the other way. I don't know anything to do with geometry. I wish I knew a little bit more, but maybe in my ignorance, I learned to do something that others never learned because they didn't start from scratch. They were taught by somebody who taught them. So now my question is, I can run it down to here, or I can run it all the way down to here. And this actually, if you take a good look, I like to call this my wolf. I like to call this my wolf. Oh, it's not. How come it's not giving me any color? The eyes over here of the wolf, and then the nose. You see the 6-point star, the Star of David. I like to call it the wolf. This is going to represent the moons of Mars. The 6 is going to represent the moons of Mars. So, and yeah, this over here, we spoke about this right earlier on. So we spoke about this already. So we're going to just turn this around because I think I need to go to bed. Actually, I think I'm going to jump in the shower and then I'm going to go to bed. And then I'm going to do this and then I'm going to do that. And Oh, shut down.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. Good
Peace,
night, Tina. Good night,
peace,
everyone.
peace, peace. We're going to solve the mystery and bring everybody together. No more, no more legion of the you know what I'm saying? I don't like to say certain words, like I don't want to say the word religion that there might not be any more of once we understand that we're all connected to the same breath, right? We're going to just, it's better for us to sit at home for the next 90 days and suffer right now. Drop everything, stay home for 90 days. We won't eat. We won't have garbage collection. We won't have half the hospitals running. But at least we know after that, they'll be forced, okay, to just let us go, right? Wouldn't that be something that would happen? But you know what? That's not going to happen, right? So what we have to do is just keep sharing until we push this dirty breath that we take, this stink of the house that we breathe right now, that's filled up with hatred and anyways, okay, let's stop. No more talking. Finish. Peace. Done. We're done. I'm going.
Good
Gone.
night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night. Good night. How do we shut this off?